Welcome to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. I'm Areima. Cataclysm is an open-world survival game set in a traditional turn-based roguelike with nearly infinite customization and freedom. In it, you fight against hordes of undead, eldritch monsters, aliens, and horrors from both myth and magic. We are role-playing as Aiden, a nerd with cybernetics and intense telekinetic powers. During the first portal storm, as the world shattered, he was visited by a strange, monstrous, mechanical figure who gave him an alien crystal and bid him to seek the Qud. Disappearing as quickly as it came, the visitor's gift unlocked Aiden's potential for psionics and allowed him to survive in a world hostile to him. With regenerative cybernetics from a life-saving surgery to support his frail and flimsy body, and a reliable telekinetic shove to grind enemies against walls, Aiden quickly got a handle on the situation. He used his knowledge and intelligence to scour his mid-city apartment for the resources to make tools, weapons, and armor. Even so, the hordes outside grew nightly, and he was trapped indoors, unable to venture out. Then, one day, the storms came back. In them, he saw another vision, a distant location that called to him, far off to the north. He knew he couldn't sit and shelter down in his apartment anymore. It wasn't getting him anywhere. Aiden knew a great lake lay north of the town, so he set out to build a canoe in pieces, finding a wheeled trash can nearby to transport it. Venturing out at night to avoid the largest of the hordes, our intrepid nerd made it to the northern coast and crossed the enormous lake to find the place in his visions. A forge of wonders. A great smithy inhabited by magical creatures, a mysterious librarian, and a forge god capable of creating powerful magical artifacts. But most importantly, was an oracle. One who told Aiden about the world, the Qud, and the great malediction that caused this cataclysm. A short time later, Aiden landed on the coast and met the Qud themselves. They were travelers, not from other worlds, but from other versions of Earth, versions that also succumbed to the portal storms. From his meeting with the Qud, he was led to Hub 01, a reclusive order of scientists, hiding in a bunker laboratory, but willing to offer goods in trade for jobs. Ever the optimist, Aiden faces the cataclysm not as a place to survive, but a place to live. A playground for a person quickly becoming a bionic and psionic monster. Now, outfitted with a magical sword from the Forge, incredible futuristic armor from the Hub, and many new cybernetics from the Qud, Aiden is ready to continue his journey. A few days has passed since his journey with Cranberry, and we have learned some new psionics. We have also taken the time to learn Knife Shot, which is a very unique spell in the fact that it doesn't actually cost mana. It costs kilojoules from his bionic systems. It also requires us to have a knife in our pocket somewhere. We also learned Momentum Alteration. If we activate this, it makes us much faster, or at least it says it does. I haven't been able to fully understand what it does. I do also know that Momentum Alteration makes it, but it also makes it so that we take less damage, but it is a very expensive concentration. We'll lose stamina fast with that. Today, our goals are set very high, much higher than usual. We want to immediately make some more coin. We want to make some cash. And two ways to do that is, one, we get to the aircraft carrier and we go ahead and loot it. And the second way is to make it so that we can move more items at once, which means that we want to go and get a set of controls and then go to the freshwater research station and see if we can repair the vehicle there. We'll also probably want to get a gas can and bring some gas with us. So that means that we're going to be going into Acushnet to see if we can find everything that we need here. We already have a car with controls marked, so there's that. On the way, we will check in with the Qud and make sure that they don't have any new bionics for us. If they do, oh man, we're going to be excited about that. As Aiden is approaching the Idzodi, we do see some bandits up ahead. We have remembered that they were there before, and that they might have guns. This is something we have to be very careful about, but I would like to get close enough to see them, get an idea of what they are and what they're capable of. We're going to turn on safe mode as we approach here, as we approach through the forest, to see if... Oh, look at that. We can see that they seem to have knocked down a tree trunk, cut down some trees in order to try and make a barrier, a blockade that might catch anyone. We hear blam. Someone is taking a shot at us. Oh, look at that. There's a blind there and a shotgun shell. Realizing that we have gotten way too close, Aiden is actually going to begin running, and we are going to take several steps backwards and try and get behind this tree to block line of sight. Okay. I think we're going to leave this guy alone for now. I would like a gun in order to deal with him. Although I did just realize that we left the gun on us, but that's okay. We'll sell it at the Idzodi. We're going to sell this. We actually forgot to bring the things with us that we were going to sell at the Idzodi anyways. So it's good that we'll sell at least one thing here. Yeah, I think we'll leave this guy alone for now. We're going to put in our earplugs because the Idzodi quadrupeds are firing at something, and I need to be able to have my hearing for whenever I speak to Rubik here. Wow, my ears ring even through wearing the earplugs. Wow. As we open his CBMs, it doesn't seem like he has anything new. Ooh. Oh, he does have new things. Oh, adrenaline pump. A stimulator system that is implanted alongside the adrenal glands, allowing the user to trigger their body's adrenaline response at the cost of some bionic power. If I remember, the adrenaline pump actually allows us to restore stamina. So that's a very big deal. As strange as it is, Aiden is also eyeballing this internal chronometer, a bionic module containing an atomic clock, complete with a silent alarm clock function. I think the reason why this might be good is, I don't know if this is true, but this would actually be very valuable to us whenever we have to go to bed with earplugs in, because there are dinosaurs walking around our island which keep us up at night. I've also been told that the throwing assist is very good, so we're going to be grabbing that as well. So yeah, Rubik, could you make me more? I want to become more than I am. We're going to start with the adrenaline pump because that's the most interesting and dangerous one. The operation was a success, which is good because I was a little worried about that one. 4% is still only 4%, right? And then next is going to be the internal chronometer. Success as well. You're very good at doing this, Rubik. Thank you so much for your time and energy. And lastly, we are going to get the throwing assist CBM. A success as well. So we're actually looking at a significant amount of things that we have now. It does look like the throwing assist is in fact fully passive, which is really nice. And so is the internal chronometer. So we don't have to worry about those messing with our CBM power. So we can be a lot more reliant on grenades now. And then the adrenaline pump requires 5 joules per action. Considering we're sitting at 350 kilojoules, which is 350,000 joules, we will be able to do this for quite a bit. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure this is the thing that will allow us to have... We'll either get a spike of stamina back, or it will allow us to have a significant amount of stamina over time. We are already more of a cyborg than we were yesterday. What time is it? It is 12:50 p.m. We have plenty of time. On the way there, we might check out this burn to ground and see if we can clear out the zombies around the flamethrower zombie, the zombie burner that will likely have a flamethrower and will be very valuable to us. Ooh, there's a crater here. If we get overwhelmed, we'll pull them back to the crater. I remember that he was around here somewhere, although exactly where eludes me and Aiden right now. Okay, we've spotted a boomer in the distance, and the zombies are sort of attracted towards the burner, so it's likely that these guys down here are going to be near the burner. There's the pit for sure. Okay, do we still have the gas mask on us? Half-face gas mask, and we also Fortunately, one of our comments has informed us that whenever we have the environmental suit on casual, it doesn't actually provide any of its protection. So we are going to pull the suit back up, which is going to make us uncomfortable because it goes over top of our helmet. But our helmet provides us so much protection that I think right now, at least for this fight, I'm not going to care. I'd rather the protection. There is a lot of zombies fighting down here. What are they fighting? Oh, I just saw the zombie burner. It's all the way down here. When bullets weren't enough to stop the end of the world, the military tried fire instead. Their failure is made manifest in this gas-masked Hulk. Its black suit torn and ripped. Its flamethrower dangling limply at its side is attached to a tank of napalm strapped onto its back, which trickles its contents onto the ground. Hopefully, No Hope doesn't ignore the fact that that man is definitely supposed to have a flamethrower. Okay, we're going to fight with melee until we can't, basically. We will use momentum alteration, though, and I think I will cast wind running as well. So we are at our best here. Make sure that we don't let anything get too close still. What is the range on our knockdown? We can knock this guy down. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Of course, knockdown is this. So that downed her, but only did a small amount of damage. This is a good time to test it. We're going to activate the adrenaline pump. What does that do for us? Adrenaline rush. We will have less intelligence, but we have increased speed and constant stamina recovery. With that combined with our wind running, it's kind of a pretty potent combination, I'm sure. Aiden tears into the zombie burner over and over with his sword, empowered by his things. And there we go. Flamethrower. So it says that we can't pick it up, but we actually can. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick it up, and then we are going to unload our lifting field and insert it into our lifting field. So now, not only are we holding it, but it should weigh nothing as well. Yes, we still only have 71 pounds out of 118. Very nice. And I think we're good to move on. It's impressive to me that Aiden was able to spend that much stamina, even while we had so many forms of stamina regeneration going. Yes, we're not particularly good at knockdown right now. It is a very costly thing to us stamina-wise. Oh, wow. 4 sealed MRE packages? Sealed is especially good, because that means that we'll hold on to them until we run out of food. We'll save them for last. Let's see if we can use knockdown. Maybe we can't. I was hoping that we could use knockdown to damage that guy. Oh, it's gonna take me forever to do it that way. We'll just go ahead and step up and do that. It did cover us in bile, which surprises me that it blinded me because I thought we had a gas mask on. We do. Oh, it doesn't have a filter. Well, shit. Hold on. Reload it with a filter. And then we activate it. Ah, yeah, okay. I knew that. I don't know why I forgot. And we're going to go ahead and activate our environmental suit as well, because we are very, very warm. It is the middle of summer. And in fact, we're actually so warm that it is slowing us down, more or less negating all of our benefits right now. We'll stop concentrating as well. Ooh, you're a problem. Go ahead and thrust away. This is why whenever I'm in town here, all of these kitchens, I will be looking for small knives to use with knife shot, so that I have things to do with ways to deal with these guys like this. In fact, I think I'm going to cast knockdown on him, downing him, and let's move away. Is the adrenal pump still going? Ah, it refuses to activate. So we can only use it every so often, apparently. That makes sense. There are some flesh raptors in the distance. Easily dealt with. I want to bring this guy up against the wall because I do not want to fight him out in the open like this. And as we get right here, Aiden does manage to find a place where we can do that exact thing. Per our usual trick, we just shove him back against the wall. Okay, we need to get inside and take a breath. In and out. Palm down. Steak knives. In fact, I'm actually going to bring up knife shot here. And see what we can use. Someone did point out that the spell page here should be able to allow you to scroll using the page up and page down button here. However, it's actually broken. Page up and page down scrolls on the left side, but not on the right side. And that's because of my UI size. I don't think there's a way around that. I don't think I can actually page up and page down the right side here. But it does say that X-Acto knife, paring knife, steak knife, all of those will work. So we'll take paring knife, the steak knives, and the X-Acto knife. And we'll be going to start taking rechargeable batteries as well. We used last shards? No, I don't think so. So now we have some ability to use knife shot. But because of our impediments, it still takes 6 seconds to cast, which is much too much time. I am curious, though. We can read store books and go to Fundamentals of Technomancy and look at this. So the cast time does get reduced down to 3 seconds, because it's currently 600, and it'll eventually get down to 3 seconds. So a lot of that is actually the base spell, not necessarily our impediments, not impotence. Aiden is not impotent. He is a bionic monster, or at least quickly becoming one. If we could find another working rolling trash can, that would be very valuable to us. With this +2 magical Geon, we do just wipe out basic zombies. They're not even a concern to us anymore. I would like to try this, though. So we're going to go to knife shot. Oh, it's too difficult. Even with a small amount of focus loss, it is too difficult. Well, in that case, we'll at least keep on momentum alteration, just so that we have a nice ability going to prevent some of the damage that we might take in case any of these guys get lucky hits off on us. We will always take the cigarettes because they will sell. They don't sell for a lot, but they're easy to get large amounts of. Oh, that zombie predator came out of nowhere and actually did manage to get a hit on our head. And then oh, that's what happened. He leaped on top of us and knocked us off balance, which allowed it to get multiple hits on us before I even noticed what was happening. Ooh, I need to be careful about moving slower. Okay, there's a necro boomer there and a zombie smoker. We're going to put the gas mask back on. It is active this time. Oh, I forgot. We can actually attack lightning zombies now, because the suit will actually protect us from electricals. I'm gonna close those so that they come to the windows. Well, with all of those explosions that we just put off, we need to move away. That's going to attract much too many zombies. We don't need that kind of attention right now. I really want to get to these controls over here. And I want to see about getting some gasoline while we're here as well. There is a gas station right here. Is there not a gas station closer? No, that's the closest gas station. We can get some gasoline. What the hell was that? Oh, I need to pay so much more attention. There's a shocker zombie right there. So we are going to... How long does this take to do? It doesn't tell me how long that action takes. We're going to start running. We are going to jump over this fence. We're going to pull on the suit. We really need to get a better helmet that doesn't interfere with all of this. And with how warm we are, our slowdown is so big. Perhaps we can get some sort of environmental Psionic at some point. I think it might just be a better idea to leave that group behind and move away from them. I did just notice that we're actually so slow right now that it is taking us about 1.5 seconds to move a single tile, which is probably why I keep getting surprised by things. Where's that shocker? He's behind us. I do want to move away from that. Oh man, this city is just flush with zombies. If we're going to get anything done here, we will have to clear some of them out. But I don't want to deal with the shocker zombie right away. Okay, we did get shot by lightning. Did it hurt us? Lightning arched towards us. Oh, we're literally standing in it. No effect. Hell yes, that is so nice. The environmental suit has fully protected us from the lightning. Oh man, that completely protects you from electrical discharges. That is such a big deal. Waiting for that zombie brute to come around the corner, if it's going to. Use a little bit of psionic power here. Can we activate our adrenaline pump again to get some stamina back? As the zombies come around, we immediately thrust them backwards. We're going to close this door, and I think move across the street here to kind of, there's a deranged axeman. He's north of us. Kind of try and lose a portion of that particular horde. We'll wait for them to get closer. We're going to move the deranged axeman away. There's a grabber zombie. Take a few swings at it. Let him grab me. That's okay. What the hell is that? A hulking horror. What once may have been a dog is now a grotesquely swollen monstrosity, standing on four limbs as wide as trash cans, showing massive, jagged teeth. Okay. The city is not being very good to us. And unfortunately, with how hot we are losing a lot of stamina right now. Okay, so what's the best way to handle this? We need to really just take control of the situation again. There's a roof here we can move to. Oh, a bunch of seeds here. Very nice. It's also a building, but there's no good windows to stop and fight things. That building might be the best idea because it's directly away from all these things. Yeah. As we go in, the hulking horror makes a rush for us. Oh, that's not good. As he comes in, a zombie blank was waiting inside, turning off our abilities. Aiden knows that this is officially a problem as he swipes out with his Xion, knowing he needs to get rid of this thing as fast as possible. It pushes him back to the back wall. He swipes out again, finally taking it down. But there's two next to him as well. If we take out the Rottweiler and then we take out the zombie blank, we might have a chance now that that thing is down. Our stamina, though, is doing terrible right now. And we just took a bunch of wounds. Can we get out the windows to the side here? As we jump out the window, we do manage to take down the deranged axeman. Get a few swings into the net zombies. The dissolute devourer grabs him, and we move into the next building. Let's catch our breath for as long as we can. That wasn't much, but it's something. City is a little bit more than we bargained for. We're gonna shove the devourer back, trying to just get rid of some of its ability. And seeing it weak, we just lay into it, taking it down immediately. Okay, we're gonna retreat back into the shadows here. I don't know why I'm seeing a little bit of a light here. Do I have something on? Oh my gosh, I had an archive on the entire time, which is not helping us. Not helping us one bit. And Aiden takes a breath in and a breath out. Just takes a moment. Calm down. Allow his abilities to take effect. We are very, very warm still. We're very overheated. It's probably the effect of the environmental suit being very warm in the summertime here. It has a 0% breathability and a very high warmth value. We're very close to the car that has the controls we want. However, as Aiden sort of makes a little bit of a pattern through the buildings in order to lose as many of them as he can. There are a handful of zombies out here. If we want to manage to do anything to the car, unfortunately, we're going to have to figure out how to clear out the local area. What building is this? This is an electronics store. I wonder if that door is locked. Hard to say. We're going to step back to this other building here. and head inside. Give us an angle and a windowsill to gain the advantage on the few stragglers that are going to come in on us here. Take a breath. We're in a lot of pain. We'll take a Tremadol. And while we're waiting for things to catch up, we will take a few moments to just eat some of the blackberries that we have. Just wait out the pain a little bit. We likely have spent a lot of kilocalories in the last few moments. There is an MP3 player there, and it's reminding me that we could probably activate our MP3 player in order to help a little bit with our focus. Okay. The amount of zombies in the street here has been drastically reduced. Oh, some of the zombies were tearing through this car. I hope they didn't damage the controls. Okay, the controls are still in one piece. We do have the tools. We made sure of that. We have the tools in order to get it open. But I want no zombies on in my periphery whenever I go to do it. So we're going to head down to the south here, to what used to be the gun store. And we're going to clear out this area completely, so we have no concerns. That explosion might actually help us. It'll bring in everything around us so that we know what is around us. We're gonna go ahead and take off the gas mask just because it'll help a little bit with our stamina and our concentration. And we'll only put on the gas mask whenever we have a reason to. Tough zombie grabs us, so we just immediately thrust him backwards. We still see a boomer and a skeletal dog. The boomer nearby. We'll toss the gas mask back on real quick. We're going to pull the boomer. As we went to pull him in, we accidentally did it the wrong way around. Come on, we need to get one step closer. Now we can pull him in. Take him out. Very good. We're quickly clearing out the surroundings. It's almost impossible to imagine what it must feel like to be able to so easily and quickly take out this many zombies with a controlled fashion compared to where we were on the first few days of the apocalypse, where even a few zombies completely decided where we can go and what we can do. Remember to take that off every time. In fact, there are no zombies that can shock us nearby, so we will unfold our environmental suit to try and be a little bit cooler. Zombie brute is a problem, and we shouldn't let it touch us, so Aiden just crushes it back against the window, shoving it again and again. He's seen so much stamina. Oh, and as we do, our powers have led to an insight. You can turn your insight on people, looking beyond the surface of their essential elements, if you can find out the proper technique. So we have a new thing called aura sight. It allows us to see people's emotional states. We also have the ability to learn Wave of Force, but we'll need crystalline dust, yellow crystalline dust. And actually we can check real quick if we have found anything like that. It's likely we can find it if we find a crystal outcropping, but we haven't found any. Okay. There's a zombie cop down there. So what we're going to do is we're going to crouch, and we're going to examine this vehicle, and we are going to remove the controls. How long will that take? 15 minutes. We have to remove the security system first. Ooh. So we can't get the controls out because of the security system. Damn, that means we're going to have to find another vehicle that has controls. Okay. In the meantime, we'll head to the gas station. But is there a mechanic nearby? No, there's no mechanic nearby. Let's head to the gas station. Our heat is doing a little bit better. We're only in the 30s now instead of in the 60s because of taking off or kind of untying our suit here. There's a zombie necromancer. It does see us. You know, we remember that there's a healer in the upstairs of this building over here. Considering how many zombies we're killing anyways, it might be time for us to see about recruiting her. We're gonna clear out these real quick so that we can have a private conversation, and we'll head inside. And it'll also give us a chance to once again take a breath. Hello, Manny Salmon. I must purge this land of its curse. Will you help or hinder our mission? Well, hello, partner. Blessed be, may you purge that which opposes the calm. Can I do anything for you? I have a job for you. Want to hear about it? Yeah, tell me. The world has fallen to chaos and death. Aiden kind of gives her a wide-eyed smirk as he realizes that she is quite dramatic. Remove 50 of the curse from this world. Assist me in purging this curse and you shall be rewarded. Sure. Blessed be, I shall observe your efforts and judge you as one of the many or one of the few. Okay. And I think she's going to follow us now. Yeah. She is going to follow us now. She is wielding a 6-round combat shotgun. So I'm going to go ahead and say that she is going to be a problem. And Aiden is kind of worried that she's going to get herself killed. And we're not going to be too concerned if something goes bad here. Ooh, as we step across, we do see a feral lizard folk. We're going to make sure that we stay out of her way whenever possible, pushing the folk back against the wall, crushing its body down. Aiden does kind of glance back at her to see if she has any response to our method of fighting, but whether she assumes it's magic, and she just fired her gun. She doesn't seem to have any issue with us, with our abilities. Perhaps she assumes we're a mage, or some kind of mutant. It's unlikely that she assumes that we have incredible world-altering psychic powers. Oh boy. As we had stepped downstairs, we saw a toxic exploder, and as awful as it is, we are going to be putting our stuff back on, and we're going to step down the stairs because this toxic gas is bad for them too. Although we don't want Mammy Salmon to step into the toxic gas. Where did she go? Oh, she ran outside. And now she's bleeding. Let's see if we can save her. Again, we don't want this to turn into a whole thing. So we're not gonna put ourselves in deadly risk to save her, but we will try. Aiden doesn't want to see one of the few sane people he's encountered in this apocalypse to die. Okay, this is officially too much. Aiden shoves one as he goes. Once again, our Halligan bar gets pulled from our hands. This thing just kind of like wants to fly from our hands. It's probably because it's awkward and large. And we are sort of getting overwhelmed here. So we step back, activate our adrenaline pump. Yeah, the shotgun blasts are just like the worst thing she could have done. The worst thing she could have done. Speaking of, that's a shocker zombie. My armor protected me though. We try and thrust them away and fail. This one's downed. I don't actually see anything grabbing me. We're going to head upstairs actually so that we can catch our breath. And honestly, I think we're just going to clear all of these out. I think we have the ability to do so, especially because this building has these barred windows. So we have a protective standing point here to get rid of these. As Aiden goes into combat mode. We do need to make sure that we don't get backed into a corner here, though. That would be how we lose this fight. They are, however, fighting in the poisonous gas, which is just as bad for them as it is for us. In fact, worse, because we are immune to it. They are not. Must be a smoker around here somewhere. Oh, he's right there. We're going to activate Premonition so that we can see where they are through the smoke, so that they don't surprise us. We are stronger than them. Their situation is actually our advantage. Their powers, their abilities, their mutations benefit us more than they benefit them. We can go ahead and stop concentrating. We'll reactivate momentum alteration because I didn't mean to end that. Step upstairs in order to catch our breath. Aiden is a killing machine. Not even the zombie Hulk. The Shocker Hulk concerns us much. Take a few swings at it. And we take it down. I'm going to admit that that was actually the first time I've ever taken down a Shocker Brute. And it's all because of this armor. We're keeping an eye on our back, using this hallway to the best of our ability. We did get a bite on our head, though, so we're actually going back into the darkness here. And we're going to immediately take care of it using antiseptic. Make sure that that is healed. Because, again, our regenerative bionics will keep us from being terribly wounded, but it won't keep us from being infected. I strongly believe that once we have a more powerful vehicle, a stronger vehicle though that can move more stuff, we will have no reason why we won't be able to head to the aircraft carrier and get some shit done. We will be able to clear that place out. As I think Mammy Salmon, we see a blood trail going off into the distance, but I don't see her corpse. Yeah, I don't see her corpse. Perhaps she got away. There is a way that we can tell. I will say it is a little cheaty and meta-gamey, but we will have lost our mission. I don't see the mission anymore. Yeah, failed mission, kill 50 zombies. So she is dead. That's unfortunate, as Aiden is using his powers of premonition and psionics to understand that she does not live anymore. Taking over the corpses, we don't actually find much. A few stragglers are coming in. Still attracted by the fortunate gunshots that our temporary ally had let off. I think we're about ready to move on. And I would kind of like to find her body. We're going to follow her blood trail. And I think we just found it. Yep. We'll go ahead and take her combat shotgun. She's not going to need it anymore. She had a fancy cloak, some gold rings, some cheese spread, a leather belt. It's about all we can get off of her. We can't give her a proper burial. So Aiden, having seen much worse in the apocalypse already, gives her one swift kick to the head, ensuring that she does not become one of the cursed that she so very hated. Take a breath. Head inside this building. We'll check for some more knives whenever we can here. Specifically, like, we'll start learning what the lightest of the knives are. And actually, since we're in mild pain, we're actually going to read some stored books real quick. We're going to read... Oh, man. If we learned to cure light wounds, we would be literally unstoppable. We could also learn Bless, which is also very good for us. I mean, it has a really long duration, even though it has a very high cost. We'll go ahead and learn that. As we were reading, tough zombie came in. In fact, we should probably go somewhere where we don't have to worry about the screen drawing attention. And we'll go ahead and go into here. And the reason that we're doing this now is because I want to make sure that we're fully refreshed and not wary for what's coming next. We are dehydrated, though, so we'll go ahead and drink some water. And we actually can get water from here and then activate our water purification tablets, which we have a lot of. Make sure that we're topped up. Let's keep moving. We're right next to the gas station now. Hopefully we can find a gas canister somewhere in here. It looks pretty empty, though. In fact, it looks incredibly empty. Hopefully we can at least... Oh! We can buy some stuff from these vending machines. We're gonna buy all of the soda out. I accidentally bought some empty bottles. We'll just go ahead and drop those. How long do these last? I think these are sealed. Necro wafers. Spoils in... Won't say. Here we go. 1 season. Yeah. Okay. So those are sealed. Shelf life, 12 weeks. 1 season, 1 season, 1 season. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff then. And they're also pretty light. So we'll grab all of this from here. We're still thirsty. Why are we so thirsty? That's very strange. I'll drink some more water and get more out of this and clean it again. There are some pumps out here. They don't do much for us if we can't find a gas canister. So we might need to search some of the nearby cars. Oh, there's a police roadblock out there. That could be pretty dangerous. Once again, in order to make this place useful, we do have to clear out the nearby area about as much as we can. And I'm hoping to be able to find some cars nearby. Have we seen any cars as we've been looking around? Because cars can often have gas cans in them so that we can move this gas. Yeah, there's several gasoline pumps here. We can probably use our cash cards to pay for more gasoline to get more gasoline out of them. Even though the power is out, they should be relatively functional. Very disappointed that there wasn't a gas canister here. Is there a mechanics shop? Now that we have more of the buildings? No. There's another gas station. We might as well check it. What the hell is that? Oh, those are the spotlights from the military place. We probably want to avoid those spotlights getting on us. Two things should happen. One, there could be automated guns over there. Aiden is aware that he saw in the riots near the end of the days before the Cataclysm that there were plenty of automated guns put out in the streets to try and assuage and waylay some of the riots. But on top of that, we have played plenty of zombie video games and know that those automated guns, now that the Cataclysm is in full swing, it's not going to make a separation between us and these zombies. Okay, we need to get here, push away the hunter first, and then shove this acid zombie back. Make sure that we don't get overwhelmed here. Can we use knife shot? No. We can use wind running though. Make sure that we have the stamina to deal with these. Can we pry this open? Batwing zombie comes up on us. Not too many out here though. We're still thirsty. Some books. Very nice. Did our strength go up to 10? It did. Good job, Aiden. I wonder when that happened. As we open the gas station, holy shit. Times when we wish we had grenades. Fortunately, we do take several of them down instantaneously. Thousand monsters killed. Incredible. Well, that's not good. We'll pour our environmental suit on. We have put ourselves in a little bit of a bad situation here. Letting a little bit too much go on. We will go ahead and get our flamethrower on. Or not a flamethrower, but our gas mask on. And with that headless horror much too close nearby, we are going to make a slight run for it. Aiden makes a mad dash for a nearby building. All of the screamers and screechers had brought in too many things there. Take a breath. We're pretty badly wounded. There's a lot of zombies outside. But they're not on top of us yet. They likely lost track of us in here. We'll go ahead and treat our wound with antiseptic. We'll go ahead and put a bandage on our other wounds to make sure that they don't smell us bleeding. And we'll take another breath. Breathe in, breathe out. Aiden sits down in the middle of the room, in the middle of the darkness, and eats a pretzel. We're gonna be fine. That was rough. That was almost the end of us. And we even managed to damage our Xian and all of that. But we're going to be fine. Take off our gas mask. We adjust our suit. Make sure that we're not burning up in the summer weather. We wait. Gain control of ourselves. Remain calm. We're still thirsty. I'm gonna drink some of that sports drink. We can feel our flesh knitting under the weight of the nanobots. And Aiden decides that maybe perhaps, with all of his advantages, it might be a good idea to wait until nighttime to continue this excursion. We do want to wait somewhere where we have full view of everything around us, but we're just going to go ahead and wait a half an hour till nighttime. And in the future, we're going to stay more aware of things like screamers, because that got really bad really fast. We'll go ahead and step inside and put these books into our our thing. And I think we'll probably just drop the DIY compendium because it's freaking enormous. It's not worth that much at the end of the day. Neither of these are. Okay. Night has fallen. We'll activate our wind running, or our night eyes, and take off our protective ability, which is probably the only reason we're alive, to be honest, is that protective ability. The momentum alteration. What is that? A swollen tearjerker. A bloated corpse, its ballooning skin blistered and rashy, and its face caked in mucus. The off-color orange gas that occasionally leaks from it makes your eyes water, and it smells faintly of pepper. I believe that means that it is emitting mustard gas, if that was to be my first guess. We also need to fix our tactical backpack at some point. It'll require... Oh, we can do it with a tailor's kit. Okay. So that's something we can actually do back at home. I want to take out a few of these zombies because I want to check this car. Okay, the tearjerker exploded. Honestly, for the best for us. We don't see anything in here that we want. Let's check the controls. There is a set of controls, but there's also a security system. We need to maybe find a less advanced car to give us what we want. It is a... What the hell is that? A gasoline zombie. A huge, bloated zombie that appears to have consumed gasoline. Fumes and flames escape from its mouth, and liquid fuel leaks from its waddling form. Hell fucking no! Yeah, that's awful. They've just heard where we were a moment ago, so we're going to move away from where they heard us. It does look like a lot of them have left the gas station behind, so we'll sneak in behind them here. We just need something that'll be able to contain an amount of fuel. Obviously something bigger than a gas bottle. We can actually deposit all of our money in here and withdraw it onto one cash card so that we can carry around less cash cards. That'll be nice. I mean, we have $2,000 on our cash card now. It's kind of amazing. Go ahead and buy out the food in these as well. As we open that door, a little zombie dog just immediately jumped out on us and bit us. That was very annoying. We do know that there's a headless horror around here. I'm sorry, not around here. It is right there. A headless horror. This headless zombie has swollen to frightening proportions, towering almost 9 feet tall. 6-foot-long feelers of black ooze blindly wave from its neck, violently twitching at nearby sounds. Its long stride allows it to quickly pursue its targets, which it pummels into a pulp with its huge, swollen fists. Unfortunately for it, it is standing against a wall, and it is slightly outside of our range. Aiden reaches out and shoves it, but loses his concentration? What? I'm sorry. What? We have a 0.7% failure chance with force shove, and we lost our concentration. We do shove it back into the back wall. And again, and just reaching through the window, focusing our mind like a hammer, we crush it so it doesn't have a chance to crush us. There's a chance that we might be able to get into the basement of this building and find something useful as a container. I don't think a gallon would be a good idea. Like, a gallon of gasoline's not that much, right? Like, I'm not insane for thinking that. Oh, there's the spotlight, the searchlight. We do need to be careful. In fact, we're actually going to get out of this building. We'll take our gas mask off again and unzip our suit, because even at nighttime, it is very warm. Why is our torso so encumbered? Oh, it's because of how much is in our backpack. At this point, even if we were to get gasoline from one of these stations, we'd have to drop a bunch of things in order to bring it back with us. So it might be a good idea to retreat for now and then come right back. Literally just like immediately come right back. And on the retreating path, we will keep an eye out for gas cans or anything else we can use to store a very large amount of gasoline. Oh, Oh, as we were moving, we accidentally moved directly into one of these searching spotlights. We're going to make a run for it as we get just outside of the range of it, and the zombies cluster and congregate at the moments that we had been revealed. We are going to get out of here. That was very bad of us. Our Xion is damaged. Our backpack is damaged. Our mantle and our helmet is damaged. We need to take a moment and reassess, recuperate ourselves. I think that zombie dog is literally smelling us because it is following us way too accurately. There we go. Actually, are there any dojos here? Not in this city. It's over in the other city. It'd be nice to pick up a martial arts at some point as well. Like, if we can find something like fencing or some sort of sword-based martial arts, that would actually be kind of amazing. We also need to spend more time learning knife shot. As it is level 0, there's basically no chance that we can cast it in the middle of combat, which is why it was useless to us. We made it out of the city. Wasn't actually that hard to get out, so we need to remember that this is our entry point over here, because this will be the way back to the gas stations very, very quickly. We can find a place that has a generator, like this evac shelter or this scrapyard, then they might also have a gas canister for us. For now, we're going to head back to the Adzodi. We will also head back to... Actually, we might want to take care of this bandit now that it's nighttime, because we're going to be able to get the jump on him at nighttime, right? Let's see how close... Wait, did he move on? Because we've already passed the forest. Huh. Honestly, as an out-of-game thought, I actually didn't know that these guys did move on like that. I thought that they just kind of permanently stayed in an area. This is a pump station. Oh, that's an idea. Hold on, I have an idea. So we currently have the flamethrower in our lifting field, right? So we're going to pick this up and drop our Xion because it went into our lifting field as well. And we are going to insert the steel drum into our lifting field. Oh, holy shit, we can do that. Okay, so that's how we're going to do it. We'll go ahead and store the Xion, wield the flamethrower, and I know people are probably going to be sad about me doing this, but I am probably going to sell the flamethrower. It's just not for this run. Although, I do want that steel frame right in there. That steel frame would be very useful for us. Can we get this open? Yeah, we can get it open immediately. Heavy sledgehammer? Very nice. We need to remember to come back here. Where's some road mayhem? What's the road mayhem? There's no way the controls on this is repaired, right? I mean, it's worth a try to check. No. I wonder, these places that have security systems? No, the security systems and controls are in the same place. I was thinking for just a moment there that there was a chance that we could blow up the security system, like literally just smash it in and not damage the controls. But since they're in the same place, it seems unlikely that that's going to happen. We head into the Adzodi, ready to sell them some goods. And then afterwards, we will... They keep just firing at stuff. Every time I come here, we take some hearing damage. We need some sort of bionic to make hearing better. I will point out that I did get an answer to one question whenever I came back here in order to buy bionics. I still had like 200 credit with him, and he had reset his inventory. So I think it is actually very safe to go ahead and sell things to him, even if we don't think we're going to be using his inventory right away. And we will sell the flamethrower for 50 bucks. Very nice. Very, very nice. The cigarettes weren't worth a lot in the end, but they were also, again, very, very light. Let's see if he has anything interesting to sell us. He obviously hasn't upgraded his CBMs because I was just here a moment ago. What do the protected lenses do? They protect my user's eye sockets. What does that mean? I legitimately don't know what that means. Does that mean that, like, I can't get... Yeah, what does that mean? Like, I don't know. Well, either way, he has some nice cataphract legs and armor and stuff like that, but that's about it. We'll need to make sure we turn on safe mode. I almost ran into one of those quadrupeds there. I actually did run into it, technically. But for some reason, despite the fact that we kind of ran into each other in the middle of the hallway there, he did not... Oh, it was here. Can we use premonition to see this guy? And we'll crouch down. Yeah. Ow! As we get close, he fires 2 shots at us. We're going to shove him backwards, and we will activate And we will activate momentum alteration as well. We're going to hide in the improvised shelter and see if he's going to approach us. Robina Flanagan. He has a 6-round shotgun, some hot pants, pair of sneakers, gold bracelets. The only thing of interest to us is the shotgun that he has. Take a breath in, breath out. How do we want to handle this? Knife shot is not an option right now. We can use wind running. Yell. Fortunately, he is too far away to use any other powers. He can't see us, though, as long as we keep him at the maximum of our distance. If we get too close, though, with that shotgun, we're going to have problems. Can we knock him down from this distance? No, not even close. This is where knife shot would be useful. Aiden decides to leave it alone for now. I don't know if there's a way we could deal with him without getting severely injured ourselves. We're going to go head to the Hubbo one. Oh. What was the end of world like for you? Cranberry Foster, Hub Mercenary, goes quiet. They chew their lip, looking off towards a point in space. I'm sorry. Too personal? No, it's fine. I promise. It's just been a hot minute, and I'm trying to remember it. It's been a while. Sure you want to hear it? Sure. They stare off into the point, thinking. Their wedding ring glints on their left hand. All right. Well, for starters, I lived alone in an apartment. I didn't have any family or relatives I really cared about, so things were a lot easier for me than they could have been. I've never really been a prepper, but I was into conspiracy theories. Not as a participant, just as an observer. I think information spread is interesting. They pause. I think it was in early March that I started thinking something was wrong. Like the riots were bad beforehand, right? And that just seemed like normal unrest. But then suddenly you're seeing it happening in other countries where the normal explanations don't work. So I dug deeper. And once I did, I realized that this had been happening since January and getting worse since then. That was when I started to take it seriously. But, like, I was a park ranger. I wasn't exactly making 6 figures, and you know how bad rent was. I couldn't buy a ton of canned food, but what I could do is can things myself. Not in tin cans, but in jars, the old way. So every paycheck, I'd use a little bit to buy 1 or 2 big glass jars, and on the weekends I'd spend a few hours filling them with food and sealing them. I started brushing up on the range, too. Proud gun owner, baby. So I figured that this wasn't going to be a problem a few months down the line, right? Just a flash in the pan. I had my emergency stock of food in case things went bad for a little while. Best case scenario, I never have to worry about it. Things go back to normal after a little bit, and I saved some money on groceries for a while. And I wanted to keep doing this for a few more weeks. But March 30th happened. Cranberry seems shaken and talks a little louder for a second. You remember that video, right? That was what set off alarm bells in my head. That shit was fucking scary. And at that point I realized, okay, I think things are about to get bad, and this is for real. I don't remember the video. Oh, someone was living under a rock, huh? I was in the hospital, lady? Give me a break. It was all over the news. Video on YouTube. What? Sorry, that just got me. Video on YouTube was a live stream of one of the riots in Minneapolis. A mom was... They hesitate. I don't want to go into detail, but it was real bad. Real bad. That's what set people off panicking. People started freaking out. I did too. I don't know how bad things got elsewhere, but shit was flying off the shelves where I lived. Empty racks, the grocery stores, everywhere you looked. I had enough food for a few weeks, but it wasn't a problem for me. But it still shook me up bad. Every day, some horrible shit was happening somewhere in the world, and things just got worse and worse. Then that insanity with Rhode Island happened. And once the national emergency came out, I knew that, okay, this is happening. It's actually happening. Did you know that I was still going to work that entire time? I don't know. It just felt meditative. I lived in a pretty rural area, so there wasn't really any kind of chaos in the cities and congestion on the roads. I could just take a side road there and have a day of quiet. Just the woods and whoever else actually bothered to show up that day. The park closed for visitors, and it was really peaceful, being there alone. Then the portals happened, and you know the rest from there. 2 days later, the world was over. There was a lot of chaos in my complex. I just nailed shut my front door, drew all the curtains, and kept my shotgun loaded, and probably slept maybe 10 hours total that whole week. I don't know if someone was there in the sky watching over me, but if there was, I'm sure as hell owed them big time. So how did you get here? I was kinda lost track of the days. Every day was the same. Eat, check the barricades, look on the internet, play some games with the sound off to try and distract myself. I filled up my bathtub, and once the water went out, I drank from there with a life straw when I needed to hydrate. Meal planning got easier once I was down to just my canned stuff. The internet didn't stay on for long, though, which I guess was a blessing because of how many people were sharing their fear and awful experiences in real time. I did that routine every day until that emergency broadcast came through that no help was coming. And then I knew it was over. It took a bit for me to muster the nerve to leave, but I wanted to. Had to see, you know. It was a shock. Zombies just walking in the parking lot. Like, sure, I could look out the window, but it feels different up close. I had my knife handy and I didn't want to make too much noise, so that's what I used. I stabbed one of my dead neighbors in the neck that day. They smile wistfully. I threw up on my shoes after the first one, but it got easier. I'm sure Aiden thinks back to the time that he literally pushed a cop over a railing on his second day in the apocalypse. Yeah, it definitely gets easier. That was one hell of a fight. My truck was still there and was on half a tank of gas. I thought, okay, this isn't going to be easy, but I can pack my food and the things I need to take with me into the truck and then drive to that building I know about that was so reinforced. They gesture around them. This building. The hub. So I got some stuff into a bug-out bag in the cabin, filled up the truck bed, and off I went. The roads were bad, but I'm not a bad driver. Zombies are slow. And the rest is history. If only, huh? No, not quite. About 5 miles away, I hit a bad pothole and skidded off the road and got stuck. That's not a problem on its own, but a few minutes into trying to get it unstuck, I saw a big furrow of dirt coming towards me and decided, you know what? Maybe I should get off the side of the road. So I grabbed my bug-out bag from the cabin and a little food from the bed, and I book it onto the road. Now, I don't know what this thing was, but it hit the truck from below and flipped it over. That was enough to make me say, nope, I can go on foot. It took me a few days from there. I had a heavy load, and it was slow going. I slept on the road the first night because I was so freaked out by what I saw. But the day after, I got the nerves to walk through the woods. I had a tent, so it wasn't so bad. Every now and then, I'd run into a zombie or a wrecked car that still had some of them buckled in. I left my shotgun behind in the truck, so I got better at using the knife. It gets easier, you know? Aiden probably nods. A while later, I made it here. The gate was open, so I just walked right in. I tried the intercom, but nobody answered, which I'm sure you had happened to you too. Then I realized, this building is super reinforced, unlocked, and seems abandoned now. Why don't I just stay here? So I set up my stuff in this here lobby and I spent the night there. Then I try the intercom again. Did they answer that time? Ooh boy, yes they did, and let me tell you, they were not happy campers about me crashing on their couch. Now, these people don't tell me who they are, but they tell me to get off the premises immediately. I wasn't having that. I'd been through hell and came out the other side, and I don't remember what I said to them, but it was along the lines of, I've nowhere to go, and your building is nice and cozy. So if you want me to leave, you can come on out here and make me. Cranberry laughs. They weren't expecting me to bite back. So I turn off the intercom, and I go to eat lunch. When I go back again, the first thing they ask is if I want a job. Just like that. So it makes... Oh, that's a lot of text. Well, no. It was obvious they just wanted to get rid of me, but I decided I wanted to show that I was useful. They tell me to find a crashed drone somewhere in the surrounding area and bring it back here. no directions, of course. You know, just go find this drone in the middle of the woods. It'll be easy. But I had some tools in my bag, right? And yours truly was prepared for some drones in the park service. So it takes me a whole ass afternoon. But I find their stupid drone stuck in that tree. I can see the camera still on. So I pick it up and tell the lens, hey, you want me to fix it too? And I do. It was just a cracked frame and the wiring to the rotors was sliced up. The propellers themselves were fine. So I bring it out of the woods and turn it off. And then I open up the casing, solder up the wires, and use superglue to hold the frame together, which wasn't perfect, but I figured it'll hold until I got back home. And I turned it back on, and wouldn't you know, it immediately starts up and sits there for a minute. Like, what the fuck? Why am I working it again? Then it flies away, and I take my smug ass back home. And now the rest is history. I'm gonna try and bury grins. You got it. I asked them if they got their drone home in one piece, and it did. They said that my work wasn't bad at all, and I did a little impromptu interview asking where I learned my skills and how I got into the building. I got the canned intro of, we underestimated your usefulness, and like you said, the rest is history. Now we're here. That's quite the story. You seem to be feeling pretty good, in spite of the world ending. And I'm sure Aiden can, as I've mentioned before, in the face of zombies, Aiden smiles. So I'm sure he relates to this. Yeah, I guess I am. It feels nice to be putting all my skills to use instead of working an underpaid job, to walk around the same woods, flying a quadcopter around, and being a glorified PR rep to cranky parents who are only at the park because they promised their kids they'd go. Mind you, I'd still go back to it if I could. Their expression falters a bit. We all had our struggles, but things are different now, you know? We get to worry about the future in a whole new way. An existential way that we never had to consider before. Not really. Sure, there was the occasional newt scare, but as a society, we had things pretty good. Unless the dead stopped getting back up, I don't think things are ever going to go back to normal. Cranberry pauses for a moment, then shakes it off. Right now, I'm feeling at peace with everything, despite it all. Maybe I'm just in shock, and it all come crashing down one of these days. Things may get worse, but they may never get better. But I feel alright, and I think that's enough for me. Thanks for telling me. Cranberry Foster, the hub mercenary, smiles at you, genuine and warm, and feels nice to tell it. You're welcome. We spend a while in silence. As we were looking through, we actually do see some new things in here. We see some ballistic vanguards. Vambrances, which would be an upgrade to our prototype Vambrances. So if we compare the ballistic Vambrances, they have like 14 bash, 20 cuts, 13 ballistic versus 9, 10, and 5. So that would be a pretty good addition to our things. We also have a recon headgear here, which has a night vision mode on it. Very nice. Covers 95% of our head and has a much less encumbrance than our current helmet. I don't think it provides any protection, but I think that's because it's the underside of these helmets. So how much would that be? 201. We do have some of these Hub 1 coins. We actually can very much afford that. Yeah, let's go ahead and trade. So we'll go ahead and take off our armory helmet, which we've been wanting to get rid of for a little while now, and wear this recon helmet, which does cover our face. I am curious now, if we wear the half gas mask now... Ah, beautiful. They no longer collide with each other. Also, that's a pretty damn good look. Oh. Interesting. At some point, our glasses broke. We're still short-sighted, right? Or nearsighted. Yeah. We need a pair of glasses again. I almost didn't even notice that happened. And let's take a moment to look at the state of our... I can find the damn menu. There we go. So our head is a weak point for us right now. But our arms and legs and our torso, all of these are just really, really good in defense. This modular hub armor is just kind of amazing. So the only thing we need now is... I'm actually curious about the recon mode of this. Apparently we need batteries. Can we put batteries in it? Oh, look at that! It lowers a visor and everything. Well, doesn't that just look badass? Oh, it makes it very green, though. Let's see what it looks like outside. How much of a vision range is this? Make sure we're not concentrating on anything else. Well, that's kind of interesting. The vision range on the night sight is actually lower than our normal. What happens if we combine it? Oh my gosh, if we combine it with night eyes, look at that. That is an enormous range of vision. It's incredible. Oh, that's so cool. Is it expensive? No, it's only used up like 2 pieces of power the entire time. Very cool. Is there anything else we want from these people? This gunsmithing book would probably be very good. We'll go ahead and pick that up. And I think that'll be it for now. Go ahead and drop off our spoils at our vehicle. And let's head back into town before morning comes, and see about finding some gasoline to put into one of these tanks that we have. And hopefully it's not going to be so heavy that we can't wield it in our lifting field. Okay, we're good to go. We'll head back into the city, get some gasoline, refuel, be ready to refuel, I should say, the boat once we get it running. We still need controls, though. We need to find a car that doesn't have a strong enough security system that we can't get access to the controls. To be honest, while we're out here, I want to check out this evac shelter. There's a chance that there might be something there. You know what? Let's get the fuel first. We'll check out the evac shelter later. We do need to remember that our entry point here is down south. And to be honest, we're going to go ahead and activate the light amp mode. There's also an IR mode. What does the IR mode do for us? I think that's similar to our premonition ability. We're going to be able to scan for heat signatures in the dark, right? Yeah, look at that. We can see little heat signatures. Figure radiating heat. And we don't really super need the enhanced vision because our vision is already longer than the average zombies. So, plus I kind of hate the green. I think we're going to keep the IR mode active because it does give us a little bit more of a heads up before we get to zombies. And it actually has a much larger range than our premonition ability. Plus, it makes the mask look super cool. And we got spotted by the freaking spotlights again. God, there's so many of them. We need to remember that those are out there. There's a feral elf here. We need to take him down because he is going to be able to see us in the dark. Make sure to crush him down. There's a camera bag and a camera. I've been told that you can use a camera in order to take pictures of various monsters, and you'll actually get stored zombie images maximally detailed. Huh. Okay. So how do I see those? Is there a way for me to... Collections of monsters. Yeah, see, look at this. So we can actually collect a bunch of monsters using the camera and kind of log them. Although I do think that the camera had a flash on it, which means that I did just kind of notify myself to everyone. So we want to probably do this during the day. But it is kind of an interesting idea, and, you know, Aiden is interested in studying the monsters of the apocalypse here. The apocalypse is kind of just naturally interesting to him. Oops, we actually passed the gas station by accident. Ooh, does that have working? No, not a working trash can. We can find a working trash can in this place. That would actually be very nice. Now that we're at full capabilities again, these guys once again have absolutely no chance in dealing with us. However, the spotlights are a problem. That police blockade is making that first gas station not a viable place to get gas. I actually never checked these bodies for anything interesting. Oh, that's why. Hold on. We need to unload the steel drum because apparently it somehow got bleach in it. Maybe I just didn't notice. Okay, let's pick up the steel drum and put it into our lifting field first then. Oh my gosh. Our Xion ended up in our lifting field again. That's not what we want. We want this. Pull out that. There's a zombie brute we need to deal with. We need a wall for this guy. Aiden reaches out and just shoves him into the wall. Very nice. Horn to container. Steel drum. Okay. So we have... How much now? Gasoline. 37,000 gasoline. Do we have more room? We do. Okay. We have 23 pounds remaining, so we can still get a little bit more in there. Negative 36 pounds now. Okay, so we need to stop filling it now. Essentially, our psionic power is being overloaded now. What about the controls on this one? Damaged. Okay, I have a bad idea. We're going to put our Geon away. Is there a way to get rid of only some of this gasoline? I guess we can do this. We can refill the tank with some gasoline. Yeah, that brings us back down to 25,000. This is a little hard to manage. We can't siphon. Let's just empty one. There we go, 18 pounds left. That's going to be where we're going to have to stop. So that's 52,000 drops of gasoline. That seems like a decent amount. Well, at least be able to get the vehicle running. But here's my idea here. So the controls and the security system are right there. I want to pull out my halogen bar and bash this. See if I can only break the security system. I destroyed the security system. Okay, can I crouch down in here and activate a light and then remove the security system? Turn on our cranial flashlight and go to remove and remove the controls. That work? Vehicle controls. Oh my gosh, okay. So they're a little damaged, but it worked, which means that it might work again in the future, or we got lucky. Hard to say. But either way, we now have some vehicle controls, and we can get out of here. And we're going to largely just avoid zombies, I think. There's still some hordes here. This IR field is actually really useful to us. It's giving me a little bit of a heads up before they're actually within my enhanced vision range, which is incredibly useful for obvious reasons. Okay, and we're back out. Beautiful. Okay, this dwarf is just following us. We'll stop and kill him. I mean, the dwarves and elves have a good chance of having Denari on them anyways, so kind of a good idea to kill them anyways. On the way back, we will check this evac shelter, just because it is close. We don't want to anger a shrieker. What the hell is that? A grim howler. It is a zombified wolf. Its mouth oozes with a black substance, coating its vicious-looking white fangs. I also saw something else there. A scissor jack. I believe that will allow us to lift up a car and to repair its wheels, for example. Ear piercing howl. Let's not. We'll use knockdown in order to knock it prone and then deal with it. Can we pick up the scissor jack? Yeah, it has a jacking quality up to 4,000 pounds. That seems useful if we're going to get into some mechanics. There's a lot of zombies attacking this place, so Aiden thinks that there's a pretty good chance that there's some people in here. So we're actually going to see about clearing this out. Maybe there's someone we can save, or some information we can get from this place. That is a zombie brute, though. So we're going to be careful. Despite all of our power, we do not want those touching us. And that's a boomer, yeah. We'll go ahead and activate our suit, make sure. Oh, hey, there's a working console here. Interesting. Aiden immediately wonders if there's anything useful to be gained from that console. Take a breath in, breath out. Continue fighting. A flurry of psionic power. We end everyone. Transition bifocal glasses. We can actually take those and clean those up, and we would have some nice glasses again. Let's check out this. Ooh, is that a lantern? That could be useful. It's an electric lantern. Evac shelter computer. The computer waits input. There was an emergency message. Greetings, citizens. A biological attack has taken place and a state of emergency has been declared. Emergency personnel will be aiding you shortly. To ensure your safety, please follow the steps below. 1. Do not panic. 2. Remain inside the building. 3. Seek shelter in the basement. 4. Use provided gas masks. 5. Await further instruction. Well, that didn't work out. Contact us? Refugee Center found. If you have any feedback concerning your visit, please contact the Department of Emergency Management Public Affairs Office. The local office can be reached between the hours of 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. at 555-0164. If you would like to speak with someone in person or would like to write us a letter, send it to... We make note of the location. Interesting. Does that actually tell me? It does. Where's the refugee center? As Aiden compares notes with his existing maps, he realizes that the refugee center is miles and miles and miles and miles away. Holy crap. But despite the fact that that is so far away, the furthest distance anything has been so far, it's worth consideration. We do check the basement very quickly. Make sure no stridlers or survivors down here for us to assist. Doesn't look like it. They said something about gas masks, but I don't see any here. So I think we're just going to move on. We'll go ahead and head back to the Edzodi. With our controls and gasoline in hand, we are going to head back to our boats, drop a few things off at the island, and then head out to upgrade our vessel. We'll finally have a motorboat. It will be louder, for sure, and we might not be able to sneak past as many zombies, but we'll be able to move so much faster that it may not matter. While we're out in the water here, I'm considering... Yeah, we're going to turn on the light amplifying mode, so we can see things a little bit sooner, because the zombies out here are kind of a problem. Despite having played with Mind Over Matter for, let's just say, a lot of hours, I think we're approaching 300 hours of me playing with this, maybe 400 hours of me playing with this mod set. I only just learned about 2 minutes ago that if you want to turn off an ability, you can, that's concentration, you can simply reactivate it. It is shocking to me that I did not know this for so long. I just realized that I'm being dumb and we can just park on the other side here. And we oversteered into the land, because of course we did. Because we're going to be heading close to the Forge of Wonders, we'll leave everything in here that we plan on selling to the Forge of Wonders. But we're going to bring everything else back into the house, and I will meet you when I am done. One thing I wanted to point out is that we did actually get power going, and we got our refrigerator turned on and plugged in whenever we were setting up our house here. So we do actually have a refrigerator. However, despite the fact that it was making our food cold, it is not a freezer. So it is only extending the life of most of our meats. But with the fact that we have tallow in here that lasts 8 weeks and smoked meat that lasts 3 weeks, it is still pretty helpful. Like, these scraps of meat are only old instead of completely rotten. And our dehydrated meat lasts 3 seasons. We're going to go ahead and put all of our food in here, and we're going to be potentially on the lookout for a freezer in the future. Although I'm not sure how we would get it to our island. Never mind, I know exactly how we would get it to our island. We would just load it up into our completely overpowered lifting field. I'm kind of glad on some level that the lifting field only has room for 1 spot, because otherwise it would be terrifyingly overpowered. And since we're going to be heading towards the Forge of Wonders, we will go ahead and make sure that we grab all of the books from this area. We're just going to leave a pile of everything else because we do have some sorting measures here, which means that we don't really have to worry about sorting things ourselves. Make sure and turn off the lights as we head out. And we might need a battery. This is for industrial grade tools, though. I think we would need a car battery, but it might not be required. I'm really hoping it's not required because I actually forgot about a battery. Either way, this trip won't be completely in vain, as let's go ahead and head towards the Freshwater Research Station and the Forge of Wonders, which is going to be a long trip. As Aiden rows up to the Freshwater Research Station, he is very happy to see that it is still here. We are going to take one flash of our... Actually, we'll turn off the night vision goggles first to make sure we don't blind ourselves here in a second. But we're going to take one flash of our ultra-bright flashlight and make sure that there's nothing nearby. I'm not seeing anything. We'll turn it back off. We'll turn on our normal flashlight and get to work trying to install the controls here. We'll first remove the existing controls, and then we will install... Oh, damn. We can't install the controls. And we need brazing rods, nuts and bolts, drilling, acetylene torch. There is a 60-liter tank, though. We can go ahead and refill that. That use up all of our gasoline? I think it did. Perfect, to be honest. Okay, so getting the controls up and going on this is going to be a little bit harder than I thought. So we're going to need nuts and bolts. I think we already have the brazing rods, and we have the mechanical skill. And we'll have to see about getting a drill. I'm just going to, while we're here, I'm going to check to make sure that we can't break down anything in here for what we need. No. I did just notice that there's some freezers down here. We can use our advanced thing here to see how much literage they have available. 1750. We could bring one of these freezers with us. It maintains temperatures of negative 80 Celsius. I wonder how expensive they are to keep going, though. I mean, worst case scenario, we can bring it back and just see, right? We can only break it down. We can't bring it with us. Can we move it? No, it's much too heavy. Damn, that's very unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate that we can't do that. We did also disassemble one of these pieces of electronics machinery here. No nuts and bolts to speak of. Just trying to figure out what we can get from what here. Got rid of one of the control stations as well. Again, lots of RAMs, LCDs, electronic scrap. There's a lot of useful things here for sure, but not the stuff that we want. Well, that was not as productive as I was hoping. I did not realize that we would need so much in order to get these controls going. We'll take the steel drum with us. I mean, this thing is full of gasoline now, so the only thing that we'll need is the controls. We can't paddle it, can we? Does it still float? Yeah, it's floated. It floats. I'm kind of curious if we could install just some paddles on it. So if we can install a seat. Oh, it already has a seat, so we don't have to worry about that part. But if we did paddles, or oars, right? Hand paddles, yeah. So if we had one thing of oars, we might be able to at least push it, so we don't have to come up here all the time. And bring it with us. Let's see if we can find some wood to do that. Is there anything in here made out of wood? Oh, here we go. Cupboards. Yes, okay. We might not have enough wood to do this. Planks, there we go, okay. So, oars. Perfect, okay. We might be able to do this afterwards. I should say after all. It is morning, so we can go ahead and turn off our flashlight. And let's examine our vehicle and go up to the seats here and install hand paddles. We're just gonna test it. We can move it. We probably want to turn off, control individual engines, and turn off the large cylinder motor. We still move it. Yes. Wait, was the motor actually working? Hold on. Hold on. Was the motor working without controls? I'm concerned about what that means. But either way, we could grab everything from in here and move it into the container here. Well, you have served us very well, Canoe. Very, very well. I'm tempted to take the folding wooden box with me as well. I mean, there's no harm in trying to take it, right? Did we manage to get it off? We did. And we can go ahead and install that here so that we have a little bit more storage. Beautiful. We'll take the vehicle controls with us as well, because we'll probably want to install that later. And yeah, we'll go ahead and try and paddle this up. We can only go about 6 miles per hour, but once we get a little bit farther out, I want to try something. Control individual things. Turn on the motor. Okay. For reasons that are beyond my understanding, the motor works without controls. Someone's going to have to explain that one to me. That one seems like magic. Did I just accidentally magic something here? And yeah, it'll allow us to auto drive as well at 12 miles per hour, which is about 3 times faster than we were auto driving in the past. That is really nice, to be honest. This is a significant upgrade. Also, with how it's working, We'll probably still want to install controls on it, but it does mean that we'll be able to carry a lot more as well. We'll also want to repair all of the dented spots on this, because a lot of these are dented and leaking, specifically the leaking spots. I don't care as much about the other ones. Let's see what we can get at the Forge of Wonders. Oh, Forge of Wonders. It's been a long time. I and Aiden are both very happy to see you again. It's always been one of my favorite places in the Magicalism mod. It's just very cool. And it's been long enough that they have new books. We have Complete Idiot's Guide to Technomancy with Lesser Quantum Tunnel, which will help us dramatically in situations like what happened today, where we could potentially get stuck in a horde. Or we could just buy Lesser Quantum Tunnel, it looks like. We also get a spell called Laze that just lets us shoot a laser. Oh man, that's really tempting. That's really, really, really tempting. Okay, let's see what we have to sell first. Oh, before we sell anything to her, actually, I wanted to test something that people have been telling me is a thing, but that I hadn't actually seen ever before in my life, is we're going to take these storybooks up to Valzane and say, yeah, I'm trying to give him storybooks, but he just doesn't care. So maybe he'll buy them. Maybe that's what I have to do. No, he has no interest in any of these. He does have a +2 glaive, though. That's a beautiful thing. That's a good 60 damage. And it's not too slow, either. What about rings? He has a +4 ring of strength. Okay. Well, we need to figure out how much money we can get off of these guys. Well, we got 178 from them, which is 7 dinar. So, let's see how much we have. We have 900. That's not enough to get a ring of strength. At the same time, we now have 10 strength, so we sort of need the ring of strength a little bit less than we used to. I would get the laze, but I do know that there's a bionic that allows us to shoot a laser as well. I don't think we need it, to be honest, because we wouldn't use it for very long. Yeah, the more I think about it, the less I think that I'm going to buy any of the spells that she has, because I do want to just focus on the bionics and only get a handful of spells. Plus, I do want to get Knife Shock up and going because it's, well, it's funny. We could afford a +1 glaive as a backup item. Yeah, looking through his inventory, there's some interesting things we could buy here, but I do think that I probably want to save for one of these attribute rings. Even now, even with what we have, we're very close to being able to buy a +1, and there are places I know of where we could get a lot of Denari very fast if we ever decided to just sit down and do that. But it is good to offload and get some more Denari as well. Aiden has his sights set high today, with an aircraft carrier brimming to the edges with zombies and loot on the horizon. It will take some setup and preparation to make sure it is not a suicide mission, but he won't stop until he's claimed some glory from this war-torn site. One of the first things that Aiden wants to do today is see if we can get any upgrades to our boat before we head to the aircraft carrier. We're going to be heading to the aircraft carrier today no matter what we do, and then I have some plans if we have some time afterwards. We will also be suiting up with a gun, trying to see if there's any repairs that we can make to our MP5 once I figure out where the hell it's gone. I'm sure it's around here. Yeah, here we go. HNK MP5. But the first thing we want to do is see if there's anything we can do to make repairs to our boat. So we're going to need our arc welder. What kind of fuel does it require? So I know we need the arc welder. In fact, I'm going to move everything that is like specifically just for vehicle construction, like the lug wrench and such, over towards the boat so that we have it nearby. Okay, we got a few things here. Let's see if this is all we need. I'm starting a bit of a pile. I've already forgotten what we needed for this. So let's go ahead and go back to our install menu, check the spot, and then go to controls. So we need a glare protection. We need a drill with drilling of 2 or more. And then we need an acetylene torch with 120 charges or an arc welder of 2400 charges. Okay, so let's go ahead and wield this arc welder and see if we can figure out We have to plug it into something. Do we need to bring this closer to the house then? Is that what we're looking at? Because this is kind of a long distance to stretch a bunch of extension cables. I guess I could temporarily move my battery over, right? Problem is that I don't really want to remove this because this is currently powering my fridge, right? Yeah, and everything in here is cold still, so we do also need a freezer at some point. Okay, let's see if I can figure out how to... Can I do multiple extension cables? Oh wait, I just saw it. Hold on. Extend another cable. So this is 60 now. Does it tell me how far I've gone? 56. 54. Okay, this is actually better UI than I thought it would be, to be honest. 44. If I get too far, 33. Can I plug it in now? Okay, let's pick this up. Wield this. Plug in. Okay. I can use the arc welder now. Good. This is working a lot better than I thought. We just need to make sure not to move this in the future or else we'll snap the extension cord. Although I was informed, and I did confirm this, that we can just repair the extension cords if we do that. We need glare protection 1 more and drilling of 2 more. I think I have a face shield for the glare protection, and then we will look into the drilling. Okay, so I've been playing with this for a little bit, and I'm noticing that it's telling me that I have 2400 charges on the arc welder. Hold on, let me show you this. So it's telling me that I have 2400 charges on the arc welder whenever I look at controls. But if I go to like repair a metal bolt hole, it's telling me that I don't have enough for like the 4800 charges. So what I think that is, and someone in the comments can correct me if I'm wrong, is that is the battery power on our grid, which means that if we want to do any real repairs, we're going to need 2 things. We need 2 things in order to repair the hull of our boat, which is, let me go to one that's pretty badly repaired. We need chunks of steel, and we need more power on our grid, on top of the fact that we need more mechanics if we want to repair all the leaking spots. We need a lot of other things. We need aluminum, basically, if we want to repair the 1-cylinder engine, but I'm probably just going to replace that, not repair it. I want electric engines on this thing, probably 2 of them, because this 1-cylinder engine is actually not enough to push the boat by itself. I tried this whenever I was out in the ocean. If I try and use only the 1-cylinder engine, then it's kind of fails. It says that I don't have enough engine power. The other thing we're going to need to find is we're going to have to go out in the world and find a drill in order to repair the controls as well. Some sort of electric drill would probably be the best, because even if I look up drills, a lot of these drills that I can make, yeah, so like a makeshift hand drill only has drilling 1. A cordless drill has drilling 3, but the problem is that, yeah, we need a lot of stuff for that. That we just don't have. So it's going to be better to just go to like a construction site or something. I'm sure there's a construction site here somewhere. Yeah, there's a handful of construction sites around town. Yeah, there's actually like 12 of them. So... Oh, there's a crystal outcropping south of Oshnet. Why did that not go up or show up whenever I type in crystal earlier? Oh, that's actually really important. Okay, we need to actually go there first. I know I was talking about going to the aircraft carrier today, but that's actually far more important, because right now we can start learning the more advanced telekinetic powers, and we need yellow crystalline dust for that. That crystal outcropping will guaranteed get us the dust that we need. We'll try and look out for some of the stuff that we need on the way. So the things that we need is that we need car batteries, probably 2 or 3 of them, if not even more of them. We're actually going to leave our steel drum here underneath this rain catcher, just to make my life easier. I don't want to have to purify water constantly. But yeah, we want to go to that crystal outcropping, because that'll allow us to learn a new telekinetic power. It'll let us learn new telekinetic powers in the future as well. Because once we get, like, we won't even need that much dust, right? You only need the dust to learn the power. And I think you needed to practice it, but practicing using the dust is not required by any means. As Aiden was traveling south, we suddenly heard kablam, kablam, and my ears ring as we barely dodge an incoming projectile. There are a bunch of bandits to the south of me, and they are firing guns at me Okay, we are going to activate momentum alteration. If we can. I'm going to crouch, I think. Where are they firing from? How do they see me? You know what? We're gonna run. I want to get into cover. We'll catch our breath real quick. And let's head farther to the west, I guess. Grim Howler. Never seen... Oh, that's one of those wolves again. For a second, I just didn't recognize the name. Yeah, I don't really have a great way of dealing with those bandits. And I forgot to deal... Got so excited about the crystal outcropping that I forgot to load and repair my gun before coming out here. So we're kind of without a ranged weapon right now. At some point, we probably need to get control over knife shot to use that as a ranged weapon, as a backup. Saw a giant wasp in the distance. Not a huge fan of that concept. Okay, Aiden can see the crystal outcropping in the distance now. There seems like there's some stuff here, though. There's a Gozu, whatever the hell that is. Feral Radiant and a Feral Esper. So there's two Feral Psionic creatures. What is a Gozu? It is some sort of unnatural cross between a bull and a man. Kind of like a Minotaur. Quite different from the Minotaur... Oh, should have read 1 second farther. Quite different from the Minotaur of legend. It possesses a shaggy white bull's head on an otherwise unremarkable human body. Clad in sagging socks and stained jockey shorts, it grunts and snuffles, drooling ropey strands of white slobber down its chest. You occasionally catch a glint in its eyes and freeze up involuntarily, like a deer in headlights. We also have a feral Radiant. A feral skin has some sort of radiance. Their eyes are bright with light, and there's a shimmer around their form. And a feral Esper that lacks the crazed look most of their kind have. Instead, their gaze is unfocused, as if listening to voices only they can hear. And we have a Kret, which we've seen before. Those are some sort of like alien dogs. I don't know how many of those are hostile, but the Radiance, Esper, and the Gozu are fighting each other. And Aiden feels a level of aggression from the Gozu and the Kret. There's also a Feral Adept here. Feral moves with a disturbing, fluid grace. Despite that, they bear the same crazed expressions of all the others. Okay, the Kret is clearly a problem. There's a rock behind us, though. Is there anything else nearby? No, not really. I really need to clear this area out. Feral Adept hits the Gozu with such a force it sends them flying. Okay, so they are fighting. He is going to kill those Espers and Adepts for me. There's a chance that we can get a crystal off of them. We are just going to sit here and watch the fight for a few moments. I don't want to get involved yet. Okay. Oh, so we know who's stronger now. That Feral Adept managed to kill the Gozu. What about that Kret? Seeing what's going on here, I'm actually going to head to the north, away from the Feral. Oh, as I was moving, a swarm structure suddenly appeared in front of me. Your mind can't decide if this is a vast structure, an endless swarm of tiny, flying, sharp things. The only thing you know is for certain it is too large to fit in the space it occupies. As we swing in it, it just vanishes. Okay, that Feral Adept is chasing the Kret out to the south. Double check to make sure there's nothing else here. I don't see anything else. Okay, we're going to crush down those bodies real quick. It looks like the two of them have moved off very far away, and we don't see anything anymore. Strange golden crystal. We'll take that. Crush it down. That was a Radiant, right? Does this guy have anything? Feral Esper. No. We'll crush his body down as well. Does the Gozu have anything? No. Please tell me. Glowing crystals. Thank goodness. I was a little worried whenever I didn't see too many crystals around here. So we'll go ahead and store our Geon. And what we want to do is bash down these crystals and pick up all of the crystalline dust. Oh, there's not that much yellow. That's unfortunate. How much does this stuff weigh? Really about nothing. So we'll just take all of it in case we need any of it in the future. What are we carrying that weighs so much? Oh, we're still carrying the propane tank? Oops. That was a hard oops. You know what we can do is we can insert the propane tank into the lifting field for now, just so that we're not dealing with the weight. We'll go ahead and break all of these then, see how much yellow we can get. Again, there's no reason to not just take all of it, because it's very light, and there's a chance that maybe we'll need more of this in the future. Plus, we don't know what color is associated with our more Esper-esque abilities. That's a lot less crystals than I would have liked, but we should be able to use that dust to at least learn our basic abilities that we have access to right now. With that done, I do think we're going to head back to our island and set up. We're going to set up to head to the aircraft carrier. I'll meet you there. As we were moving along, I decided that I wanted to try and check this radio tower to the west. It would give us vision of most of this forest. And as we approached, we saw a Mido, an alien creature of uncertain origin. Its shapeless pink body bears numerous sets of paired appendages of unknown function and a pair of ribbed membranous wings which seem to be quite useless. Its odd, vaguely pyramid-shaped head bristles with numerous wavering antennae, and it moves with an uncanny fluidity on its many legs. The other thing that I noticed is that, well, yeah, there's an amoebic mold here as well, but there's also a military cargo truck. And it looks like it's in decent repair. I would like to get up to this. So at least for the moment, and we're going to be very cautious about how we go about this, we are going to try to cast Wind Running on ourselves and hope... Oh, there's also a giant wasp. That's far away, though. Hope that the Mido comes to us to fight us in the woods. It is coming to us. Okay. So we're going to step behind a bush, slow it down, and we are not going to fight this thing in melee. Midos are... Oh, it's smart enough to not step on the bush. Shit. Line ourselves up. I shoved it. We're just getting another level in force shove. We're almost max level with that. Very nice. Okay, we really need to line it up to a... There we go. As it finally steps between us and a tree, we shove it backwards, crushing it against the tree. It has a moment of panic and shock in its eyes as the Mido realizes we are no simple survivor as our telekinetic force is shoving out against it as it is ready to flee, but Aiden is not going to give it that chance as he finally crushes it down. We would love to take the time to dissect this and take a better look at this, but I don't know what is around us right now. So I think instead we're going to ignore the mold because it will ignore us. Oh, we definitely don't want to ignore this slime though. I wonder if that amoebic mold was making those slimes. Aiden has heard legends of these black slimes taking over an entire world, as I can imagine that he's had multiple sit-downs with Rubik from the Adzodi talking about other worlds, and Rubik probably would have told him about worlds that had been completely consumed by black slime, so he knows to look out for them now. Okay, so there is a fully repaired vehicle tank here. There's some reinforced windshields and military composite armor on quite a few of these things. Where is the engine on this damn thing? I really just wanted to see the engine. Oh, I'm being stupid. It's probably up front. Okay, so there is a car battery, a diesel engine, and a truck alternator. I want that battery, although I don't know if I can carry it right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to remember the vehicle position here of a military cargo truck. And damn, I'm actually very annoyed that we kept... I was actually planning on using my lifting field to bring back a battery, but we unfortunately don't have room for that because of accidentally bringing our propane tank with us. And propane tanks seem rare enough that I don't want to leave it behind. Well, I was going to check this area, but there is a giant wasp nest here with a giant wasp guard in the area. They have murdered a lot of things, as we can see skulls and piles of blood around this area, and even larvae. So this is a full-ass nest. Seeing this, Aiden doesn't really want to do anything with that. That is a lot of creatures that are flying and fast in a unideal situation to be fighting them. So we are going to move back into the forest and continue heading home. As we were heading back, we actually found another survivor. We can feel off in the distance another human being to reach out to, Jeff Major. He seems to be running this place. We're going to put away our sword and approach tentatively. He has some sort of tow truck out front here. And fairly good walls, to be honest. He just doesn't have a front gate, which is concerning and confusing why he wouldn't set up a front gate. Oh, there he is. Is the front door unlocked? It is. His vending machine's empty, though. Let's talk. Jeff Major, scrapper. Haven't seen another face in quite a while. Not a living one, at least. State your business. Maybe you can use some for some of the scrap metal. Well, nice to meet you. You have any jobs you need to done? I have a job for you. Want to hear it? Tell me about it. Since business is increasing around here, I've decided to start selling more specialized metal. Problem is, I can't separate the metal out. Fortunately, I found some old schematics on a machine for this sort of thing. If you could get me 25 magnetrons, I can smelt down the sorted stuff into bars. I can quickly pay you in raw materials. Sure, I'll keep an eye out, but I don't know that, I even know what a magnetron is. Do you sell anything? Can you buy anything? Sure. Yeah, okay, let me look at your stock. Oh, look at this. He sells high steel, nuts and bolts, sheet metal. Okay, so this is going to be a good guy to come to whenever it comes to, like, we need specific types of steel. Like, high steel is actually pretty valuable and hard to find, at least in my experience. He has this full scrapyard. We're not going to go into any of the rest of his buildings, but we are going to look around, see if there's anyone else here. See if he has a rolling trash can. Looks like no. Okay, we'll pull our sword back out. Remember that he's here and move on. Well, there is this mine entrance, so maybe we can find these magnetons there. I mean, if he's talking about it being a magneton, I'm curious if that just means that it is like load-bearing iron or something like that, right? Man, moving across the field today is busy business today. As we were heading back, we actually spot an owlbear in the distance. We've seen owlbears before in the apocalypse, but we've been avoiding them for the most part. I did just remember that there was an owlbear in town, so I'm curious if this is the same one. As it gets closer, we're just going to shove it backwards, and we're making a break for the tree line, because is it faster than us, actually? It is slower than us, but when we're running, but only when we're running, I should say. As we're going to just try and get away from it here. Oh, man. We're slowing down because we're running so far. Can we wind run ourselves? Okay, while we're wind running, we're faster again. And I think it lost track of us. Okay. Whew. Breathe in, breathe out. Continue. Tired from the day's exertions, Aiden is going to take a moment to try to learn this wave of force telekinetic ability. And then after that, we're probably going to spend the day doing that real quick because we're very, very tired. We'll take a nap, and then as soon as we wake up from our nap, we are going to be heading out to the aircraft carrier. Yeah, we also need to see about repairing our gun as well. I don't think we have a firearm repair kit. Firearm repair kit. Oh man, we're actually pretty close to being able to make one of those. I don't know that we're going to be able to repair this, and it's very badly damaged. So maybe we look at one of the other guns we have. We could bring the shotgun with us instead. I mean, it requires shotgun slugs. Do we have any shotgun slugs? No. But at least we'll have a couple shots if we get in a bad situation. So we'll keep that on us. We're going to try and learn this wave of force, at least until we're too tired to keep going. We woke up in the morning and decided to spend a little bit more time trying to learn this telekinetic power. And I wasn't expecting it to be slow fall, of all things. Was that what we were supposed to be learning? Because it says wave of force. Okay. I think that was just a bug, because it does say wave of force here. So we are going to, we're going to come out here and, oh, hey, there's 2 Aptosauruses now. Wonder if they're breeding. Or like, I don't know. That's weird because there was only one before. So wave of force. Oh, it's a unleash a telekinetic wave around you that indiscriminately knocks everything back. Oh, we need to be careful about this because we could damage one of those Aptosauruses by accident. Okay. I'm curious if it'll tell me what its range is. See, like, whenever you talk about force shove, it says that the range is 12. Okay. Well, it definitely doesn't have enough range that it knocked this over. So let's go to let's say 1, 2, 3 and do it again. Okay, well, it doesn't have a range of 3. That's for damn sure. And the range is probably going to go up as we level it, right? Okay, maybe we can't push items. Unlike the Wave of Force or the Far Hand, which like, for example, I just shoved an item. Maybe we can't push items because I was standing next to something and I didn't push it that time. We'll go ahead and... Ooh! We also have enough metaphysics now that we learned grounding meditation. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so what grounding meditation does is it allows us to get rid of our nether attunement, which trying out that Wave of Force and spending so much time doing all of that did actually give us a bunch of grounding meditation. So now we will have a buff that says, yeah, we already got rid of one level of nether attunement. That's really useful, actually. Okay, because we spent so much time working on our meditation, Aiden's actually tired again. So we're going to eat a little bit of food and we are going to lay down for a very short nap and then head over towards the aircraft carrier. I did find out, I didn't mention it before, but I did find out that the internal chronometer does actually allow us to put in our earplugs and then go to sleep and still set an alarm, which is, in my opinion, incredibly valuable. I've never been able to do this in any run, and it's really nice to be able to do that. Internal chronometer wakes you up. Aiden wakes up raring to go, fresh. We have our combat sword. We have some knives. I did spend some time leveling up knife shot, although I don't know if it's going to be high enough level to actually use. We're going to leave behind anything that we don't need here because we're going to have a lot of loot. We're actually just going to make a pile for things that we don't care about, and we'll sort them later. We're going to bring a little bit of food and such with us as well, just to make sure. In fact, we're actually going to leave behind some of our tools as well. So we'll leave behind our socket wrench, our repair kits. These are things that I normally would carry on me because they let me kind of get things out of cars and such like that on the demand. But I feel like there's no reason to bring those things with me whenever I know I'm going into a situation where I'm going to need a lot of free space. I'm thinking that we might want to make some more lockpicks real quick before we go. Okay, we have our shotgun, we have some lockpicks, we have a little bit of food, we have some water, I think, somewhere. Yeah, we have 3 water. Plus, we're going to be on the ocean, so water is not going to be an issue. There's 900, 800 water in there as well. That's going to be really nice. When we get back, we can just purify the whole damn thing. Okay, and we have a lot of room in our car here, in our boat. We're going to get going. Honestly, I'm as excited for this as I was for finding Forge of Wonders in the Exodi in the first place. This has been a long time coming, for sure. As Aiden pulls up towards the aircraft carrier with his motorboat, we do see the familiar spot that we landed on last time. Some sort of loading bay that's on the water level. Fortunately, there is a thick layer of fog covering our entrance. Although, parking this thing is going to be a little bit harder than it was to park the other vessel. Never mind, I've gotten better at this. Okay. Driving in Cataclysm is not easy. Okay, step over, pull out our sword, and I think we're going to preparatively put on our gas mask because I don't want to worry about this. Aiden looks ready to go. Inside of our first room, we do see crawling zombie technicians, a mariner, and a dozen or so marines. Okay, we have a door right behind us. We're going to open the door, make sure that we're ready to go. This mariner is very badly injured. We will just immediately take him down. One thing I want to be on the awareness for, hold on. I know this is, so we're going to look at this. So we want a firearm repair kit. So I'm going to write down on a notepad next to me what we need for this, and we're going to be keeping an eye out for these parts as well. We are not going to be afraid to use our abilities. We'll reach out towards the zombie technician, crush him against the wall. I think there was something in the way. Oh, a jackhammer? Hell yes. Do we have anything in our lifting field? We have the shotgun in our lifting field. We also see a feral crewman in the dark here. Let's go ahead and push the crewman. Oh, amazing. With one push, we managed to crush him against the wall. He has a service handgun. How good is that? 26 damage. We'll go ahead and take that with us, to be honest. We're going to be careful, but we are going to use our melee whenever possible to preserve on stamina. And we're going to put in our MP3 players and play music. We need to do this in order to maintain a certain level of focus here. Oh, look at this. This is a storage room back here. Oh, we need to get into this room so bad. Okay. If I could get up to this door and close the door, that would be amazing. Okay, we'll shove this guy. What just happened? Hold on. Zombie technician pulls my weapon from my hands. Something else tried to grab me. The feral marine did. Okay, we need to step back, shove this guy back. I think we were a little overzealous there. Okay, Aiden takes a step back, breathes in and out. Well, that's a feral. Okay, damn. Try and take another breath. I have an idea. We're going to pull the feral over to here. Oh, he just does not want to deal with us. He does not want to give us the ability to deal with him. We're going to knock him to the ground. Move over one space. Feral marine is a problem. Shove him backwards. Yeet back to the feral marine as well. Okay, they're both dead. Close the door. A bat zombie came through the door just as we closed it, and Aiden flips his hand, shoving it out into the water. It might be able to make it back to us. I'm not sure. Yeah, he did just emerge from the water. It doesn't see us yet. Now it sees us. Step up. Crush it against the back wall. Okay. Breathe in and out. We're fine. Nothing's gone wrong yet. We'll drink some of this guy's water. Crush the corpses. We might start making piles of things that we want from these guys. Make sure to pull things off of them that we want so that we can find them again in the future. I'm going to pull out my halogen bar so I at least have a weapon in my hands, mostly to block with. As another feral crewman comes around the corner, we use knockdown on him, knocking him to the ground. Needing to get to our sword really badly, Aiden just swings out with the halogen bar and crunches into this guy's head. The first blow actually stunning him, and the second blow bringing him to his knees, finally taking him down, caving him down, his head down, even through his helmet. I am going to have to use force push a lot here, which means I am going to be quick saving because I am worried heavily about the crashes we were experiencing earlier. We do see a grabber zombie, a boomer. Okay. I really want my sword back. Okay, our highest priority right now is to get our sword back. We're going to use our grabbing ability here. Pull our sword towards us and equip it. Crush down the zombie. Another feral came around the corner, but we took him down very quickly. Okay, boomer. Knife shot is still too hard. Damn. We'll use a knockdown and then shove him back. I really want to get to that door. Okay. What we're going to do is we are going to wind run to speed ourselves up. No, stop trying to cast it on someone else. When running's too difficult, we really need to spend more time learning it. Okay. As you struggle to escape the grass, something comes loose. We tripped and a grabber zombie grabbed us from the darkness, pulling Aiden over top the heavy machinery. We really need to be careful. Some of these things cost so much time to move over. They just step out of the place, breath in, breath out. Be concentrating. Be decisive with our movements. What is that? Feral marine. Okay, we can handle a feral marine. We will knock him down. Take a few steps back. Swing at him, take him down. Yes, okay. Grenade. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Okay, it's really tempting to throw a grenade into this room over here, but I don't know how accurate that's going to be. Are there any ferals in here? Are these all zombies? Those are all zombies. We're gonna shove this guy in and close the door. Oh, fucking finally. Got that door closed. There is a zombie technician back here. We really want to deal with him if possible. We do reach out with our mind to try and shove him, but unfortunately he's at a bad angle and he just bounces against the zombie behind him. We're gonna come down here and close this door as well and make sure that there's nothing behind us, which there was. Okay, close this door as well. Good. We have the doors closed in the engine room here so that we don't accidentally get something behind us. Okay. I think we're going to reach out, pull one of them in closer. The zombie slipped and fell. Okay, as soon as he starts to grab us like that, we'll push him back. Wait, I thought we just closed that door. Two more down. Zombie technician down. Which is really good. Okay. I want to pull this one forward and then shove him back against the wall again and then crush him down. Okay. Good breath. We need to get rid of this corpse before it becomes a problem. Two crawling zombies in here distracting us. We'll come in here and just take them down very quickly. Another zombie soldier. Zombie marine. Shove him back against the wall. Take him down. Two more grenades. Hell yes. Okay, this room looks incredibly valuable. Hold on. So we have batteries, RAMs. So many batteries. Holy shit. Heavy plutonium fuel battery? What the hell? Okay, let's close this door. What the fuck is that? We have to look at that. A battery that uses a thin plutonium-244 rod to stabilize an exotic nano compound. It is universally compatible with all kinds of industrial-grade equipment and large tools. Although it stores a huge amount of power, it cannot be recharged. It has 10,000 power in it. How heavy are they? Oh, they're actually pretty light. Okay, so we're going to want to... Oh, and there's so many of them too. Well, this room is pretty freaking valuable. We have a voltmeter, transponder chip, more batteries. Honestly, there's so many batteries in here, we don't even need all of these. Looks like there's some more friends over here as well. We're gonna close that door as well. Come back here, crush down this corpse finally. One of the many things we're going to want here is ammo. We'll be able to get a lot of ammo out of here. I don't know if this sheath is large enough for our sword. I just want to check it real quick. 27 inches is the max length for this sheath. Our sword is 35 inches. So we're going to need like a scabbard for that at some point, I feel like. Sheath is not good enough. I want to be systematic about this. So we're going to come over here and unlock this door before we're going farther in. Looks like we have food. Anytime we're moving pretty far, we're going to turn on safe mode. Looks like a zombie military pilot. Not much to worry about. Take him down quickly. Just not even wearing armor. There's a console and such here, but it's all broken. Tons of tanks, but they're all empty. I mean, we could grab them in the future to use as tanks. I mean, it's at least that. Okay, we want to explore around here. Ooh, a hot cut. No, that's not one of the things on our list. And I think we already have one back home. I had to double check the list that I have sitting next to me here. So, another zombie mariner. Take him down quickly. Okay, I think we've gotten this entire zone here sorted out. We need to lockpick another door. I'm very glad that I brought lockpicks. I haven't broken any yet, but we may need to... Oh, of course. We may need to make more before we're done here. For sure. Do we have nether attunement? I just saw a tingling. No, we don't. Aiden sitting in the dark, working on lockpicking this door, listening to sweet guitar solos. And as he gets it open, we do see a crewman and a military pilot. We also see some books in here. A lot of books. There's some sort of, maybe church or small military library. We'll let them come towards us a little bit. Take the first one down. Take them both down. Okay. Anything interesting? Some ammo and a gun with some more ammo. I really wish we had managed to repair our gun before coming here, because this is all the same type of ammo that we need for our gun. All of these are essentially fiction books, so we don't really need any of them. Not even bothering to get close, we reach out with our telekinetic powers and crush these guys against the back walls. That bestial stalker worries me, as he is capable of chucking us across the room. It also has a carbine, but it's very badly damaged. I don't think that's going to be worth our time. We'll take his NATO rounds. Breathe in, breathe out. Continue fighting. As Aiden sliced through multiple things, we just found a Glock machine pistol. It's a 9x19 handgun pistol. It fires really fast. Yeah, in 2-round bursts. We're gonna take that with us. We might even use that here. We have this main engine room area cleared. Do we want to stay on this floor, or do we want to move our way up? I would kind of like to do this systematically so that we don't end up with anything behind us. And it's obvious that even this first floor, this lower level, this lower deck, has valuable things, as this like maintenance room here is just absolutely filled with batteries and electrical supplies. I mean, so much that we'd almost never even need to go into town. Another locked door, as Aiden is making quick work with his lockpicks here. Oh, okay, what is this? The Tommy mats. Heavy punching bags. I think we found the gym. That's not ideal. There are maybe half a dozen Marines and such in here. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to back up. And I kind of want to test something. I'm going to push this guy back. I'll put my Gian away. Push him again. And I'm going to pull out a grenade. Push him one more time, so he stays in the damn room. And we'll throw the grenade. Oh, look at that. It landed exactly where I was trying to throw it. And we're going to back up a little bit more and pull out our Gian. Push this guy back. Just in time to see the grenade explode. Oh, look at that. It took out several of them. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Unfortunately, there are still several left alive as well. As we take a step back, we're going to knock this guy down. However, it didn't actually hurt him. We don't want to fight that many all at once. We're going to back out about as far as we can. Is this a... That is not a feral. Okay. We're going to close this other door real quick. Take a breath in, breath out. Zombie brute! Okay. Time for breathing's over. We get an angle on him. In the corner, shove him. Crunch him against the back wall. I don't like the fact that we can't see things that are climbing on the machinery. But while they're climbing across the machinery, they have a drastic... Okay, there's one more back there. There he is. Two back here. They have a drastic loss to the amount of stamina. Sorry, the amount of movement they have, as they're incredibly encumbered by the machinery. Whew. Beautiful, beautiful destruction from this grenade. Just taking out almost all of this. We need to be grabbing all of the grenades we see, so I am going to go ahead and crush down these corpses. And okay, so if this is the gym, I wonder if... Okay, well, we found more gym. I'm kind of hoping that we might be able to find... I don't know, maybe, I mean, they might have manuals, right, of some sort. Maybe some sort of dojo manual, right? Close this door. We'll check that later. I want to clear this place out first. Okay, there's a door here. We'll go ahead and close it for now. With the sound of the grenade, I'm really surprised that we didn't draw in more things. I think this place is just labyrinthical enough that they can't figure out how to get to the sound that I'm creating. Which means that guns probably aren't the worst thing in the world here. It seems like they tried to barricade these doors here with some benches. I can only imagine chaos that must have happened on this boat, as they probably didn't all go feral, all become zombies at the same time, at the same rate. I forgot to check the door back here. It is locked. We'll close this door behind us to make sure we don't get anything finding us. But yeah, I can only imagine that's the chaos of partial zombies turning... partial people turning into zombies and others turning into ferals at different rates, causing a bit of a war on this ship, which means we're probably going to see a lot of signs of the battle that happened here. There's a Zedra memory card here. I've never seen that before, so we're going to put that up. Seems to be some sort of communication radio station. Long destroyed. We're going to close that door. We're going to know that doors that are explored but closed are no longer useful to us. Our lockpicking skills is getting a significant workout here, as almost every door we've come to requires lockpicking to some degree. Really glad that Aiden had spent a good couple days, honestly, back in his apartment tower learning how to lockpick. It hasn't come up until now, but it is definitely coming up in spades now. Aiden's starting to wonder if this is ballast, these standing tanks, because they just seem to be filled with air. Unfortunately, we don't really know how giant ships work, so hard to say. There's some super glue here, though. That one was close. That bestial stalker actually kind of cornered us in a closet there. Cornered us in a corner. That short hallway is not where we want to be fighting these things. Hand crank charger. Pipes. If we ever need pipes, we can come back here to just harvest this damn place. Aiden has gotten so familiar with his powers at this point that once one careful swipe of his sword, he can quickly follow up with a telekinetic push. Using both. Ooh. We're going to take this electric kiln. Using both in conjunction with each other. I think we're maybe in the main engine room now, seeing some sort of massive reinforced glass behind some sort of unidentified machinery. This pharaoh actually had a lot on him. Looting this place is actually going to be a job in on its own. Aiden walking through the halls, treating it almost like some sort of mega dungeon from a video game. Just seeing this place room after room as a place of loot and monsters. Oh, and here we go. I think we just found one of the armories. Hell yes. Okay, we have a hand press. I believe that is how, yes, that's how we make our own ammo. Yes, we have a hammer as one of the items for our repair kit. We'll go ahead and mark that off because we need an extra hammer. Large propane tank. What's a metallic smoother? Has a smoothing quality. We're going to just go ahead and take it. A hand pump has pressuring quality. Electric kiln, electric polisher. Sure. A saw. Go ahead and crack these barrels open. 9-round combat shotgun. It says +2. What mods does this thing have? Has sights and a mount. Interesting. A bottom mount. We have a... Oh my gosh! As Aiden sees 5 338 bolt action sniper rifles. 5 of them. 5 of them. Oh my gosh. Aiden is ecstatic to find a sniper rifle. What? I'm sorry, a standalone launcher? So some sort of grenade launcher? M75 grenade launcher? Some sort of gun we don't recognize? An M4 carbine? Stanag, more shotguns? And then just ammo cans for days. Okay. Well, okay. We obviously want these sniper rifles. Obviously want these sniper rifles. I think we're going to try and clear a path out real quick. Yeah, this is a clear path. Turn on safe mode to make sure that we don't walk into any zombies. And trying to leave doors open in a sort of clear path. Where is that guy? He's all the way over there. He must have been hiding in here. Okay, we're going to take a moment to bring some stuff out because we're pretty far out. Oh, we're so excited. So excited about the sniper rifles. While we're here, we're going to go ahead and reload our machine gun. We emptied out most of our inventory there. I actually did just learn a new thing that I'm going to teach you guys, is that if you're using the advanced inventory menu and you say, because I accidentally pressed this button, I pressed the comma button, which is to move the entire inventory just move all items, it only moved items that I had not favorited. So if you want to maintain things in your inventory while doing a move all action, you can just favorite things, which is very good to know. The other thing I realized is that because I was wearing this gas mask this entire time, I was getting a significant amount of stamina regeneration loss. So we're going to have to be careful about that in the future. And every once in a while, we're going to be checking the menu here to the bottom left and make sure that our boat still floats. Or Xian back out. And we need to remember that we're not wearing the gas mask anymore. Okay. Okay, Aiden wants to look around to see if there's a room closer to this over here that we can use to offload any of this. As we step up, we do see a feral crewman. I don't want any of that. Can our IR see through the ground? I don't know if that is something we can do. The staircase is pretty dangerous. Yeah, because of that right there. We're going to pull the body towards us this time and crush it down away from the staircase. Okay, I do want to... there's a zombie technician on the stairs. I don't like this. We're going to close that door for now. That pilot sees us. We're going to let him get closer first. Shove our way into this bedroom, which is full of enemies. Is this the grenade? Most of these are zombies. There's one technician here. We're going to shove that technician. We did a little bit of damage to him, but we didn't manage to take him down. Can we reach him with knockdown? No. Okay. Bestial Stalker. This might be a grenade. We're going to catch our breath real quick. Take a breath in, breath out. Make sure that we only use the grenades whenever we need to. Okay, how do we want to handle this? Bestial Stalker there. Brainless Zombie Marine. I think we head down the southern route here. Okay, that's what I was worried about. As soon as I stepped down here, Stalker got sight of me. I think we're going to back out a little bit here. I think the Stalker got caught on the bed. Okay, we took down the technician. That was actually the major thing I was worried about there. Is that zombie technician was going to pull our sword from our hands. Is this the Marine? It is, okay. We need to watch out for this Stalker, though. Kind of hard to tell the difference between them in the dark here. Okay, we managed to back out and take a breath. They keep losing track of us really fast, which is a great benefit to us. Okay, that was just a Marine. Stalker's back there. That thing can hurt us. If it gets its hands on us, we are going to be taking a lot of damage quick. I want to get it against this back wall so that I have a distance between me and it. Take it down. Okay. After a careful series of movements, making sure that we position ourselves exactly where we want to be, we do finally take down that bestial Stalker. It does not need crushed. Okay. We're going to pull the corpse out of the door here and close this door. We already see more zombies in other places. Ooh, a medic. For a second, I thought that might be a doctor of some sort, but just a medic. I'm going to go ahead and use a knockdown on the pupating zombie. And back out into the hallway. Making sure to breathe. Crush down the regenerative pupating zombie. Go in for the medic, slicing through all of them. And we don't want to deal with the sludge trail, so we just go ahead and pull out our telekinetic powers. Crush that boomer, exploding him against one of the beds. Okay, anything interesting in here? I think this is mostly a bedroom. We can close this door too. We just have to haul this body out of the way. Loop back, make sure that the bathroom here is clear, which it is not. Find one feral. It's so unfortunate being in that kind of spot here. Having just been in the bathroom whenever the Cataclysm happened. Do see bayonets. They're very light, so we're going to be taking them as we go. What's a combo cover? Military's officer's combo cover, a peaked cap. Oh, okay. I never knew what those were called. I'll move farther in. I want to move towards this northern edge and see if there's another place that we can pull gear out of this place. Ooh, some sort of storage room. Ah, and a diesel engine? What? Small electric motor? Ah, electric moped or golf cart. There's probably not enough motorage in order to push our boats, but wait, it says we can pry it open with the right tool. Where did our halogen bar go? I think our halogen bar got pulled out of our hands at some point. And despite the fact that it's favorited, it's not... You know what? I bet I know what I did. I bet I stored my halogen bar by accident. Let's see if we can find that real quick, because that's going to be kind of pivotal in order to explore this place. Alternatively, we'll check every room that we fought electrician zombies in. Okay, our halogen bar is not in the car. That's concerning. I don't know when we lost it. That's pretty important for us to have. I really hope that we didn't lose it and then immediately force shove it through a wall. You know what? While we're trying to find it, I think I'll just go ahead and take out this crowbar that we found earlier and carry that with us so that we can continue looking. Okay, I've done everything I could to try and find it, and I couldn't find it. But we're going to open some of these just to kind of see what we're looking at back here. Motor oil. I think that's another engine, V2 engine, cement, large storage battery. 50,000 kilojoules? That's a pretty important thing. Hold on. Can we put that in our lifting field? Wow. Okay, so we finally found something that is actually too heavy for our lifting field. Okay, good to know. There is a limit. What is a BB? Oh, it's literally like BBs for a BB gun. Okay. More scrap metal, medium steel, motor oil, rubber cement, jumper cables. That seems useful. Mild steel. We do have to worry about this staircase here. There could be anything up and down that staircase. Heavy duty frames. Military vehicle construction. Okay. Move past the stairs carefully. Drive belt, diesel engine. Holy crap, this place is just... It's literally a loot heaven. Mechanical pump, more engines, V8 engines, air jack, another arc welder. I'll have to push this crate out of the way in order to get to the rest. Copper, alternators, steel. Yeah, we found enough back here that we could probably make a car, let alone repair one. Okay. I am curious about the floor beneath us, though. So we're going to come back to this staircase that's closer to where we have been exploring up until now. And we're going to very carefully... I think I have an idea. We're actually going to put our Xian away so that the zombie technician can't pull it out of our hands. And just for a moment, we'll use only telekinetic powers. Let's look down. It says that there's a zombie technician below us, but I can't see it. Okay, there's nothing above us. That's very good to know. Very good to know. So the zombies are definitely below us. Hold on. I have an idea. So we're going to temporarily stop concentrating on things. And we're going to activate Night Eyes and then Premonition. Oh man, yeah, that floor beneath us is just packed with enemies. Okay, we'll turn Premonition back off and Momentum Alteration back on. I think this is a bad way to go down. We need to find another way down. Hit the shotgun back up. We actually put the shotgun down earlier because I picked up one of the sniper rifles and brought them to the car. These zombie technicians are a serious problem for us. That one's behind some reinforced glass, though. I don't even know how he got in there. So it's not a problem for us. It's a kinetic bullet puller. Allows us to disassemble ammo. That sounds really useful. A full-ass brick kiln. Okay. I need a shit ton of welding wire. Can we carry that? We can. Hot damn. Another locked door. Another bedroom. Ideally, at some point, we do find another set of stairs leading down so that we can check out the lower floors here. As Aiden is unlocking this door of his lockpicks, he has another thought. This isn't a dungeon. This is a mega dungeon. This is the kind of dungeon where He actually suspects he's not even going to complete this. He's not even going to finish clearing this out in a single day. That is a lot of zombies back there. Is it all just zombie marines? Yeah. Nothing too worrisome other than this technician. Although this is a nice way through the center of this area. Okay, we're going to step up and pull some of them towards us. We can deal with them. I got a few hits off on me. Not a fan of him managing to actually hurt us. Breath in, breath out. As that zombie came up to him, in one swift motion, Aiden had knocked him down and then stabbed him through the chest with a critical. Very, very swiftly taking down the very heavily armored zombie. Okay, we have another grenade. We can probably start using these a little bit more freely, since we have found several of them. Fortunately, those last couple guys did actually manage to hit us a little bit there. I'm going to see if I can find an IFAK pouch on someone in order to... I mean, there's been about 1 million of them since we've been in here, but I do want to find one in order to see about getting some pain relievers. Yeah, it looks like this is the showers. We're just going to make sure that no one's in any of them. We don't want any feral surprises later. It's insane to imagine that we've only covered a tiny portion of this place with this path of rampage. Although we wonder if this place is symmetrical. It doesn't look like it is, but perhaps we can find more ammo rooms. I mean, I can only imagine what else we're going to find in this place. We've already found so much useful things. Like this is like looting an entire town, but all at once, all condensed into one little space. It's absolutely insane, to be honest. I've never seen any loot like this before. We are trying to grab lightweight things that we can as we go along, just to make sure that we don't have to revisit too much of this place. Oh, is that a feral marine? It is. Okay. Yeah, I think we want to knock him down. Get a few steps back. Pull him to this door. Can we knife shot? He still can't knife shot. Still impossible. Okay. Anything interesting on him? No. We do have a crowd up ahead, though. Looks like they piled out of one of these doors. Some crewmans. A lot of ferals. Fortunately, the ferals seem to be, I don't know, less dangerous somehow. Aiden forgot to breathe as he stepped into a room thinking that it was mostly clear. It was filled with zombies. Fortunately, at least today, he didn't get punished, as he was able to get back out of the room before they got too close to him. Aiden takes pride in the fact that we have in fact cleared out the entire back section of this place, but just look at the size of this. So if our boat is here, we have cleared out about this much. Argiana's not over there. About this much of this place, and only one floor. This place has multiple floors. Oh, this is not going to be something that we clear out in one go, or even multiple goes, to be honest. This is going to be something that is... Where's that zombie technician? Oh, he's behind the glass there, so we'll go ahead and close that door so he doesn't just see us each time we pass through. Kind of do want to clear this main hallway, though, so that we have a path to pull out any loot that we want. Whenever we do give up for today, we will take a whole bunch of things with us before we go. Rewards for managing to get so far in the first place. As long as we're careful, though. We don't move too quickly. Or do anything too reckless. I think we can do this. Speaking of reckless, I thought this area was already cleared. That one was a little harder to take down for some reason. I think we're starting to get a little tired. I don't feel safe sleeping in my boat or anything like this out here. So if we end up having to sleep for the night, we are going to have to leave. As unfortunate as that is. Because on top of having to leave, we will have to semi-row, semi-pilot our boat back. Even though there are engines here, we open a door, a Bestial Stalker just leaps out at us. We barely dodge out of the way, taking down 2 more. Okay. Breathe. We're moving too quick. We need to slow down. Take our time. We're not in a rush. We have all of the time in the world. One step at a time. Oh shit, this room. Okay, that is a lot. I think we're going to back up. The ferals are going to come after us because they pay more attention. And then we are going to equip a new grenade. Shove that guy back. Activate the grenade. Throw it. Where did it land? I just want to make sure. Active grenade. Okay. Several steps back. Oh, our ears ring as we actually saw a portion of the explosion come out towards us here. Throwing grenades in an enclosed space like this may not be the greatest idea. However, look how effective it was. Holy shit. We just took down all of those guys simultaneously, completely reducing any threat of them actually managing to do damage to us. Whoever suggested the precision throwing arm CBM to me, you are a saint. How close are we to being in a straight line? Okay, we need to clear one more room. Looks like this one's locked, though. We're going to be a master locksmith by time. A what? Skeletal master. A strange zombie covered in bone plates from face to toe. Despite the added weight on its body, its movements are coordinated, as if capable of analyzing your movements. I don't like that. We are going to reach out, knock it down, and it's in a hallway. Shit. We don't have a good option here. I think we're just going to knock it down again. Just focusing for once, not on pushing it backwards, but on crushing it into the floor beneath its feet. Where the hell did that come from? Why is there an armored Apatosaurus in here? What the... What? Is that... It's hostile. Yeah, it's a zombified Apatosaurus. And the game crashed. I should have been saving more often. Okay, we're a little behind where we were before, so I'm just going to get caught back up to where I was. Okay, I don't know where the zombie master came from or went this time around. I wonder if it actually got attracted from outside by all the grenades. So this time around, with a little bit of knowledge of the future, Aiden's just going to come out real quick. I don't see it. Maybe it was upstairs? Downstairs? Yeah, I'm confused as to where that came from. Perhaps one of the bodies wasn't properly disposed of, and it transformed. Yeah, I don't know. I want to do things more or less the same way I did last time, though. We're going to activate another grenade and throw it right back here again, and then start running. Pour Xion back out. Yeah, it looks like we did a relatively good job. Maybe not as good as last time, but we did murder the vast majority of them. Somehow, I think one of these managed to get their dex save or something like that, because that zombie soldier was in the dead center of where the grenade went off and took no damage. Kind of impressed. Good job, dude. Okay, we need to clear this room because this room is going to be behind us at some point. Okay, we're good here. We're gonna take a breath. This is when we saw the skeletal master last time. We're gonna try and get this door open. Where the hell did it come from? I wonder if it just came from somewhere else in the ship here. Aiden knows that the zombies are evolving and wonders if perhaps leaving this for later, this ship for later, is actually a bad idea because they could evolve more. Okay. That is a Bestial Stalker with a bunch of friends. So we are going to once again take advantage of our throwing arm here. Get that in as far as we can. Close the door. Run. Okay. Didn't take down the Bestial Stalker. Oh, barely even freaking hurt it. They must have an absolutely amazing death save. Doesn't save it from the power of a force push, however. as we do finish off the rest of the room with that. Okay, there's definitely things coming in behind us. Maybe from upstairs, because now there is hazy clouds in an area we had previously cleared. And another bestial stalker. Okay. These things are the biggest problem that we have. Okay. I'm worried about the smoke, so we are going to put on our gas mask. Perhaps we need to stop with the grenades for a moment. We might be causing too much noise. This place is probably just covered in zombies. And I thought that they weren't going to be smart enough to be able to get to me. But it appears that I was incorrect. Bestial Stalker got one hit off on me, managing to damage almost every single limb in Aiden's body. Yeah, we really need to be careful about making sure that those things don't touch us. We're now in unmanageable pain, which means that most of our abilities are going to be hard to use now. We'll step out into the smoke. What the hell is that? A boomer glutton. A large, grotesque ball of flesh and fat. Seemingly vestigial limbs flop around haphazardly as it rolls across the ground. You occasionally cast a glimpse of bulging eyes and distended gaping maw oozing some sort of black sludge. Okay, this is not a room that I've cleared before. And then there's some sort of... Wait, what's a sleepwalker zombie? Zombie swollen with bluish, oddly sweet smelling gas. It summons around even more than regular zombies, as if intoxicated. I don't like this. I also feel like there's something there. We're going to push it back and close the door. We really maybe need to be more careful about the grenades. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. God damn it. The grenades, because I think that we've been attracting things from elsewhere on the ship, which, now that we think about it for even half a second, makes a lot of sense because, well, the ship is absolutely covered in enemies. With the amount of pain that we're in, though, I think it might be a good idea to leave temporarily. We're tired and we're in pain. Yeah, we're gonna leave for today. Aiden takes his craft and begins to head out into the night, fog covering his retreat. He loves the idea of this mega dungeon behind him. He loves how it is going to be a source of endless loot and fun for him. The idea of taking down an entire dungeon solo isn't a thing that necessarily makes him scared at all, but instead makes him excited. It's a real flex of his strategic ability and his powers. It is without a question that we're going to be coming back. We'll rest up. We'll focus on some of our abilities. We know where we were lacking. We need ranged abilities. We need knife shot or a better working gun. Even though the grenades were causing a lot of disturbance, I think that honestly just shooting them with a gun might be a worthwhile endeavor, or using knife shot instead. Using up some of our reservoir of mana, since we don't use very much of it. I do worry that the zombie soldiers are going to just be very resistant to guns, because, I mean, that's sort of what their armor is for, right? Like, they are literally wearing armor for the intent and purpose of running guns. So the guns themselves might not be super useful, and that's why I didn't use them that much either during that initial run of the mega dungeon that is the aircraft carrier. I don't think we're going to be able to finish this aircraft carrier anytime soon, but there are things that I would like from it, and I'd like to figure out how to get them out. I would like some of those engines. I would like a lot of things from that engine room, to be honest. I'm not sure how we're going to get it out, though. So if anyone can get in the comments and give me any ideas you might have to how we're going to manage to move some of that stuff out, because we can't just use the lifting field. They were actually too heavy for the lifting field. But either way, Aiden is home now, and we are going to deposit what loot we did actually bring home with us in a nice pile. We're going to probably leave behind the combat shotgun because I like the machine pistol even better. And Aiden is honestly going to go to sleep. He's had a long freaking day. And with that, we are also going to have to leave you here. ahead. After finding the confidence to venture back into the aircraft carrier, Aiden spent an entire day of blood, sweat, and tears aboard its metal husk. Dozens of military zombies were slain. Massive loot rooms full of welding supplies, ammo, machine parts, and some pretty useless stuff too, like a huge supply of toiletries. There were some harrowing fights against zombie liches, skeletal masters, and even just one stupid mistake, where Aiden got caught in a room with zombies piling in and stamina running low. If not for some quick thinking from the voices in his brain, Aiden would have surely died here. A careful grenade toss, then going prone, literally saved his life. Fortunately, we left in one piece, and Aiden went back to his secluded island with at least a portion of his spoils. If you missed out on the monster mash, you can check out the chill stream we had last week. A link to the VOD is in the description below. But for now, back to the story. After a hard, long day at the aircraft carrier, Aiden wants nothing more than just to have a day where we can kind of relax. And looking around his island vacation location here, we are thinking that we need to make some serious improvements. We have a lot of supplies coming in from the aircraft carrier. We've already set up our electrical grid so that we have 53,000 units of onboard power now, but unfortunately our solar panels are lacking. That's not something we're going to be able to take care of today, though. But one thing that we are looking at is that these Aptosauruses that are out in our field, it would be really nice to be able to take care of them. On top of the fact that we have been slowly gathering a lot of seeds, and Aiden's looking at the kind of the middle of summer right now, and knows that maybe it's not the best time to go planting, but it's pretty close. He's stripped himself of some of the heavier of his armor and environmental suits, so that we don't literally burn up in the summer heat, and we have enough water to last pretty much forever. So I think the first thing we're going to do today is we are going to make a to-do list, because there's a lot to do. So the first one we have on our list is we do want to figure out how to do ammo conversion. This might not be something that we can do right away. We're going to put a 1 here. But I think that we have a lot of the materials to do it. Second thing we're going to be putting on our to-do list is a dino pen / taming. We think it might be possible, considering how docile the herbivores outside are, for Aiden to tame them and perhaps either lead them into a dino pen or keep them in a dino pen. There is a way for us to build fences, and we don't really want to put roofs over top them because they are enormous, so we might want to see about figuring out how to fence them in. Ideally, we fence them in far enough away from our bedroom that they can't stop stomping around outside our window every night, requiring me to wear earplugs in order to sleep. The third thing that we're looking at that might also not be possible today is to repair and upgrade the boat. That would be a big deal for us, but I'm not sure how possible that is. And then we're going to say 3A is going to be upgrade power grid, which sounds like a whole thing and will require leaving the island, but at the same time, it's not going to be that hard. We can just go to one of the nearby towns and just start looking for solar panels on the roofs. Even if we get 2 or 3 more solar panels, that would be a huge win, in my opinion. Because this is a to-do list of things to do at home and not strictly things to do around the base, we're also going to say learn new psionics, and 4A is going to be master when running. And keep in mind that this list is not necessarily in order, because near the bottom, something that I think we should actually try and figure out how to do first is how to farm, ? Because Aiden has literally only ever played farming games before, and he imagines that just having a hoe and just hitting the ground with it is not exactly the entire process. Who knows? Maybe that's how that works. I don't know. Aiden doesn't know. We're just going to have to figure this one out together. This is going to be a struggle. I apologize for the oncoming struggle here. I think, though, that this is enough for now, and if I think of any other goals for the short term, we will add them here in the future. But yeah, so let's look at farming. So I imagine we have to make a hoe. Yes. So in order to make a proper hoe, we would need an anvil. But what's the actual quality called? So it just says digging and wood sawing. Well, if we go ahead and look at our backpack, so if you look at your backpack in your inventory and you examine it, it'll tell you all of the qualities of everything that's inside of your backpack. Now, the thing that I'm noticing here is that even though we do have wood sawing, we don't have digging. But I do think that we have a entrenching tool around here. Yeah, there's one right here. So we can grab that and we'll go outside and see about figuring out what it takes to start a farm. I do have this large patch here that is somewhat clear of bushes, so we don't have to spend too much time clearing bushes, and it's not really in the way, so let's just designate that this is the top left tile, and let's see if we can figure this out. So we're going to want to go to maybe digging and mining. I'm really not sure how to do this. You know what? I have an idea. Maybe we come over here and grab our seeds, and maybe Cataclysm will tell us based off of the seeds what we need to do. So let's type in seed, or maybe plant. Build planter. That's not exactly... Okay, we went over to farming and woodcutting, and there's still nothing over here. Just build an apiary and to chop a tree down. Although being able to build an apiary is funny. That's one of the components required is a swarm of bees. That's I laughed pretty hard whenever I read that a second ago. Okay, I'm not seeing it in there. So my next idea is to... Oh, maybe it's upturn earth? What does that say now? Upturn earth, an area of loose dirt, not easily traversable. Examine more closely, it's quite favorable for planting seeds. Okay, can we activate the seeds now? No. Oh, hey, we can use the use menu, and we can say blackberry seeds. Oh. How do we tend to it? We need fertilizer. How do we make fertilizer? So we have 3 different kinds. Well, this one requires survival, boiling, and a torch. And then we need clean water, bone meal, chitin powder. Most of this is pretty easy to do. I think we can get some droppings from around the island. I don't know where we would get the chitin powder from. Yeah, there is dinosaur droppings here. We're going to go ahead and favorite this recipe so that we can find it in the future. Aiden's going to go around collecting poop for a moment. It's kind of loath to do it, I imagine, but at the same time, he knows that farming is like a thing, and farming does revolve around poop a lot. Although we shouldn't spend too much time near these aptosauruses, because we don't want them to randomly decide that we're a problem. We've been kind of giving them space for the most part, and there's probably some value to that. So now that we're learning that we need droppings for fertilizer, it does seem like there's even more value to keeping these dinosaurs around. Okay, what else did we need? Chitin powder. We have that demon chitin somewhere, right? I wonder if that'll work. Yeah, we have a lot of demon chitin, so let's just say we take 5 of this real quick, and we see about making chitin powder. Maybe we can drop it on the ground and disassemble it, because it is not letting us disassemble this. Okay, maybe this liquid fertilizer is harder than I thought. The bone meal and the chitin powder is actually kind of like the only thing holding us back here. So maybe there's another fertilizer. That one also requires chitin powder? Why do they all require chitin powder? Or we can get ammonium nitrate. Okay, maybe the fertilizer isn't required. We're going to go ahead and drop the demon chitin back there. Please correct me if I'm saying that wrong. I've heard it pronounced so many different ways over the course of my life that I don't know anymore. We will go ahead and take a moment and make a little bit of an area here. We're going to want to put a fence around this. No, we're not going to need it because the aptosauruses are going to be behind a fence here soon. Okay, that should be good enough for now. Let's go ahead and plant everything in here. Oh, we can't plant cattail seeds there. Can we plant lotus seeds there? Oh, we can't plant either one of those there. Let me go back to the water here and see. Let's see, upturn earth. Can I do it here because it's near water? No. How do I plant these? And I can't churn up the shallow water. And there's cattail literally growing here, so I don't know why they don't want to grow there. I have a weird idea. I saw one of the options there was to dig a water channel. I can't build a water channel there. Why not? What am I not understanding? It says must be planted in shallow water. That is shallow water, right? I don't understand. I can't just go to the seeds and try and plant them directly, can I? Let's go ahead and see. Activate. Can't use a lotus seed. And we can't plant anything. No. Because it would be nice to be able to plant more of these, although we do have basically an infinite amount of them right now. Okay, so maybe we don't plant those then. We don't really have a lot of other seeds. So I'm gonna go around and see if we can pick all of the bushes on the island here. Make sure that we can plant as much as we can. Our farm's pretty anemic, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to add a new thing to the list here, which is going to be 5A, go get seeds. So that's going to be a new addition to our to-do list, because we technically got this one done here, but only sort of. We only sort of got it done, and I could not figure out how to plant the lotus or cattail seeds. Maybe that's something that we'll figure out over time, and if you know, then feel free to let us know. So what's the next thing on our list? Okay, I think a dino pen sounds like an interesting idea. I do know that there is a way to tame animals, so I think there's a feed. No, that might not be right. I think cattle fodder is what we would need. So we need a bunch of like wild stuff and raw potatoes. So in order to, well, we're expanding our list, we're understanding here. So in order to do that, we're going to need to have a 2A, which is get fodder materials. But in the meantime, I believe we might be able to build a fence. So I did see, so in order to make a fence, we need a tool of hammering, which we have. We just need to go back into the house and get it. And we need a fence post. For a fence post, we need 2 pointy sticks or... Oh, man. Well, this is a pain in the butt, too. Do we need a fence post for each fence? We do. Do we need a fence post for every type of fence? We can make pointy sticks. So let's make 10 of those real quick and see how bad... we also need that tool of hammering real quick. There is just a hammer around here somewhere. There it is. Let's see how bad making fence posts are. So my idea of where to put the dino pen, so this is our bedroom here. So I do want it to be away from our bedroom. I think Aiden's just going to be morbid about it and put the dino pen right near where we're going to end up butchering dinos or cooking meat in the future. So yeah, let's just go ahead and say fence post and put one right there. And can I build a fence there now? So we need planks and nails. Why does it say that we don't have that many pointing? Did I not pick up all the pointing sticks? We're going to build one fence post first, just to see like what's required here. I hopefully, or one full fence piece. I hope that, we seriously out of wood planks? We don't have any planks? Ooh, can we make planks? With a tool of sawing and a log. Yeah, okay. So we're going to need to cut up one of these logs to make some planks. Go ahead and wield this real quick. Cut a log into planks. Also made me some long sticks. That's useful, to be honest. Long sticks are actually just really useful to us. Oh man, planks take so long to make with a wood saw. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but hot damn, it's way better to just go and deconstruct something. Damn. That is way more intense than I thought it was going to be. What do we not need? We don't really need this giant bed in here. Yeah, in basically no time, we just made a whole bunch of planks instead. Yeah, no thank you. We're not going to be handcrafting planks anytime soon. We're going to go ahead and drag all of these out here. This should be enough for, I think, 2 fence pieces. Okay, go ahead and build a fence here. Mildly suggest where not to go. I don't know if this fence is going to be good enough to keep dinos in. That's a big question for me. To be honest, it doesn't look like something that will keep them in. It really, really doesn't. We might need to go back to the mainland for supplies of all kinds sooner than I thought. We're not going to make this too big, though. I think this is probably wide enough at this point. The logs are always going to be useful, so it's okay to cut down another tree here. I did just realize that this picket fence here does in fact not stop movement. Oh shit. Should have tested that first. If I deconstruct this, what do I get back? Okay, I do actually get the stuff back. What about a wall? Can I just build a log wall? Oh, that is so much more complicated. Okay, we did just find that there is something called a split rail fence. It actually says that it is a rather stout fence made of planks, fence posts, and suitable for containing livestock like horses, cows, and pigs. I think that's going to be our best bets. So we're going to go ahead and deconstruct the shitty fence that we made here. Fortunately, it does still require fence posts. So we're going to try and make one of these now. Oh, there we go. And you can't move through it. Okay. So we were still on the right page. We just were making the wrong kind of fence. That's good. Okay, so what do we need for these split rail fences? We need more pointy sticks, nails, and planks for each one. So it's still about 4 planks per. I think that's actually less than the fence. Yeah, it is. But we also need more sticks each time. So we're going to need a shit ton of planks, which means that I do really think that we're going to have to go into town for supplies on this one. So we'll go ahead and say 2B now is planks for fence. That's 2 tasks failed successfully. So we're going to look at our task number 3. Can we do ammo conversion? We're going to sit down at our workbench and look up ammo. No, let's instead look at what ammo does it take for... Let's go for our H&K MP5. So one thing I did do is that Aiden did actually take advantage of the fact that we now have a gunsmith repair kit, and we fully repaired our MP5 now, which is amazing. In fact, we actually need to drop it and wear it on our back because I want to get used to wearing this. And it's not too encumbering, to be honest. And it doesn't do a ton of damage, but it is very silent. This requires 9x19 ammo. So let's see if we have 9x19. This is a 9x19 round clip. Oh, this is a clip. Okay, so I don't think we have the ability to make the ammo for this. Yeah, we have a bunch of ammo recipes, but it looks like we're missing a bunch of ammo recipes as well. So that's probably something that comes in books. So here's the question: is the sniper rifle requires 338s? Do we have 338.33? No, we don't have 338 either. So we can't make any of the ammos that we want. So we'll go ahead and update that now. Man, we haven't succeeded at anything today. Okay, so now we know that we need ammo books. In order to get dino taming done, we need fodder materials and planks for the fence. We want to upgrade the boats. We need to upgrade the power grid. I already know that ahead of times. But we can learn new psionics and master wind running, but it's probably better to do that at night whenever we don't have anything to do. So what we probably should do is we should look at town here, the closest town. There is a nest over here, so maybe we can get eggs once we have a fence going. And we should see if we can find any places that will have seeds, like maybe the botanical garden. Well, we'll need to see if we have any places that have seeds and some other stuff to see if we can possibly get this going. So, okay, after some looking around, we did find some gardening supply stores, but it's back in Ire, the original town that Aiden started in, which is probably a zombie mess by now. It might be easier to go into this town and just get planks, just like get an absolute crap ton of planks in order to finish building the fence and try and get animals tamed, and then maybe just trying to look around for bushes. I mean, it's summertime, right? So we can probably easily find bushes and trees and etc. that we can get everything we need from, right? Everything we need for the cattle feed in order to attempt to tame these aptosauruses and move them somewhere. Plus, we can try and see about getting seeds for this stuff as well. Although I do think that gardening supply is going to be a better choice all around for that. We can also look through this town as well to see if we can find any solar panels. We were almost out of the door before Aiden realized that he's actually kind of hungry, tired, warm. I mean, he did just dig up an entire farm today, so we're going to probably spend the rest of the night accomplishing the last task on our list, which is learning a little bit more about our psionics and getting a freaking nap. Okay, we have our Farhand and Knockdown up to level 6 now, which I think is a good place to start learning new psionic abilities. Momentum Alteration and Wave of Force are definitely next, but I am worried about spending too much time training with Wave of Force because it does require Yellow Crystalline Dust each time, which will be required in order to learn new abilities. So we are going to train on it once, and then we might just like go outside and train this one day, like literally just train it into the atmosphere, because even though that's going to take way more time, it's not going to require the yellow dust, which is a limited resource for us. Because I don't want to run out of the resources required in order to gain new powers in the future. Aiden is weary from the entire day of farming and training. We didn't manage to level up Wave of Force, unfortunately, which is probably going to be something that we need in order to unlock new powers, but we did get Momentum Alteration up to 4, Knockdown up to 6, and Farhand up to 6 as well. Those things are things that will unlock further powers from us. Our Force Shove is nearly at max level, so it needs absolutely no work. We use it quite often. And with that, we're going to go to sleep, and tomorrow we will be working on going to town and seeing about getting what we can in town for supplies to improve the island. Okay, with that, we're going to re-equip everything, and I was looking at our equip load earlier, and unfortunately putting the H&K on our back does bring our torso up to a very bad encumbrance. So for now, we are going to just pick up our H&K and let it go into our lifting field. We'll put it into our lifting field for now, which keeps our hands free for the most part. While we're in town, we're going to be looking for solar panels, seeds, and just an absolute crap ton of planks. The planks are going to be the easy part. We can literally just drop off almost any part of town to get that. We're going to also, I think, maybe grab some of our spare guns, and we'll stop by the Edzodi on the way in, because some, like, for example, the bayonets, right? Some of the stuff we just don't care about. We grabbed a bunch of guns, and we will turn them into the Edzodi once we get back into town. One thing we are going to do, though, is as we're going through the forest here, I think we're going to pick some of these bushes, because I would like to make at least one line of seeds, right? For, like, various raspberries and blueberries. Plus, once we turn them into seeds, they should, like, lose most of their weight. Yeah. I don't think all of our stuff should be raspberries and blueberries. That bandit's still there. Oh, annoying. All of our stuff shouldn't be raspberries and blueberries, but at least a decent amount can be, I would assume. And, oh, hey, a natural zombie. Been a day or two since Aiden's seen one, so just a gentle reminder every once in a while that we are still living in the apocalypse, despite the fact that our island is a bit of a vacation from the apocalypse. We don't really see much. As we're approaching this place, we are going to put on our earplugs because the Edzodi quadrupeds out here really like to shoot zombies. And almost every time we come here, we get our ears blown out. Glad we did, because as soon as we get here, we actually see that Rubik actually had his ears blown out for a moment. But yeah. Rubik, what do you have for us today? Let's like some alarm systems, anti-glare, bionic nostrils, enhanced hearing. That's interesting. An integrated dosimeter. Ooh, that helps with radiation. That's actually something we might consider, because we were a little worried about the possibility of radiation in the aircraft carrier earlier. The joint servo makes us better at running, but also makes us slower when it's not active. That might be something we look into whenever we have a better way to keep our power up and going, is what I mean. Now let's go ahead and install the integrated dosimeter. And now we have that. It looks like it's not passive. We would have to activate it, but that's fine. We do also still have our cable charging system. So if we ever end up with a very large amount of kilojoules, we can use our cable charging system in order to charge us up between sessions. But with the trickle charger, as long as we're not in a rush, it's usually okay. One thing I want to check out is this pump station. If there is a lot of places... Ah, here we go. For example, like this. We could probably find... Yeah, there's a lot of copper tubing. There's polycarbonate sheets, rubber cement. And more importantly, all of these crates, I believe we can deconstruct them, right? For a lot of planks. 4 planks each. So we could really pile up on planks, take apart all these doors and chairs and tables as well, and really pile up on planks and bring them back to the boat. It'd be really nice if we could find a trash can, a mobile trash can, on this part of the mainland that we can bring with us to be able to move stuff a little bit easier. Alternatively, it'd be nice if we could just get a car for the mainland, because bringing everything all the way up here every single time to get to our boat is going to be difficult. I think our main goal is going to be to get our power grid up and running a little bit better, which does mean that we're going to want... Ooh, I just spotted that owlbear again. We are going to want to check our roofs of these buildings to see if we can find any solar panels. We've spotted them on all kinds of roofs in the past, so I don't think there's any specific type of roof. Is that a dinar? It is. We should go ahead and get our search function going ready again, so that we can catch dinari anywhere we find them. We forgot to sell all of our stuff at Rubik. Oh well, I guess that happens. There's a part of me that doesn't want to kill this owlbear, because Aiden and myself does find it to be a unique and majestic creature, as horrifying as it is. But it's unfortunately in our way, so Aiden reaches out to the nether from which he gains his power, and as his first victim for today does kill the owlbear. Perhaps we can do a quick butchery of it. If they'll let us. Let's get something out of it. Something out of this majestic creature. I mean, we got a frick ton of feathers, so that's a thing. However, it is a mutant, so we cannot eat any of its meat. Damn. That kind of sucks. Ooh, there's a crowbar in there. What kind of crowbar is that? We're looking for a halogen bar again. Not a halogen bar. It kind of sucks because Ooh, what the hell is that? Bloated zombie. I almost would have loved to have gotten an owlbear egg, and then, I don't know, had a pet owlbear somewhere. As Aiden is going to pull up our environmental suit and pull our hat on. Bloated zombie exploded, taking care of itself. With this acid going around in the air, this poison, we're probably not going to be too worried about zombies, because it's trying to poison them too. It's trying to block their vision too. I was hoping to find a way up onto the roof here, because I'd like to get up onto the roof relatively quickly. We're going to undo our environmental suit and take off our gas mask anytime it's not necessary, because it is the dead of summer. It is dead center in summer, and it's going to get hot really fast if we're not careful. And if we start overheating, we're going to start getting really bad at combat. Ooh, hey, this garden over here. Can we... They're planters. I wonder if we can deconstruct these and take them with us. We did just hear some piercing wails from the east. Probably some sort of screecher. Okay, well, we got seeds and nails. There are a lot of planks, but we can't deconstruct the planter itself. Can we make planters? We can. They require soil and pebbles. The pebbles are actually going to be the hard part there, weirdly enough. I mean, these say mature plant. Are any of these fully grown? Yeah, there's a harvestable spinach plant over there. Interesting. That gives us spinach and spinach seeds. These planters would actually be even better, in my opinion, than just making tilled ground. At least that's my idea. I don't know if that's necessarily true. We're going to tear apart one or two of these before moving on for the seeds. Well, they do seem to take a long time. We also get some free nails out of these as well. They do seem to take a long time to tear apart, and we're only getting one seed apiece. Oh, we just spotted a slime? Oh, that's not good. We need to head over to that slime and investigate. Again, Aiden has heard tales of entire worlds consumed by black slime. Yep, it's happening. This world is turning to slime. We want to kill these. We want to kill these very quickly. I do not want to be living in a slime world. What the hell is that? Meat cocoon. Okay, so not everything around here is turned to slime. So there is that. I'm gonna wait for this zombie to get up against this tree here. Crush him back. And there is a zombie hollow here. We've seen these before. Things that have given in to the black goo. We do need to watch out for it. It has wacky waving stretch arms. We don't want it to get a chance to attack us. Okay, we did shove it back hard enough that it is down. We're gonna go check its corpse though, because it seems like it dropped something interesting. Just a stethoscope. Okay. That's not big. That's not that big of a deal. We have one of those back home. We're going to come over here, though, and take out these meat cocoons. I don't know what these meat cocoons turn into, but they don't seem like good news. Are those more slimes already? Yeah, we want to get rid of these. These are a problem. Oh, look at this. What the hell happened here? Huge pile of gore. Some sort of fight. Aiden didn't do this, that's for damn sure. Did the slime do this? The slime just went downstairs. Yeah. Okay, as soon as we come down, we're going to activate our ultra bright flashlight. Ah, that's what did it. I see. Giant wasp guard. Reacting kind of like a person seeing a wasp, a normal sized wasp. Aiden does make a swatting motion at it, realizing mid swatting motion that he does in fact have psionic powers. Crushes the thing in a single blow against the back wall. Yeah, fighting wasps in the basement's never a fun experience. Finding giant mutated wasps that can murder you instantaneously in the basement, slightly different experience. Ooh, that's more bandits. We might have to investigate them. There is a construction site here. Oh, it's like an open sewer. Yeah, it's an open sewer. Interesting. I mean, moving around the sewers of the town wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I'll yeet that Ravenfold back real quick. Take this guy down. Ooh, what the hell is that? Another zombie burner? Another free shot at getting a flamethrower? 3 zombie burners? Oh, hot damn. Yes, please. I think we're going to activate momentum alteration here. Let them come into the windows. As soon as one gets dangerous like that, we'll take him down. There is something coming in that is a problem. So we're going to tie up the sleeves of our suit, put on our gas mask. There's a bunch of slimes at the back here as well. And Aiden just lets them pile in. Okay, we got knocked down. That's pretty unfortunate, actually. And we don't want that guy to be on top of us like this. Okay, we're going to go ahead and that's the wrong thing. We're going to activate our adrenaline surge so that we have enough stamina to deal with that guy right there. And then we'll deal with that guy as well. The Hulk and the zombie burner going down quickly and flawlessly. Okay, now that those guys are gone, we're going to take off our gas mask because I think it's really messing with our stamina regeneration. Oh my god. Look at all of the slimes. What the hell is happening? The Headless Horror? Are they attacking each other? Can't tell. So the slimes didn't seem to come all the way over to us, which is strange, right? And this zombie burner does not have a flamethrower. This is what I was worried about before, that No Hope was going to take the flamethrower away from us. But fortunately, we did at least get one flamethrower previously. The flamethrower would have actually been really nice right now. I think we probably would have used it to get rid of all of these damn slimes. And we need to take a break. Just breathe in and breathe out real quick. Maybe get around the corner here. The slimes seem like they have very... I don't know. I don't think they are using eyes to see us. Oh, that's multiple ferals. We need to be careful. Don't get overconfident. Put our gas mask back on. It only takes a moment to put the gas mask back on. Calm down. Breathe out. We're fine. Let's go back around and see if we can figure out how to deal with this issue on the other side here. Oh man, there's just so much slime here. What the hell? Does seem like they go down pretty easily. I would almost argue that they're easier than zombies. Perhaps a little bit more prolific, though. I don't think maybe more prolific is the right answer. They're definitely more prolific than zombies. Okay, let's see if we can find the other 2 burners. Ooh, there's a big slime back there. A large black blob of viscous goo oozing across the ground like a glob of living oil. I don't know how dangerous that is. I feel like this sea of black slime is a problem. I am curious. So one of Aiden's newest moves right now is in situations like this, pull out a grenade and chuck it into the center of a problem. So we're going to do that. Looks like, where did we put it? right there. We're going to run an eye on it, and it does seem like the slimes took a lot of damage. Looks like we might have taken out quite a few of them, to be honest. For some reason, the headless horror is not being interacted with by the slimes whatsoever. We ourselves are very quiet, though. I think we might have deafened the headless horror. We definitely deafened ourselves. With that grenade going off, though, we probably want to back up a little bit. There are still enough zombies in the area to be a problem. I think we're actually going to back up completely, and we're going to give all of that some time to calm down. We were starting to get kind of clustered with based zombies for a moment there, and our hearing is kind of completely screwed right now. There we go. That's much, much better. And shocker, zombie just shot me with zombie. However, because of our suit, we took no damage. Oh man, my heart raced for a second whenever we got shot with lightning, and then I realized, wait, nothing happened. Oh, it's just so nice. That is so nice. The suit is probably going to save Aiden's life at some point. In fact, it probably already has saved Aiden's life. Whenever we're fighting zombies actively like this, it might be a good call to just leave it on the off case that we don't see something coming that could attack us like that. Where the hell are all these slimes coming from? They have to have a source, right? They are kind of like gathered around the headless horror, but that might just be because that's where I threw a grenade. I'm hoping that we can get in here and find the corpse of the zombie burner. There it is. There is another flamethrower here. Okay. And it does seem like the slimes are more attracted to sound than to any sort of sight, as I'm standing really close to them and they don't really notice me. How are we going to manage to pick up this flamethrower? So we can go ahead and wear our MP5, our HNK MP5, and then, to be honest, we might actually just go ahead and use it. We're going to back up a little bit before we do this. I've never used a flamethrower before. I'm going to go ahead and aim up, make sure our recoil is as low as possible, and see what happens when we fire a flamethrower. Our targets keep moving. Wait, why did it ah, gosh dang it. I somehow picked up and wielded the wrong weapon, and I fired a M27 rifle instead by accident? I don't know how that happened. Holy shit. Okay, well that was effective as hell. Just shot fire out the whole fucking way. I'm gonna push back this zombie child and fire the flamethrower again and again. And yeah, let's go ahead and fire it again over here. Well, it's empty now. Go ahead and put it back into our lifting field. And it's pretty fucking fiery over there. I don't know if that's going to do enough. I don't know if that's like, we're gonna burn this building down, obviously, right? But and a few of the slimes are getting caught in the flames. We are pretty damn warm, though. Yep. Oh, we're seeing multiple slimes' bodies melt away. So I don't know. Maybe that is enough. Oh, yeah. We're seeing them just melt over there. Amazing. Okay. Flamethrower might have been the right answer. There were 3 zombie burners, though. So I'm curious if we can find the last flamethrower. Oh, there's a shriekling coming in. Damn, that was not ideal. Well, we've burned down this house. That's for damn sure. We've also taken care of all of the slimes. I think that we call this a success. Aiden looks at the flaming, burning, destroyed mess that he made and just immediately thinks, well, hey, at least there's no more slimes over there. Amoebic mold. Are you the thing that's been making these? I want to get rid of you. Aiden takes 2 swipes into it and then shoves it back against a car, quickly taking it down. There is a boomer coming in. Go ahead and take him out. Oh, there's a lot coming in. I wonder if they're being attracted to that fire back there. The fire makes kind of a lot of noise. We're going to head into the darkness of the military surplus store over here. Shrieker just shrieked right outside of us. Right next to us. That's not the greatest thing to have happened there. We don't want to get trapped in a corner, but we can take a moment to take a breath here. We really do need to get on top of one of these buildings at some point. Preferably the ones near the center of the town like this. Go ahead and take the gas mask back off so we can breathe. Here we go. We can head up top here. Oh, I see. There was a nest up here. That's what all these paper walls are. There was a bug nest up here that was causing all of this war, essentially. Okay, let's take a look around the nearby buildings and see if we can find a solar panel. That's a chimney crown. I'm not seeing anything in the immediate. Guess we need to move on. Is this a good trash can? No. We're also going to be looking out for those trash cans. Well, there is an electronics store over here. That might be a good place to head, looking for solar, so we can upgrade our grid. I didn't just sort of realize that the last time we moved through town like this, we were forced to do it at night because of how scared we were of the zombies, and now we're walking around town in the dead of day, not even really thinking about the fact that, well, it's only been days since the last time we did this. Our training on the aircraft carrier has come into fruition. That, combined with all of our CBMs and just our general proficiency with our weapons, really means that we are very capable of moving and surviving in this world now. We're not scared of it anymore. So, what is this? Is this a... Oh, it's an electronics store. Okay. Well, the second floor here has a door in the way. We'll go ahead and bust that down with a hammer. Man, we left our tools on us too. We did a bad job of getting ready for this trip. Oh, here we go. Raw potatoes and some garlic bulbs and some canned food. The reason why I want this is because I think it was called cattle fodder. Yeah, does cattle fodder go bad? It doesn't seem to have a expiration date, so we can go ahead and we'll go into a dark room here somewhere and go ahead and make some of this. Oh, well, we actually need to be able to see the craft, so we'll have to do this over here. Make some of this. And, so cattle fodder. Where did it go? It says that we can feed it to a wild animal, and it doesn't go bad. It also reduced the weight of everything involved. So that is a pretty good thing that we can actually make as we're moving along, is to kind of just combine it down into what we need it to be. I also need to get some water from this building before we leave, I think. We are very low on water now. Oh, we're also low on purification tablets. I think we have more back home. We just need to actually go and get them. We didn't see any solar panels up on that roof, but that's because we didn't actually get up to the roof itself properly. We have made enough noise that some of the things nearby are coming towards us, though, so I think we're just going to leave them on that side and move on. Electronic stores can be pretty useful to us, though, so we will check what's inside here first. Wow, really kind of just nothing. I mean, there's a bunch of solder here. We could take that with us, but honestly, we're pretty close to full anyways. I think that forgetting to drop stuff before we came was kind of a problem. To be honest, we're going to probably drop these books. I did just store them into our data pad while we were upstairs waiting. I'd really like to get at least one solar panel. I mean, we got a lot of what we were looking out for, though. We got seeds, we got cattle fodder. This has been a successful trip into town. I'll put on this gas mask real quick. Just in time, as the boomer did spit at me just as I put it on. I really need to get up onto one of these roofs, please. Like, a roof of one of these department stores would be ideal. If nothing else, just to look around, see if I can figure out where there might be some solar panels. This might actually be an unlooted gun store for us. I actually see stuff in there. Yeah, there's a rifle case. Okay, that's actually a lot of zombies. What the hell is that? An ankle biter? Oh man, that kid zombie has evolved into something actually kind of scary. We're going to back up here and try and get around the other side of this building. Of course the door's locked. Why wouldn't it be? And are any of these mobile vehicles? No. Okay, what we're going to do is shove that one away. Do we have wind running going? I think we do. And we still have wind running going. So we can just kind of stand here. We have this to run to, the downspout. Things get bad. But Aiden just becomes a flurry of psionic power. As we quickly, sharply, and easily take down half a dozen zombies in only a few seconds. Okay, but that is becoming too much of a problem. So we are going to go ahead and climb up here and just take a breath. And wow, there's already that many down there. Okay, well, time to go to our favorite new strategy. Pull out a grenade, activate it, throw a grenade. Make sure that we're aiming in a reasonable spot. Let's say here. Run the fuck away. Put our earplugs in. Rinse and repeat. There we go. Okay. We got rid of most of them doing that. And the game crashed. It really hates force push. It really does. We really need to get a new ability. While catching back up to where Cataclysm crashed, we actually got in a better situation this time. And we cleared out the hallway here without needing to throw any grenades. As fun as that was, we're unfortunately fine. I actually kind of wanted to throw more grenades. Oh, I just realized we could probably make more seeds out of these stuffs, right? Yeah, there we go. There's some garlic seeds. We need to be on the lookout for making seeds out of things. There's also a tabby cat over here. There's a part of me that wants to try and tame the tabby cat, but I think it's generally a bad idea. What is this place? The garage. I mean, there might be something useful in here. I was hoping to be able to get to the roof again. Actually, we should be able to get to the roof this way, right? There we go. Okay, now we can take a proper look around, see if we can find any solar panels. And we're just, you know, we've managed to get other things, but ironically, the thing that we really wanted was solar panels. There is a armored personnel carrier out there, though. That's probably worth checking out. And as Aiden tries to climb back down, the way that he climbed up, we rip multiple parts of our environmental soup, rip multiple parts of our headgear, and slam into the ground, slamming off of the fence. He's not happy with those results. We're gonna go back inside and close the door and take a fucking sit down. That was an unnecessary risk to have taken, and even worse, to have failed. He sits, eats some pineapple, and as per usual with how Aiden handles situations like this, sits down and reads a book, as he's just going to read Wind Running for about an hour. Oh! As we do, we come across a insight. You could concentrate your application of force into a blunt instrument, shattering bones and splintering furniture. We are actually going to stop studying and look at that. Yes, we have finally got there. The power that I knew existed, that I have been waiting for Aiden to learn for so many days, and the power that will replace Force Shove as our go-to usage power, Mind Hammer. Oh, I cannot explain to you guys how incredibly happy I am to see those words. We are going to be learning this the moment we get home. And in fact, the moment we're fully healed, we're probably going to go home so that we can learn Mind Hammer. Not only is it going to be a significant upgrade to our ability to crush a single target, no longer needing walls to grind them against. Aiden is also going to be able to bust down walls with this, and my game will stop fucking crashing. That is very exciting to me. I also just noticed that we can train meditation to get our metaphysics up to at least 6, which is something we should probably be doing off and on. Whew. That is... We hear crackling and high-pitched hums from downstairs. Yeah, I don't know what that is. That sounds like a whole thing. But that is a great place to leave this episode. We will be heading back to home shortly after we get our pain and our injuries under control and learn our new... shiny new telekinetic power. Despite the pain searing through Aiden's head, he finds himself meditating on the idea that just last night, just before all of this, he had climbed up onto this roof and tripped and fell while trying to climb down the iron link fence outside, smashing his head into the ground with significant force. And in that moment, something came to him like a reverse Isaac Newton. Perhaps instead of pushing things into walls, instead of grinding them with brute force, imagining his psionic force as a hand, perhaps instead he could use his ability to smash a small area, focus it like a hammer into someone's mind. Aiden is excited to get home and scoop up some of that yellow powder in order to try this out. We did take a lot of damage in basically everything we were wearing last night, falling from the roof, and we are still in severe pain. So Aiden is probably going to continue reading about windrunning and trying to gain some levels in it while his nanites knit his skin back together. A little dehydrated, but like magic, his nanites inside of his blood managed to completely heal his wounds. We do need to get some water sometime soon, probably, but I don't think that it's going to be that big of a deal. We are going to want to head back soon, but I did notice at this craft store, this mechanic shop that we were in, it seemed to have some stuff in the basement. There is a full motorcycle down here, and it does not seem like, yeah, the wheel is all screwed up. The electronics unit is screwed up. It does have a working battery, but yeah, both wheels are screwed up. We can thank No Hope. We can thank the riots of the world for that. I was hoping we could find something related to fresh water in here, but does not seem to be the case. What is this? A hydraulic press. To be honest, don't know. There's also a power lathe here. Now that we have a power grid, you know, things like these are worth considering in the future for if we manage to get some sort of vehicle to be able to transport all of this stuff. That would be kind of amazing. Be able to actually have like power tools for Aiden's various craft projects. Since we're lacking mind hammer now, and we honestly have almost completely filled up our bag with various things, the pain bringing our strength just a little bit lower so that we don't actually have the ability to carry everything we're actually carrying right now, I think we're going to attempt to head home. The city might be dangerous, but so is Aiden. I think we're not going to have too much trouble getting back there. On the way back, Aiden does stop to check in on the Exodi, check in on his good friend Rubric, the friend that he is quickly making, and see if not only if Rubric has anything new to say, but also if he has anything new to sell. And as usual, as we walk into the Exodi complex, a random gun goes off and makes us go deaf. I will say as a little bit of out-of-game talk here, someone did mention to me that the CBM for enhanced hearing will theoretically, let's actually go and look at it real quick. The CBM for advanced hearing says while this bionic is active, the user's hearers will be drastically improved, allowing them to hear 10 times better than the average person. Additionally, high-intensity sounds will be automatically dampened before they can damage the user's hearing. So that's actually a much bigger deal than I thought it was, and we're going to probably go ahead and get that installed as well, because that will help us deal with things that are like explosive, because we've been having a lot of like explosive noises blowing out our ears, and I would like that to no longer be the case. And Aiden is always interested in improving himself, becoming more than what he is right now. So we're going to go ahead and get that done. And like that, we now have sound dampeners. So sound dampeners is, we can turn off enhanced hearing, which we probably want to do a lot of times, because one of the issues of enhanced hearing is that if we're trying to sleep or anything like that, we're going to be able to hear things from a distance. I've also heard that elves have this problem where, because of their enhanced hearing, until they can get some earplugs, it becomes very difficult to sleep in the Cataclysm. However, we can turn to sound dampeners on, and if we examine them, oh, it says when this bionic is active, you can block hearing completely. Hold on. I don't think I want that then. Is there a passive part of this? Let's look at enhanced hearing. When this bionic is active, your hearing will be drastically improved, allowing you to hear 10 times better than the average person. Okay, so the enhanced hearing is the part we want. This also means that because of the sound dampeners, that means that we actually don't need these earplugs anymore. In fact, I think because it's funny, we're going to... Oh. Did you see that? From the southwest heat, we hear kaboom. And we actually see that Rubik just went slightly deaf because of it. And we didn't. Oh, it's already doing well. Because of the fact that we like Rubik and we see that he is consistently going deaf, we're actually going to sell him our earplugs. I like the idea that Aiden is just like, here. But because we're not that kind of friend, we're going to go ahead and ask for, 25 cents. We also see a new dialogue in here. You seem to have a bunch of blueprints. Can you tell me more about those? A real monger's eye you be. Them's the metal of many years of trials. Us have been clashing with the enemy for a long time, and over the turns us have been working for the vestments for the job. Keeps a walker walking longer, as I'm ken. This can keep some of the parts in and around, but you'd be tasked to make the vestment with the grease of your own brow. What makes your specific armor so great? This and that. It'd be a fine wonder, belladed with the goods of the hunt, you see, by which I say 'tis well suited to carry all ye can wrest from the cold arms of the deadlands, without troubling your gates, nor making it easy for the cold clutch of the scrabbling arm. It and is as tough as a Tarkus nut. Don't know what that means. What do I have to do make it myself? 'Tis as simple as comes to a wobble. Our vestment be oft from the fine clothes and hides of the land, and our gibber tears the stuff of life apart here and there when us in travel. For as some can be saved if care be taken, there be no case to store nigh enough of this. That and our manuk makers run as hot as sunstone. No spit and taste for that. So basically they have crazy hot forges. Oh, don't we have anesthetic for him? Did we drop that somewhere? We must have dropped it somewhere. As we're talking to Ruben more, I actually just learned that he has a new job for me. Well and surely, Fruitgum. Aye, I ken it well. 'Tis a store cabinet, perhaps the lights you've seen. This and be older than most, clad of iron and concrete stone. Abreast the seal high atop, there be a steely jut, piercing the heavens. In times ordinary, the great grey call out and screed the jut, Kennett, and send aloft an escort to Razurer. Oft times the jut is wibbled on the wobble, and it be coals and coke. Old Rubik can give you a dandy to pop her back aloft, and that's a fig and fiddle. Aiden takes a moment to process everything he just heard, and then says, okay, I think I got most of that. A metal and concrete building with some sort of metal pole on top that you want me to fix? Just so. 'Tis like Yarkin fits for me beloved Yari. You ken it so fine. What say you? Any clues on how to find it? And that's be for your assert, Adam Ken. If old Rubik could find her, us been sent out the stompers. And for a lark and a lark, though, couldst ask another of your same world, merchants or travelers such? It'd be a fine slip to a local guide. Okay, I'll find it. We need to find the lost Idzodi warehouse and reboot its locator antenna. I assume it's not going to tell me where that is, unless it just does. It does not seem to tell me where that is. Really need to turn on safe mode when walking around the Idzodi camp, as I once again punched an Idzodi robot by accident. Really need to be careful about that. Now knowing that there's a chance that people have new things for us, I think Aiden is going to head over to the Hubbo 1 before heading home as well, just to make sure that we're not missing out on any new possible jobs. As we're passing by the antenna station, we do see that this alien menace is still a problem over here. It doesn't seem to be growing any worse, though. Perhaps after we learn Mindhammer, we could maybe do something about that. It's hard to hear. Or it's hard to say, though. Definitely not hard to hear. Especially with Aiden's new abilities. We're already looking at quite a few cybernetics that Aiden has. He is definitely more than he was when he first woke up in the Cataclysm. Let's see if these people have anything new to say. It does seem like the Hubbo 1 is saying that it's only less than a day now for them to get new inventory. I did want to check, though, our mantle. It's still prototype, yes. So they are selling ballistic mantles now. We could potentially buy one of these. Let's see how much money we have The Hub 01 coin is 50. I could sell him denarii if I was desperate. I wouldn't label ourselves as desperate yet, and he does seem to want to buy guns for a fairly significant price. So we could just come back and, sell some guns to him in order to get the ballistic mantle, which would be an upgrade to our prototype mantle, if I'm remembering correctly. With that, Aiden heads home, relatively satisfied with our journey. It wasn't perfect. We probably could have gotten more, but we have some stuff to mess with now. We have some seeds. We have some cattle fodder, which I would very much like to test out on one of these beasts of burden that we have here. I think we're going to actually do that before anything else. We do still need... There's one right there. Okay. I'll quick save real quick before approaching this thing. Both myself and Aiden are very worried that we're going to walk up to this thing and it's going to immediately misunderstand us as having negative intentions. Aptosaurus does not want that kind of food. So cattle fodder is not the right answer. Despite the fact that it actually says, yeah, Dark Days Ahead Dynamod. So Dynamod is in fact modifying cattle fodder, but we need to figure out what kind of food they do want then. If anyone knows, feel free to get in the comments to let me know about what kind of food people think that the dinosaurs want. I kind of looked through the crafting menu quite a bit, and I think Aiden just doesn't necessarily know what it is that he needs to be feeding these things. But one thing we can do is that we can start planting a lot of seeds here. We can plant almost all of our seeds. I do worry that it might be too late in summer. We have 60 days of summer left before autumn. There's a chance that a lot of this doesn't grow in time. And I don't really, outside of fertilizer, I don't really know what else we need to necessarily do here in order to make this farm successful. We'll plant raspberries last because berries in general are just not that high quality of food for us. It says it properly tended to. Yeah, it just says that we need fertilizer. That I think that we are going to make an attempt at Mindhammer, although we're really close to being weary, so we actually might want to do that in the morning. It is a lot easier to learn psionic abilities whenever you are focused, right? So we're probably going to, instead of that, we're probably going to take time to learn some more about wind running tonight until we have to go to bed, and then we're going to learn Mindhammer first thing in the morning. Then we can work on our fence and our farming just a little bit more, and figure out what else we need in order to get more done on this list here. We don't know what to do with the materials. We did in fact get seeds, and we can now say 5B fertilizer, question mark. We are actively learning new psionics, so that's very good. We did not manage to get any power grid upgrades while we were in town though, because we were very excited to come back for Mindhammer. So that'll have to be our next trip. And because of the lack of power grid upgrades, we won't be able to upgrade our boat. And we did find that we managed to get some planks around our house, so we could probably work on the fence a little bit, but I doubt we're going to finish it. A lot of these things I'm realizing that we need some sort of land vehicle. So perhaps we need to repair a car for whenever we're traveling across the land instead of anywhere near the lake. The boat is very good at getting around this lake area, but we might need a car whenever it comes to like crossing the rest of this area. As Aiden wakes up, he immediately takes to the yellow dust and starts to concentrate on the idea of Mindhammer, his reverse Newtonian attack. And all of the pieces come together. We have learned Mindhammer. We have also got an achievement saying that we've learned 10 spells, which is funny, but okay, so let's look at Mindhammer. We smash a single target or small area with a fist of telekinetic force. Let's see, even at the first level, it does 20 to 61 damage. Holy crap. That is a big deal. I think we are going to waste one more amount of yellow dust in order to train it just a little bit higher. Now we're at, oh wow, that really didn't give us that much experience. Oh, it's because we're low on focus. That's what it is. We currently have Force of an F, which is also our fire button, making it very easy to remember these things. I think that we need to find a new, very easily reachable button for Mindhammer. because I'm hoping that this will be our go-to. Eventually, I'm going to replace that as my main attack, so we're hoping that we can do that probably one day soon. So I think that Aiden's going to do is we're going to step outside. We're going to see what the range on the spell is. It seems like it's, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles away. And we're going to mind hammer a tree repeatedly. It looks like we need to work on our focus a little bit. So we're going to play some music. And we'll come back in and read a book real quick. One that is entertaining. Apparently, we like popular mechanics. So we're going to read that for just a moment. Make sure that we're, fully stocked up on water and food. Make sure we're not thirsty. Really kind of get in the mood of making sure that, we need like a deck of cards or something like that. Something that we can really use to improve our mood quickly when we need to. There's a little bit better of focus. I don't want to use the Mind Hammer near the dinosaurs because Cataclysm seems to be trying to autofocus on them. Yeah, we're still only getting 39 per use. We really do need like a deck of cards. Oh, you know what we do have? We don't need a deck of cards. Hold on. I keep forgetting that Aiden is a gamer. I don't know how I'm forgetting that. That seems like a very obvious thing for me to have remembered, all things considered. So we're going to go ahead and grab the handout game system, and we're going to play like some Pokemon or something like that, and kind of relax out in the sun for just a moment as Aiden just plays a game in order to kind of settle his mind and refocus while listening to some music. He's going to take his game system out here and use Mind Hammer again. This time getting 88 experience. So we get almost the same amount of experience as whatever our focus is at the time. So we're going to go ahead and play for a little bit longer, see if we can get above 100. There we go. So now whenever we use a Mind Hammer, we get 100 experience. So Aiden is going to take a moment here and kind of just focus on using Mind Hammer. Oh, wow. It takes our stamina really fast to use this. In fact, we might actually want to cast Wind Running on ourselves. Kind of getting a double duty on stamina here. And we're going to practice this against a tree for just a little while in order to try and get Mind Hammer up a few levels so that it is a little bit more useful. As we were practicing, we actually lost control of our powers, and the air around us seems to press down on us. We now have oppressive weight. Everything is just harder, and we realize that we've gained nether attunement. Fortunately, that's an easy thing to deal with, as we can go ahead over to our Psionic thing, and we can just kind of spend a moment meditating. Aiden actually spent an entire day practicing Mind Hammer. We did manage to get it up to level 2, making our failure chance much, much lower, but not really affecting the stamina or anything like that. We actually spent so much time practicing Mind Hammer that we actually killed our handheld game system here. We'll go ahead and plug that in so that it charges on its own. Just wait for about a minute, make sure it is charging. It is charging on its own, so we don't have to worry about like putting some sort of fancy battery in that. Wow, we basically spent the entire day doing that. We're going to see about maybe finishing up a little bit of the fence outside before we actually go to bed. It has been a very fruitful series of days. On an out game note, I do hope people are enjoying the idea of just kind of like a time of sort of self-improvement for Aiden. I know some people have been asking for this, but it's not everyone, so there's a chance that not everyone was the biggest fan of this. So I do want to hear people's thoughts on like what people would be interested in seeing from this point on. I do have ideas myself, obviously, and there are things that I'm going to be more acclimated towards, and I do have more of Aiden's story that I'm interested in telling. But at the same time, if there are parts of his life about his experience that you'd like to see, right now is a perfect time to get into the comments and let me know. I am very receptive to new ideas right now. We do actually manage to get some of this fence built. I feel like it's maybe not going to, kind of looking at its final design here, maybe not going to be large enough for what we want. So we're probably going to extend this backwards a little bit as well. Someone did let me know that we can make planks a lot faster with logs if we had a saw of some sort. Probably hacksaw is not good enough. We'll pick up the wood axe and see about that. Cut a log into planks. We do not have the necessary items at hand. Maybe that's not what we need. Do we have a saw back in the house? Because someone told me that we could, in fact, simply saw the planks instead of using a crafting recipe. And I think we have picked up a saw at some point. A proper saw, not like a hacksaw. Hacksaws are for metal. We could use the reciprocating saw, perhaps. Go ahead and refill its battery. I'm sure we have a battery around here somewhere. Yep. We also need to get a battery box going. Battery chargers are pretty easily found in most houses. So we just have to pick one up next time we're in town. The reciprocating saw appears to... Oh, here we go. Despite the fact that I tried to cut logs into planks, and it just still says that we don't have that item. Can we pick one up? Okay, we're going to wield one for a moment, which is probably causing Aiden a significant amount of issues. Oh, we have to hold a... Why? Why do we have to hold the log in order to saw it into planks? Well, we did manage to make some planks. It did only seem to take about 7 minutes, so that is more efficient for sure than the crafting recipe was. We'll go ahead and haul these planks over towards our construction site here. Go ahead and drop our nails here as well. Make sure that we have the things that we need nearby. Well, we've made significant progress on this. Based on how big these dinos are, kind of like a 2x2 here, Eden thinks that we're probably going to have to go back a fairly long distance because we probably want 2 or 3 dinos in here at once. We still don't know how to tame them, and maybe we're even going to need a larger entrance here in order to get them inside. But now that we know we can use these saws to make planks, we don't have to worry about heading back to the mainland just to port planks over, which is kind of, it would have been very unfortunate because we have so much wood here on this island, and we have so much wood on the nearby forest that it would have been a huge waste of time to get everything over. In fact, actually, I think looking at this, we probably have enough planks in order to finish this job now. So I think there's going to be a little bit of a building montage here as we see about maybe finishing this fence. We have run into a new issue where we can't get rid of this goddamn grass. How do we cut grass down? Can we activate this to cut it down? No. Is there anything we can use to cut the grass down? I thought that a shovel could do that, but maybe I am simply wrong. Okay, I have a new idea. Perhaps if we upturn the earth here. I didn't think that this was going to be a problem. Can we put a fence post there? No. Maybe if we fill the pit now? Oh, wow. Okay, so we have to upturn the earth in order to get rid of it, and then stamp it down afterwards. Well, that's an entire process. Another day, more work. Aiden thinks back to his life before all of this and takes some time to realize that this reminds him a lot of some of the old games he used to play, like Stardew Valley, where you spend a lot of time sort of, you know, working on small tasks like building fences and farming, and in between them you go out, you know, hunting dungeons and such. It does seem like one of these dinosaurs has done us a favor. Oh, it left, never mind. For a moment we had thought that one of the dinosaurs had done us a favor and kind of moved into this place. I will say that we have a lot of focus now, so this is a good time now that we're at high focus in order to work on our mind hammer a little bit. Aiden practiced for another hour, stretched his mind. Now we have another entombment again, so we don't want to do too much of that. We don't want to do too much damage to ourselves by using another attunement too far. An hour a day will probably get us several levels in Mindhammer, get us very proficient in Mindhammer very quickly, though, especially since we're doing all these other tasks at the same time. We're going to head back to the aircraft carrier now and try and actually grab as much as possible. We're going to basically fill up the entire boat until it can't float anymore with guns and ammo, specifically from the guns and ammo section, and see about selling all of that to the Edzodi and the Hubba 1, the Edzodi first, to try and get these CBMs that we just got installed. Okay, we are finished grabbing stuff from the place here. It does look like for some reason my concern did actually come true. We had dumped a whole bunch of stuff into the water instead of into the vehicle, but despite that, it doesn't seem to have broken any of that stuff. It does explain why we just had a lot less than I thought we had whenever we came back. Vehicle still floats though, and we now have a entire car entire boat just absolutely full of loot. So we're going to go ahead and head back now and see about selling all of this to both the Edzodi and to the Hubba 1. Yeah, even heading back, we did sell a few of the more expensive guns, which immediately let us install the more valuable CBMs, like the integrated multi-tool. And I don't remember if we have the leftover enough in order to install the net CBM. Although we are starting to get to the point where we actually slept afterwards. That was kind of nice. We slept after the CBM surgery, and I think Aiden kind of needed that. But we're starting to get to the point where we actually have so many CBMs. It's actually really... we have a lot of abilities here. It looks like the integrated multi-tool is also automatic, so we don't even have to worry about using it. That's really nice. Okay, let's grab some more guns and such and get our last multi-tool installed. And then everything else we will sell to the Hubba 1, at least for now, because we want those pieces of kinetic armor. Now that we also actually properly brought stuff with us this time instead of just dropping into the goddamn water, we do also have an anesthesia kit now, so we can talk to Rubik and say that we brought the anesthesia for you. It does look like the anesthesia was in order for a operation that we've actually already done. Wait, what? Apparently these 4x46 high explosive dual purpose grenades can penetrate 2 inches of steel armor. What's going on here? Are these for a grenade launcher? So we can sell these for $30 a piece, netting us a grand total of 2,000. Okay, we're gonna sell like 1 to him in order to be able to finish our CBM surgeries. And then I guess we're gonna sell the rest of those to the Hubba 1, because holy crap, that is a lot of money. We now have 10 bionics installed. By most mechanical and dirty hand, I shall have revenges on you both. The things I will do, what they are, yet I know not, but they will be terrors upon the earth. A quote from the Clockwork Man, if I do believe so myself. Yeah, we're gonna head back to the Hubba 1. I did just notice in our inventory that we do actually have a integrated field here. So we have the integrated multi-tool that gives us cutting, prying, nail prying, metal sawing, fine metal sawing, wood sawing, screwdriving, fine screwdriving, bolt turning, and fine bolt turning. Oh, that is really nice. It does give us reduced butchering quality though, so we could use it to butcher, but not well. We also have the ability to use our integrated welder that has 2 levels of welding quality, although we may need more battery charges in order to make that useful at all, because I can imagine that our current CBM battery level is probably not good enough to make that a useful amount of welding, but we might be able to do small repairs for that. We probably can't work on like our boat, for example. See, they care about the bomb. Nope. 2,000 monies. Holy crap. Okay. What do these books teach us? Web design, first aid, and computer. So those are computers books. How much could we buy in hub coins? A lot. A lot. We actually could sell most of these grenades for the sake of hub coins, which would be a lot lighter as well. Yeah. We still have 32 grenades left. That's wild. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and buy the kinetic helmet and the ballistic skirt as well. and we will trade him an appropriate amount of hub coins for that. And we will buy, doing some almost like Caves of Qud level money organization here, we'll buy the hub coins back. So now we actually have an absolute crap ton of hub coins. You know, there's this small part of me that wonders if the Forge of Wonders will buy these grenades off of us as well, because if we can sell them to the Forge of Wonders, then we could probably buy a magic item or two. Hell, or 3 off of the Forge. We knew that the aircraft carrier was a huge source of income, but we didn't know that those grenades alone for the grenade launcher were going to be so incredible for us, to the point where I kind of don't want to use the grenade launcher anymore. I'd rather just sell it and get utility CBMs and armor. We need to also forgot to take our old armor off and equip our new armor, but it'll be fine. One thing I realized is that we barely even sold most of the stuff that we have, and we have actually burned them out of the amount of inventory that they have. That's actually kind of wild to me. So it is very easy for us to possibly go to the Forge of Wonders or the Azodi in the future, and honestly just sell a lot more stuff. We'll go ahead and try and wear the ballistic skirt and the kinetic helmet. Looks like we can insert the ballistic helmet into the recon headgear. Does it give me a total amount of protection value now? No, I think we're going to have to check ourselves to do that. It's hard to say. It looks like... What did the, I didn't actually look at the stats. What did this say? So the kinetic helmet said that we're going to get 35, 19, etc., etc. And it says that it's designed to clip to some sort of attachment point. Can we activate it by chance? I feel like we're using that wrong, because if we go to our head, we're definitely not getting those protection values. We're definitely not getting those protection values. So there's something going wrong there. As far as the skirt as well, should go into the modular defense system, if I remember correctly. So we'll go ahead and activate the modular defense system and put the skirt in. So now that that's inside, we do have coverage for... And the modular defense system also doesn't show our defenses very well. Well, our legs are defended now. Oh, that's the kinetic greaves, though. To be honest, I'm not sure if that's working. If someone knows how that works, please let me know, because I am a little worried that it's not actually working. We might be able to repair a lot of our stuff real quick, though. It does look like we actually can use our integrated welder in order to repair a lot of our armor, and we actually have a very good chance of repairing it as well. That's kind of amazing. Hell, we can even repair our army helmet. We're just missing the stuff to do it. The environmental suit would require chunks of high steel. The kinetic greaves would need plastic chunks, which we can just make plastic chunks by breaking down a lot of the stuff that's around here. Yeah, like for example, there's some plastic chunks right here. We should actually probably move everything from this, because I broke down a microwave earlier. We should move everything from that over to our pile. That also gives our armor its full protection value as well. I will say we're probably blowing a lot of calories doing this right now, but we're probably very full in calories, so we don't really mind too much. Having the cable charger system would be really useful for the integrated welder, but it looks like we need jumper cables in order to get it working. I was looking at this just a moment ago, because it would allow us to plug into the actual power grid and not be using calories to use our integrated welder. What do we need for this? We need high steel. We could probably talk to that junkyard to get some high steel. While I was checking around the place, I did notice that if we look into our fridge, the chunks of meat now have 17 hours, but it's only going to take 9 hours for our charcoal to finish, which means that it actually was a good thing. We basically made it so that our meat lasts just long enough to cook charcoal. So we're going to go ahead and sleep until the morning, finish a few more tasks, and today has just been a day of getting things done. It's been very fruitful, even if we haven't been in necessarily a lot of combat. We have been trying to get some combat into every single episode, but you know, Aiden sometimes just needs a few days off. I mean, we're halfway through summer, so it is a good time to get things ready for our oncoming autumn and winter. I think we have just a little bit more time before the charcoal is done. 2 hours. Okay, so that's going to be 1:30 game time. Can we work on the fence at all? What do we need? more planks. I was thinking about a place that we could get planks easily. And there are a couple places still around here that we could just deconstruct for planks, which is pretty much the fastest way of getting planks still, even with our new method here. There are some fish traps and fish bait here. I wonder if we can actually like properly use those. Yeah. And we can reload the fish trap with a fish bait. And there's no luck catching fish there. Can we put it here? Well, where are you supposed to put it if you don't have any luck catching fish anywhere? Maybe we have to put it out farther into the water, maybe. We'll not worry about that right now then. Charcoal kiln is almost done now, so we're going to go ahead and grab all of our meats and bring it over, and then we'll just kind of wait near the kiln. Okay, well, we can't carry that much. Like, not even fucking close to being able to carry that much. So we will do this a different way. Pull it out, and then haul it over. Kind of funny that you can haul when you can't carry. I understand the difference, though. Man, it is literally taking hours to haul this over here. How much charcoal is that? 4,000. For your load of charcoal. Just do it all. Let's insert some food. And we'll insert just like all of the chunks of meat right here. And we will... Wow, we don't have enough? Seriously. Man, keeping this... And trying to figure out how much food you need to do at any given time for certain amounts of charcoal. I feel like I really need to start getting good at the math here. At this point, we have just a little bit more time before that is ready to go. So we're going to go ahead and make some more logs over here. See if we can finish this fence. I'd love to be able to finish the fence and get food going this episode, because that means that we would have some... It means that we would have had some serious work finished, and we'll have a literal visual thing for our progress, which I can only imagine that Aiden sees all of this as, you know, he is getting ready to survive in the Cataclysm in the long term. This is not just a small survival incident anymore. This is a home now for him. This is a place where we can actually be safe and secure and make sure that we actually have what we need in order to going forward. Plus, we always wanted pet dinosaurs. Making this fence here and getting some pet dinosaurs in it kinda sounds amazing to us. To my great surprise, we actually ran out of nails to continue making the fence. So we are actually forced to stop for the time being, which is not what I expected to happen, to be honest. I figured that out of everything we would run out of wood and not nails, but I mean, it is what it is. We'll have to go back into town or something at some point in order to get some more nails. I mean, they're relatively easy to come by. Be nice if we could get like a pack of 1,000 of them or something like that, though. Until we have to go to bed, we are going to cook up a lot of our fat into tallow so that we just have a absolutely incredible amount of calories ready for us in the future. It will mean that, I mean, obviously going to be very hungry, very thirsty, very tired here, but at the same time, it's not the biggest deal. Since I noticed that Aiden has a tendency to want to sit on the couch here to work on projects, we're actually going to move our workbench over to the couch there, which looks a little sillier. It's not as clean, but it does mean that we will craft things a little bit faster. If anyone ever says that we haven't made progress today, I'm just going to show them this. We have an incredible amount of cracklings, an incredible amount of smoked meat, tallow, and a whole bunch of candy and dehydrated meat as well. And if we head over here, I think that's our smoking racks are also done. So we have another 27 smoked meat there, and another 50 smoked meat here. Top the fact that we managed to remember to reload our charcoal kiln this time. How long does the smoked meat last? 3 weeks. We will likely... Yeah, I think we'll likely bring this back in for now, and then once we get some more charcoal, we'll probably turn all of this into dehydrated meat and make sure that it just kind of lasts forever. Be honest. Actually, let's look at the cold. Yeah, whenever it's cold, it's still only 3 weeks. So we'll get a whole bunch of wood going, and we will finish that off. We can't finish the fence, although we got really close. Look at that. That is absolutely amazing progress on the fence. For once, I think we're going to completely fill a charcoal smoker and see just like how much we can smoke at once and just how much charcoal we can make at once. Because I'm kind of tired of this whole... Okay, that one's actually full. Very nice. Good, good, good. So now if we light it, it's probably just going to make an absolute crap ton. And we can use the rest of these to make planks. The rest of these logs to make planks. Which honestly, we actually still have a decent amount of planks as well. There's no reason to continue that project for now though, because we don't have the nails to finish it. And I don't think we can actually make nails as it were right now. We do have a large rock over here, right? Yeah, so that's a anvil quality of 1. So we're going to go ahead and pick that up, and we'll bring that inside so we can use that to anvil things in the future. Kind of just drop that right there. I'm realizing we need a space for medicine. Our medicine isn't getting sorted, so I need to figure out where medicine is on this list. Maybe probably drugs, and then sort that out now. There we go. As Aiden was out practicing Mindhammer again, chunking and chunking and chunking into this tree, our use of our powers have led to, in fact, a new insight twice in 1 week. That's incredible. We can now lift ourselves with just a little, slowing anytime we take a fall and making swimming much easier. I am curious what that one is. So we could discern weakness, but we also now have slow fall, contemplating our powers and improving our ability to reduce the pull of gravity on ourselves. Considering it only takes a single crystalline dust to learn, we will probably learn that as well. At least here soon. How low are we on dust? We only have 3 left. We're going to have to find a new source of it sometime very soon, as Aiden has taken a huge liking to some of the more recent powers we've learned. But now is not the time to do it, because we are very, very tired and we're weary, and we have gotten a lot done today. We cannot do ammo conversion or ammo books. Just checking our list here. We almost have the dino pen done, although we don't know what kind of fodder we need in order to tame them. Again, that is something that if you have watched this episode, please get in the comments if you know the answer to that one. We do actually have the fence pretty much complete. However, we need nails for the fence now. We have not upgraded our power grid yet, but we have installed new CBMs in order to potentially help with that in the future. We know how to farm, but we know how to farm now, but we don't actually have any fertilizer. So perhaps we go ahead and add a 5C here and say that we kill locusts for chitin. We are working on mastering our psionics and wind running, so we don't really need to remind ourselves of that. And despite the fact that we haven't knocked too many things off of the list, we have gotten a lot done. And we have again, just a pretty incredible amount of calories of food in here. We do have a lot of raw fat in here still. It takes a lot of time to cut the fat into tallow or cracklins, so I'm not sure if that is worth our time. We did make sure to get some more charcoal running over here, and we will probably take some of our food and turn it into smoked meat. So at this point, I will say that we are probably ready, at least food-wise, for winter. We probably either need a CBM to help with our cold and such, or we need to get some warmer clothing. Although I will say that we've been struggling with being too warm for the sake of winter, you know, using our environmental suit here. So it's very likely that honestly the environmental suit is just going to be perfectly fine for the sake of summer and winter, for the sake of winter, because we were struggling with the warmth of it anyways. So perhaps we can just wear the environmental suit throughout winter and be fine. We'll honestly have to find out. I have never actually made it to winter before with one of these runs, so I am very curious myself. However, with that, despite the fact that the episode involved a lot of montages, I have been recording for 2.5 hours, so we're going to have to end this episode here. I hope you all have enjoyed this episode. If you have any suggestions for things for Aiden to do in the near or far future, please let me know. I have plans myself involving raiding some of the larger labs, perhaps checking out some of the unique sites to Cataclysm, and making sure that we finish all of the jobs for the Idzodi and the Hub 01. something that we'll probably begin working on again next episode, now that we have some more powers and we've seen a drastic increase to Aiden's overall power. Doing some exploration will be nice because we'll be able to bring back some nails as well, and we have guaranteed a large amount of food and calories back here, so I'm not too worried about running out of food or preparations, so I feel fairly free in going out and adventuring again. We find Aiden, having traveled to the Forge of Wonders to look in to see if they had anything worth his time. And while we were here, we found something interesting indeed. Several books, and being able to sell these grenades, these pretty impressively expensive grenades, to the librarian here and some of the other people. We have ended up with about 65 denarii, which is pretty incredible. And looking through their recipes and their books, we have seen a couple things that we don't recognize, that we've not seen before. We found something called a Miser blueprint, something that will allow us to summon a mojo cycle. The only downfall is that it costs 1,000 mana, which Aiden does not have. Cybernetics is getting in the way of the production of mana, and we will have to find alternate answers. Curious if there's going to just be an easy vehicle in the nearby town or anything interesting. Aiden does head northwards as he scavenges. He wonders how he's going to manage to get this working, and he pulls out his mind hammer and actually goes to kill one of the cockroaches, and in doing so he actually smashes straight through the bench it was in, pushing another one aside and easily dispatching others with his Gian. He has become quite the force. Mindhammer being able to damage both entities and objects. He just walks up to this door and just literally smashes it to shreds with the force of his mind, taking down the mutated monstrous cockroach on the other side. It seems like someone had spent some time creating a bit of a wine cellar down here, but as a person with a bit of an addictive personality, Aiden's not really terribly interested in this. Honestly, just leaves it all behind. The clean water in the water heater is far more interesting to him. We search farther north, hoping that we can find a car, one in better repair than what we've seen so far. Because of how hard it is to cast... Wait, what happened here? Some sort of gigantic acidic ants? Reaches out with his mind powers and tries to crush them, to actually almost no avail. You know what? Screw this. We head back south. We get out of here. In fact, we should probably just get out of here completely. We're just going to head back to our boat and see if maybe there's greener pastures somewhere else. Even if we did get a car here, I mean, there's only forest trails leading to the south. It wouldn't be a useful place to find a car. We do find a monster on the road. A goose. It goes down quickly, mangling it with our mind. We did decide to stop, before heading all the way home, we decided to stop near where we had hit that convoy and kind of poke around. Aiden remembers that there was potentially some nice loot around here, and as we approach, we remember there's also a mine here. We're kind of feeling a little exploratory at this moment because we feel pretty strong with Mindhammer and with our general combat skill that we do actually approach the mine, taking out one of the rusted zombies outside with, you know, relative ease. They can't see us very well in the night, and they don't honestly seem to have very good night sights. With just a simple wind running, we should be able to take out this group relatively easy. One goes down. Another down. 2 swipes. Easily done. Our Gian is cutting through them faster than even our Mind Hammer. We thought that the Mind Hammer was going to be powerful, but realistically speaking, the main power comes from its range. Our ability to take them down just with our force push and our blade alone is already still very powerful. I mean, our sword cuts through farther, faster and quicker than the Mind Hammer does. Easily standing here as the miners poured out from this mine, all zombified, being cut to ribbons almost effortlessly. We don't know what we're going to find here, to be completely honest. There could be a lot of things. It could be nothing. It could be something strange. It could just be a mine, right? But Aiden's sort of been a little cabin feverish, staying in his little island resort for the last several days, actually working on fences and farming and all of these other simple things that he needs an exploration. He needs an adventure. And he's never been down a mineshaft before. Apocalypse must be the right time for it. Despite some pickaxes and some shovels, these miners don't really have anything worth picking up, and I think honestly soon we're going to even stop checking. They do have racks and racks of soil and limestone here, but no ore of any kind. We sort of hoped for maybe iron, or I don't know, even some sort of like processed steel, but it looks like this might just be a limestone mine. We're still curious about what's going to be beneath the surface though, so there's no reason to leave now. Might as well poke around. There's a lot of movement up here, and yep, just a few miners hanging out in the dorms. Looks like the place was locked up, so they couldn't actually get out. Ah, there's the reason. The windows were barred. This place that actually would probably be fairly defensible if we hadn't already found somewhere very nice. Mindhammer's doing work, able to actually shove something and crush it to the ground, giving us time to approach and take it down. We hear multiple things inside, so might as well hit the door. And yeah, several zombies. Close quarters. Might as well be cautious. Take our time here. Step carefully. Might as well be strategic, right? We see a rust shell zombie. Jagged fragments of rust-bitten metal have fused into the zombie's flesh and displaced parts of its spine. And next to it is a rust zombie. A zombie impaled with a multitude of metal fragments, each covered with a thick layer of rust that seems to propagate to other parts of its body. You can't remember the last time you got a tetanus shot, so it may be good to not get touched by this. Despite their unique physiology, I mean, they go down fast as the rest. An alarm goes off as we did in the final room, but honestly, I don't think it even matters anymore. I believe that might have been the last Zed on the top here. There's no more neighbors here. We do manage to get into the computer here, bypassing the security, and it gave us the ability to divert power to the elevator. Seems like we have a way down to the bottom. There's some momentary pause as Aiden thinks about the fact that, I don't know, maybe there's a Balrog in this one. The Oracle did say something about a Balrog in a mine near the Adzodi. If this goes well, maybe we check that sometime soon. Carefully, he steps onto the shaft and heads straight down. Looks like it went straight to the bottom of the mine. There's some welding materials down here and what appears to be the back half of some sort of extracting sites. And we hear a lot of movement. Some welding wires here, but so far this trip hasn't been very much worth it. It's hard to tell if the columns here were placed by these miners or if they're parts of some sort of other construction that maybe the miners broke into. Just be careful. No idea what's going to be down here. We pull up our recon headgear, zip up the suits, and Aiden goes to work. We need to clear these guys out if we need to clear these guys out if we have any plans on actually exploring this place. Strange columns and carved out caves, but no ore. This place has a much more boring but also still interesting construction compared to what Aiden thought it was going to be. He kind of expected the cliche that he saw in movies and TV shows where just going to be long, horizontal and vertical shafts going through various places, just long straight lines. It seems more like these people were, mining like they were lost, just kind of cutting through caves randomly. It gives us more of a sense of the fact that maybe this was here before and the miners just found it. It's hard to tell if these columns were something that were placed by them or found. The IR does allow us to detect a zombie Night Stalker, even though it's invisible. We do push it back and use its IR signal in the dark to mind hammer it from a distance, taking it down before it has a chance to even get close to us. Psychic abilities have a use, that's for damn sure. Aiden did not want to fight that in close range. It was incredibly strong, much stronger than him, and it could easily wring his relatively still weak joints to pieces. We're going to have to keep an eye out for some sort of cybernetic that makes our skin tougher. We do see some coal and some limestone, and we consider picking up the coal for a moment, but we can just make charcoal at home. It's not worth the wait. And some rhodonite, which is some sort of manganese? Not sure what that's useful for. Might as well leave it behind. We know where to find it if we need it later. So far, really not impressed with this mine. It is a comparison point, though. Whenever we head to the Balrog mine later, it'll give us a good idea of what we're seeing, you know, better or worse, how different it'll be. It's definitely Aiden's first time down a mine shaft, so doesn't really have any good idea of, you know, what his expectations were here. He's just thankful that he's not running into something down here that he honestly can't handle. As Aiden was moving, he actually tripped and fell into a sinkhole, the ground falling beneath him. It hurt an actual fuck ton, to be honest. Taking some time to heal up his wounds and letting the nanobots knit him closed. We are going to move more carefully now, knowing that the ground is unstable and there was really no indication whatsoever that that was going to happen. We do check our integrated dosimeter, make sure that there's no radiation down here. It seems like it's clean so far. Might as well check our blood filter as well, make sure that there's nothing in us. Seems like there's only antivirals, which was expected. So, no kind of weird alien plague, and even as we were thinking that, we fall into another fucking sinkhole. Hurting, again, quite a bit. A normal person without some sort of nano regeneration would be actually in threat of death at this point. Just getting out of here, if you fall into another sinkhole, this could just kill you. Something we're really going to have to consider in the future is Aiden does actually take a few steps back into the cave, wondering if he should just return home. But we do decide to wait a while, think about our actions, and Aiden is going to kind of step to the side here and find a place where we can sit down and read. Even better, we pick up a handheld game system. It only has a little bit of battery left, but we can spend some time playing some of the games on it until the battery dies, which also gives our wounds times to heal, and lets us refocus ourselves. Gaming always melts away the distractions. Dead end. Well, there were other wings to check. Might as well be thorough. I mean, while we're here. More zombie miners, more useless ore, but we do find some hazy clouds. Gas mask on. Let's see if there's anything in here creating this. Pushing through, Aiden ignores the gas. Basically has no effect on him at this point. And just finds a based zombie and some dead ends. No idea where this gas is coming from. Maybe it's some sort of natural gas that's just bleeding through the ground. Nothing arcane or eldritch or strange or sci-fi or magical at all. Just normal toxic gas underground. We're starting to think more and more that this is in fact just a mundane mining shaft. As we head north, we fall down another pit. This place is going to break someone's bones one of these times. Hopefully it's not ours. Yeah, let's sit down and read some books. We're going to learn some more about our micer, our mojo bike. Maybe get it good enough that we can actually summon it more reliably. Even though we don't have an idea of how we're going to deal with the mana issue right now, we can at least learn the spell so that whenever we do solve the mana issue, it might be useful. Alternatively, we're potentially going to repair a car instead of using this summoned some sort of infernal motorcycle, which, I mean, Aiden knows what he's going to prefer. He'd rather have the infernal motorcycle over just a normal car or sedan or whatever the hell he's going to find out in the Cataclysm. But it does sound like it's going to be a bit of the pain in the butt to figure out how to do it, because his total CBM power is actually interfering with how much mana his body can generate. IR lens saving us from a potential ambush in the dark once again, and another sinkhole. This place is just free damage. We see light in the distance and some lava. Okay, well, I mean, at least that's something new, right? Lava's probably pretty hot. I wonder how close we can get. And even as we get closer, our head starts to hurt. Yeah, no, that's too much. Literally, the air was almost like catching fire. Okay, maybe we check another direction. More dead ends. Okay. Maybe there's something in the last direction? Hopefully? Hopefully this wasn't a waste of time. I guess one way to look at it, Aiden always an optimist, this was a new experience, and now we know what to expect on future mineshaft excursions. More dead ends, and another lava dead end. Going straight across the entire shaft. Makes it feel like it's protecting something, or it's just coincidence. I mean, he's played Minecraft before. Maybe it's just lava. And he doubts that in real life, a bucket of water is going to cause most of the lava to dry up into obsidian fast enough for him to be able to cross. It's unfortunately time to leave. We mapped out the entire place, and there's not really anything here. Looks like the elevator still works. Time to leave. Before we get out of the entire area, though, Aiden wants to check the nearby armored car where he took out that army, that small army of soldiers trying to recover that case for the Hub 01. After grabbing a little bit of grub, we're going to head over there and see if there's anything we left behind. Vaguely remember that there were things that we had intentionally left behind. Maybe there's something useful to find over there. Maybe also even just a car in front of the mining shaft. No, just a broken down golf cart. Nothing worth mentioning. There was also a FEMA camp down here, and fortunately it's nighttime. We're once again going to avoid it. If the evacuation actually did go through, that place is going to be filled with people, and there's very little chance that they survived the portal storms. Even just a handful of zombies would have caused like a mass destruction event of people dying and raising again. We do manage to get back up to the vehicles here. They're heavily reinforced armored cars, but they are just so absolutely destroyed. It doesn't look like there's anything in here at all for us to scavenge. It's been long enough as well that the bodies have rotted away, and there's just piles of gear and refuse strewn about. We do find a few emery packages that, I mean, it's sealed food for later. You honestly can't ever have too much food, and we're planning to head back to the island after this, so there's no reason to not bring it with us. But we were hoping for something more. I don't know, even just some bayonets? Just anything. The only thing that I can think of that we might be able to use these for in the future is maybe this would be a great place to source a lot of metal. It's possible that these things are made out of some pretty impressive steel. I mean, they are armored vehicles. But with the current tools that we have on us, even with the integrated welder, we can't get any of this off right now. So, might as well be useless. Not really much here. Nothing that's worth grabbing, at least. It was worth checking, though. Put out of our mind. And we're going to head back to our boat. Head back to the island. We have more things we want to do today. We want to get everything working and potentially get a land vehicle that we can use to travel across a good stretch of the area. Because we've been thinking about the Hub 01 and the job that they gave us, the collapsed tower. Maybe it's time to look into it. As we're heading to the Hub 01, we actually noticed that there's a place across the street that's open. I'm not sure if this has been here the whole time, though. We meet a mercenary, Isaac Ruffin. We're looking for the terminal. It's in the first basement, right down the stairs to the left. Isaac asks what the hell you're doing here. Maybe we can join your team? He does say that we possibly certainly could, but we should ask around down here. There's some mercenaries down here. A cheerful mercenary, and some sort of disconsolate mercenary. A grim expression and deep, sunken eyes imply some malady that can't simply be drowned of alcohol alone. They interrupt you as you are about to introduce yourself. This anchor I'm wearing. I don't think I will be needing it anymore. I'm just looking for someone to get rid of it. Aiden's not interested in this. Maybe the anchor's the reason he's like this? This is not worth our time. Looks like the last mercenary here, even though we try and talk to him, he just doesn't seem to be interested in anything other than mercenary work. And Aiden's more of a lone survivor. Looks like the bartender doesn't really have anything to offer either. We asked him for rumors, and he basically just says that there's some regulars that come and visit the terminal, but we'd have to talk to them if we want anything. Although there are some railroad tracks down here. We could make an anvil of one of these. We could figure out how to tear them apart. Only problem is I don't know how to tear it apart. Maybe we need a angle grinder or some sort of cutting thing? Just to check. We do try and mind hammer it a few times, but it doesn't really seem to be doing any damage to it. Not sure how we're going to get one of these up, but if we could, this is a good place that's very close to home that we could use and maybe make an anvil out of. Be an easier way to get an anvil than trying to make one out of bronze or find one in a craft shop. Can't imagine the amount of luck you would have to be able to find one in a craft shop just laying around. Beneath the terminal, though, is this weird subway, and it seems pretty abandoned. I mean, there's a shed back here with a bunch of supplies in it, but that's kind of about it. And even the supplies are not terribly interesting. We are hoping, though, that maybe there's a way into the Hubba 1 down here? No. Some sort of locked, closed metal doors. No way through them. Got some trams in the back here. Completely destroyed. They're also blocking the tunnel, so we can't go farther in. Interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on this one. Maybe whenever she said that there was locals, maybe there's some other people who are going to show up. Some other survivors in the wasteland. Honestly, Aiden's sort of surprised to have found this many people in the first place. We definitely thought that this place was, I don't know, more dead, more wasteland than it is. Where Hubba 1 seems to actually be, in fact, kind of a hub. As usual, we check in with Cranberry. Doesn't seem like she has much more on her mind, but she does mention something about gold bars. Apparently they were sending her out to grab them. And after a short conversation, she does actually manage to mention that if we come across any gold out in the world, she'd actually pay us to bring it back for her. I mean, 8 script per kilo. Don't really know what that means, but if you're willing to pay us so that they can pay you for the gold, happily. We know where we can find some. In fact, I think I even have some gold back at the island. Well, made sure to put it on the list of things to bring back next time we come back onto the mainland here. Hubba 1 doesn't have anything new for us. Nothing fancy, and honestly, it looks like their store is still nothing interesting in here. Well, it was worth checking in with our friends, employers, not really sure. It was worth checking in with them. I mean, there was always a possibility that they were going to have something interesting. But as we're heading out, we do remember this coupe here. It's in pretty good condition. It has enough wheels. It's kind of dented. The controls are busted out. It's probably why we haven't actually just taken it with us. But it looks like it has a fuel tank. Yeah. A car battery. Yeah. And a actually fully functional V6 diesel engine. Diesel's a little unfortunate, but we could potentially replace this or something at some point. If we could get the security system and the controls out of this, we could probably use controls that we have somewhere and weld them back onto this thing. And frankly, we might actually have a decent vehicle we could use for on land. And it's in a good place too. It's already on the road. Let's see if we can get the controls out. An integrated multi-tool? No. Can't pry anything off. I think this is a job for a crowbar and blunt force. After a few carefully placed hits, we do manage to take the security controls off. Sorry, the security system off, leaving only the controls. We should be safe here to turn our lights on and just go ahead and uninstall this thing. I mean, we've cleared this place out like a dozen times and we come through here a lot. I doubt there's any zombies nearby. Looks like just want to take a half an hour to take out the controls. Not a bad deal. Just gonna leave some scrap on the ground, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe some of it's useful. No, none of it's useful. It's just steel. Well, we're not gonna be able to drive this thing away right now. We'll need to charge the battery and probably fill up the gas tank. But this is actually really hopeful. This is going to be more consistent than the motorcycle as well. Something that we can use wherever. Now, once we figure out a way to get our mana better, we might be able to summon the motorcycle anywhere, and that'll be really good as well, potentially better than the car. But this is a faster and more reliable option. something that we will be able to repair once and then just use for a really long time. The only thing is that we'll need to make sure anytime we take it somewhere, we'll have to leave it a good distance away so it doesn't get damaged by any of our fighting. One thing we realized at this moment is we could probably turn down our metabolic interchange to about 30%. And we can't, unfortunately, turn off the trickle charger. I honestly just tried everything here, and there's no way to turn it off or change its fuel saving or anything because it doesn't use fuel. So we will get more bionic power from the trickle charger, but the one that converts calories into bionic power won't work as hard, which will potentially help us get enough mana consistently, maximum mana consistently, that Aiden can actually cast his new motorcycle spell, his infernal machine that he'll summon from the afterworld. And as he says that out loud in his head, he realizes what it is. It's literally a Ghost Rider motorcycle. That's pretty cool. I mean, he kind of wanted a paladin find steed, but this is the next best thing, right? With that, though, we head home. We would like to make some preparations to try and get this going. In order to repair the vehicle, though, we're going to need our welder working and some controls. We'll probably have to find some controls that we can actually use. The ones back at the base are pretty badly damaged, so that means we are finally going into town. We need to get some solar panels and maybe some other things in town in order to make sure that we have enough power on our grid in order to get everything working. We'll also need to be able to recharge a car battery at some point. We have some batteries here, but we haven't recharged them. We're just checking real quick what exactly we would need to do, what tools we would need to do to install controls. And realistically speaking, there's our limiting factor. We still don't have a drill with tool level drilling too. That's kind of a big one. That's not one of the things that we installed into our multi-tool, and just checking back at the base, we still don't have one. Aiden does go about his daily chores, though. We have lots of charcoal that we've made, and we can refill the smoking racks, and probably take some of our dried meat and dry it even further so that it's ready for winter. We probably should have taken this time to refill some of the charcoal kilns as well, but to be honest, Aiden's kind of tired of just doing all of these chores every day and really wants to get on to some adventure. That mine was really disappointing. I mean, look at this, though. We have plenty of meat. We'll go ahead and take some of the smoked meat and take it all the way up to dehydrated. That'll be a even larger backup supply once we get into the seasons whenever we can't get nearly as much food. We definitely need more solar panels. We've had this here all this time, and we're only up to 5,400 power on our grid. That's barely enough time to use our welding gear even once. Yeah, we need a better power grid. This little trickle charge is not doing it. Aiden takes a snack from the fridge and decides to sort through his pile to see if he has any drills or other tools that we forgot about. I mean, we do have a kiln in here. Maybe we can set that up. Electric polisher. Nothing like what we need, but we can at least set up that electric kiln for now. Set it up somewhere where it'll be plugged into the grid. Now, it looks like we can actually use the construction menu to actually properly set it up. Although, as soon as we put it down, Aiden realizes that this spot is actually not connected to the grid and would take a lot of effort to do, so attempt number 2. Let's put it up by the fridge. Yeah, that should probably be better. Hopefully it's in range of our crafting. If not, we can always figure it out later. If we did manage to get an anvil, we could probably get a whole smithy going in here, and it would really widen out what we can craft. The only problem is that, like, even if we did get an anvil, there's not really much we want to make with it right now, so it barely matters. I don't know why we checked the jackhammer for the drilling quality in order to install a set of controls. Can you imagine that? Installing basically like the steering wheel and drive shaft of a car with a jackhammer? Yeah, don't know what we were thinking. Either way, we're going to need a nap before any of this. We lay down for sleep the next day, get some breakfast, and get ready for a trip into the city. The city's had some time to grow, some time for zombies to grow stronger and evolve. It might be much worse than last time we were there. We're hoping that it's not going to be too bad, though. Honestly, we're thinking about heading back to Ire, the big city, the mega city. We're probably going to want something better than just houses to find the tools that we need. Plus, we need solar panels, like, badly. Like, Maybe upwards of like 10 of them. Our boat's still full of stuff that we want to sell, but it's not really that big of a deal. Might as well leave it on. The hub's run out of coin to sell to us, and we don't have any cybernetics we want to buy from the Enzodi right now. But, you know, there's no real reason to take it off of the boat. It has plenty of storage left. Yeah, so we're going to head up the coast and go to a part of Ire that we actually haven't been to yet. The western shore, the western branch of the mega city. Hopefully we can find some solar panels. We've seen some pretty big buildings. There's a gigantic office or some sort of massive building. Not 100% sure what it is, but we've just kind of seen it off in the distance. Maybe something useful will be there. Although we do get chased by a Ceratosaurus, large, fast, predatory bipedal dinosaur, decorated with 3 colorful horns on its head. It actually is fast enough in the water that it kept up with the boat for a little bit. We actually had to put it into the gear here in order to get away from that damn thing. Little scary. That wasn't even a zombie one either. Our worst fears are sort of realized as we approach the coast. We're already seeing zombies all the way out here, and we're sure that the engine here is making noise, but we can handle a few zombies. Aiden goes ahead and gets out, pulls out his Xion, and steels himself for combat. With berries. Strawberries is how you steel yourself for combat. The western edge here looks like it's mostly houses, but we're sure there's going to be more if we head inwards. But on top of that, there are going to be zombies. This is going to be a fight. But, I mean, we took out the aircraft carrier, at least a good third of it. There's no way this is going to actually be any real challenge. The welcoming party down. We check over the first house. Looks like there's some sort of greenhouse here that we're fighting next to. Has some pretty heavily reinforced windows. Yeah, reinforced glass windows. Kind of strange. Ah. It's a cannabis house. Of course it has reinforced windows. They don't want anyone to see what's going on in here, apparently. As we check one of the rolling trash cans outside, which is probably in good enough condition, we do see something burst aside, and about a dozen zombies out here that all spot us immediately. Aiden is a powerful person. There's a blistered horror out here, which is some sort of new acidic zombie dog. And to be honest, we might be powerful, but we're not overconfident. One step back inside, when running activated, momentum alteration activated, we're ready to fight. We need to clear this place out in order to go farther, but we're also going to be careful. We're going to be cautious. We step back into the house using the darkness of the building and the line of sight breaking of the walls in order to make sure that we're going to fight this carefully. Make sure they trickle in. The worst case scenario right now is if we get surrounded. There's not much we could do if we get surrounded. The zombies are trailing in. We get ready for combat, pulling the environmental suit up around us, having our gas mask at hand. They are just trickling in though, which makes them incredibly easy to deal with. We just have to keep our eyes out. Make sure there's none coming in behind us. Take this carefully and cautiously. We are not in a rush. The first batch goes down, but that blistered horror comes up. We do take a step back and push it back. The old trick's coming back. As we hope it doesn't hit us. It looks like it shot something at us, some sort of acid, but missed right over our corner, right over our shoulder. We're fine for now. The noise we're making is bringing in some others behind us, though. We need to be careful. With how tired we are from the fighting, it would be actually pretty difficult to climb one of these fences right now. We need to really make sure that we don't get surrounded here. Could literally be the end of us if we did. Ooh, a Denari. Looks like these wheels are damaged, but not unusable. Go ahead and be prepared to move this trash can around in case we find anything big that we want to haul. Taking out the boomer, though, does bring in more of the crowd. We see a feral ravenfolk coming in, and we hear a lot more behind it. Time for wave 2. So much sound. Not even sure where it's coming from. We saw some sort of bone plate wolf in the distance and a big-ass boomer. Yeah. This place has had plenty of time to evolve, plenty of time to grow new monsters. Again, though, we need to clear this out. Aiden remains calm. Breathe in, breathe out. We can handle this. We've done worse. We've dealt with worse. This is just a bunch of zombie dogs, and I mean a skeletal bone plate wolf. That sounds terrifying. Some sort of four-legged creature covered in fused bony plates. But it's nothing to our psychic power, right? I mean, it barely took any damage from Mindhammer. Maybe a sword. Yeah, a sword. We retreat out into the open, hoping that we can drag this fight into a place where not so many stragglers are going to come in. Necroboomer following us, zombie dog, a couple basics as they're trailing in quickly. We need to make sure we take this out decisively and without drawing in too many more. Aiden's breath is running out quickly. We have wind running going every chance we can get, but even with that and the adrenaline pump, we're running on empty with our stamina almost every time we fight. Barely able to keep our breath. It would be embarrassing, after everything we've done, to be taken down by a handful of basic zombie neighbors. Like a flash of lightning and careful placements of pushes, Aiden actually cuts through the crowd with surprising ease. I think at some point he realized that he's actually kind of getting good at this. Even tired and out of breath, they're really no match for him. In fact, his sword's doing more damage than his Mindhammer by a pretty significant margin, able to just literally slice these guys in half with a single blow. He's spent enough time now, he knows where to put that sword on a zombie. We're safe for now. Deep breaths. Oh hey, look, some hinges and nails. We actually needed those. That'll let us make the gate for our fence back home. Wave 3, more in the alleyway. Honestly, this is starting to get to be quite a lot. Aiden's standing his ground for now, but is very much considering running very soon. So many are coming in. And the sound of them attacking the buildings is just drawing everything from the nearby neighborhood even in. And he is limited by how much stamina he has. His psychic powers drain from him quickly, and melee isn't that much better. Ah, that cinches it. A brute. We gotta back up. Between panting breaths with the last of our stamina, Aiden pushes back the two major threats, the pupating zombie and the brute, hoping to just buy himself enough time to take care of the rest so that he can focus on the ones that are actually dangerous to him. We do check our pockets for grenades, but must have put them down at some point. They're not here. We probably left them back at the house. A grenade right now would be really nice. Sure, it would cause a lot of noise, but we could throw it once and then just run. Maybe dive for cover again. Well, that was a great trip back on the boat. We try and run, but the Bardes catches us. Fortunately, it looks like the brute was weak enough that we were able to take it down quickly. We need to get inside cover now. Fighting out in the open like this is literally going to get us killed. And finally manages to catch his breath using a corner. Finished off the rest of the stragglers that were after him, and using the darkness of the building, I think we lost most of them. Took out a handful, and got rid of the rest. It's time to actually take a look around. See what we have here. Some dinosaurs. That's something. It's weak and fleeing. That's not the greatest of news. Must be something going on out there. Another zombie dinosaur battle? Yeah. Dead dinosaurs. Looks like they've been fighting. Ah. More than just a few dead dinosaurs. There's some sort of like Jurassic Park dino war going on between the dinosaurs that have been taken down by the zombies that are slowly turning and fighting the living dinosaurs, creating a bloodbath of lizard blood. The streets are literally littered with their corpses. The zombies are no longer the biggest threat here, as one of the dinosaurs does catch sight of Aiden and two of them start chasing after him. Fortunately, that Diplodocus zombie is already pretty badly hurt. If we need to take it down, we might be able to, and there's another one in front of us. That's amazing. Oh, it's very weak. We might be able to take this down. Mindhammer? One doesn't work. Second one takes it down. Immediately crushes its corpse with the power of the Mindhammer as well. We do get chased down by one of these chickens and get up to the second floor. Hopefully dinosaurs can't climb stairs. Now that we're on the roof, maybe we can look around, see some solar panels. It's probably not high enough, though. We're not really seeing anything on the nearby buildings. Maybe the higher roof. I mean, we survived the last time we fell off one of these roofs. This should be fine. Still can't see anything, though. We're going to have to go into the city. At least if we go into the city, we're probably not going to run into more dinosaurs. Climb down? Okay. Safe. We're good. Not risky at all. Heading back onto the street, we're going to take care of any of these dinosaurs that are going to raise far too far away from the base in order to collect any of their meats. But any that we get a chance to crush down so that they don't get back up is going to be worth it. Maybe we should do it with Mindhammer? Looks like no. It's not quite enough smashing force, and probably isn't worth the stamina cost either. Man, they even got inside the house here. Seriously did a number on this place. Heading back into the streets after checking this building, I mean, there was basically nothing in there. We need to find someplace to go. There's that building I was talking about before. Looks like it's the police department. An enormous one. We're probably going to try and figure out if we can head towards that. We don't really want to fight this crowd of zombies out here, though. We'll back up for now. And, actually, we probably move our boat closer. See if we can get closer to that police station so we're not crossing as much of the city. You know, just being actively chased by a hunter zombie and a bunch of zombie dinosaurs. And wasn't the greatest of getaways, not the cleanest of them, but, you know, none of them are on the boat whenever we drive away. We just full throttle it right away and make sure that we actually pull away from them enough that they lose track of us. Yeah, if we land on this northern coast here, right around here, it should be a pretty good place to head over to that police station. Who knows, maybe the police station is going to have some sort of like solar array on the roof. I mean, one can always hope, right? Okay, bring in for a landing. Ah, our welcoming party. Some ferals. This water is probably just as bad for them as it is for us. They're going to throw rocks at us, but we're wearing pretty good armor now. Maybe we can just wait them out. Buffs goes out, rocks goes out. Yeah, we're right. Not a single rock did a single point of damage to us. Now we just wait for them to wade out into the water, and as they wade out, we take them down. As usual, the best strategy to fight zombies is make them waste their time. And don't waste yours. Police station's only about a block away now. Hopefully it was worth it. Oh hey, a fully repaired rolling trash can. We're gonna remember where this one is. Maybe pull it out a little bit. That'll be useful if we find anything good. We were wanting a trash can that was closer here. At least until we get a car up and running. We're just gonna take the trash can across the street a little bit here and deal with more of the neighbors. They're kind of prolific out here. Maybe coming here during the broad daylight wasn't the best of times. Kind of forcing ourselves to literally cut through a horde in order to get anywhere. We've made very little progress. As soon as the boomer goes off, yeah, maybe it's a time to at least take a step back. Aiden considers for a moment taking the trash can all the way over to the police station and then realizes, there's a chance that there's nothing even there, and it would end up being a huge waste of time. So we're just gonna leave it in here for now, and we know where to find it if we need it. Plus, there is a lot of zombies here, and we want to make sure that we have the ability to run if we need to. Finding them out in the open like this has never been a good idea for Aiden. And we forgot to put our environmental suit back on because it's hot outside. We get zapped, and that freaking hurt. Also, there's some sort of weird, creepy, crawly thing over there. Mind hammer it. That, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. It looks like a child turned into a spider. Yep, it needs to die. At this point, they're filing in from all sides. Once again, fighting in the open in a city. Not a smart idea. You have to find a window or a building or just something quickly. And window's locked. Keep moving. Crack the window open. Oh, good. Stairs. And a nice windowsill. Worst case scenario, if they start breaking down the door behind us or actually manage to encroach on us, we can run up the stairs. They'll get a little confused and it'll buy us some time. Looks like we were able to push ourselves back out into the open clearing. Another one of those god-awful creepy crawlies. And some sort of hulking creature? Yeah. No. We need to back up. Kevlar zombie. Sounds like that thing's going to be durable. Get back into the building. Hide in the shadows. See if we can drop some of the aggro. Aiden tries to take it down with a mind hammer from far, but all he actually does is completely wear himself out of breath. On the edge of absolute exhaustion, just barely managing to even take down basic zombies now. We need to end these fights quickly. Windrunning's helping, making sure that we actually have a chance in this fight. Make sure that we're actually getting some stamina back, but this is bad. And never punished. We have made it, what, 500 feet? Yeah. Being here during the day wasn't our best move. It's nice to drive around the lake during the day, but fighting zombies, it's just it's a battle of attrition. There are far more of them than there are of us. And sure, we're about 100 times more powerful, but there's more than 100 of them. It starts to add up quickly. One of these times we're going to make a mistake that we can't get back from. But we keep pushing. Aiden doesn't give up. All of this training has actually brought our mind timer up to level 8. We're getting good at it really fast. Honestly, we got a lot of levels really quickly training against a tree. Ooh, motorcycle. No, scooter. And it's completely destroyed. Worth a try. I mean, if we could get a real working motorcycle instead of a summoned one, that would also be really good. Either that, or, again, getting the summoned motorcycle consistently, something that we can summon all the time, would be kind of really good for us. Aiden pulls the gas mask on just as the boomer explodes, leaving toxic gas in the air, which once again is going to shred these zombies and help us, cover us, so that we can take them out. Close calls with that gas mask, more often than once. Aiden's already killed several dozen zombies since he's been here. This is, you know, a walk down the street in the city was always something that made Aiden nervous. There's a lot of people, a lot of eyes on him, and although that's now true, it's a lot more of a workout than he remembers. Well, this is the police station. Is there a way in, or we don't have to climb the fence? I think we don't have to climb the fence. We do check to see if we can mind hammer the fence down real quick, and no real luck. Maybe there's an entrance? Something a little bit easier? First time we tried to climb there, we actually slipped and fell because our backpack was too heavy. And Aiden's not exactly a parkour master. More of this. Every time we stop the fight, they just come quickly in. So we fall back to an old tactic. Head up to a roof. Climb a drain spout in a quick panic. This time, though, we have Mindhammer. We have a way that we can clear these guys out quickly and consistently. It's time to crush a horde with the power of our mind. Although we do still wish we had grenades. The straggler's down. It's time to figure out a way off this roof. They probably, yeah, they broke our original drain spout. And there's some paper walls on the police station there. Not a great sign. We've seen those before. Probably wasps. See the other drain spout? No. That one's broken too. So we're gonna have to do this the scary way. We go ahead and toss our backpack over the edge, let it down gently, and climb down. Oh, wow. We actually managed to land on our feet just barely. That would have been unfortunate, especially with that many zombies nearby. Man, we really wish we had grenades right now. Instead, time to run. This place seems good enough. Break open the window. Get inside before they catch up. Looks like most of them got dragged to north. Maybe we could climb the fence to the south here. Go around them. I don't have to kill every zombie in this place. It's not like we're ever going to be able to do that. There's just too many of them. I mean, how many people were on the planet? What, like 7, 8 billion? Yeah, it's still gonna take more than a few days and 1 Geon in order to take out 8 billion. Although Air probably has a smaller population. Probably only like 200,000 or 300,000. Okay, another fight well done. We managed to, honestly, the zombies led themselves into that corner. Stressful fighting this many, but we have a lot of options here, and what the fuck happened here? That is a lot of corpses. We didn't do that. What the hell? Oh. What is that? Some sort of giant bug corpse in this pile. And of course, we stopped moving for 3 seconds, so a bunch of zombies found us again. What is that, though? A giant wasp queen. Well, we were right about the wasp nest, but it looks like the zombies already took it out. But the wasps took out a shit ton of zombies in the meantime. Honestly, that's pretty good for us. Maybe this place is going to be pretty clean. Finally inside. Okay. Gigantic police station. What do you have for us? Looks like some sort of cafeteria. Holding cells. Prisoners still inside. We can take out a few, but honestly, this is probably not worth our time. Yeah, it's going to be a holding cell. There's not really going to be anything back there. We probably need to head to the upper floors. Interrogation room? No, still not what we need. What is this? More holding cells. These are like the drunk cells, like the temporary ones. Yeah, let's go upstairs. Ah, here's where the wasp nest was. They probably all flew out whenever they started finding the zombies out there. You can go ahead and head to the roof, take a look around. Yeah, I'm not seeing any solar cells. That's really unfortunate. But there's probably something we can gain from this place. No place in the Cataclysm is completely empty of resources. And there's none on the other side either. But again, maybe there's something here. I mean, it is a gigantic police station. We're here already. Might as well take a look around. Aiden was kind of hoping that we could see the tops of other buildings nearby, but again, we kind of just don't have the sight range to spot solar panels on tiny little solar panels on buildings in the distance. And staying up on the roof here is just drawing in a crowd. Even a flesh raptor tries to come to us. That's one mind hammer for you. Thank you. Have a good day. There's some vehicles down there. Maybe we can check those later. Like a few of these wasps survived, but a force push literally eviscerates it. Insides, now outsides. Trying to make sure none of them get up, though. I don't want to see what a mutated zombie wasp looks like. Sounds just terrible. Stairs down. And a crowd. Maybe not. Yeah, let's maybe not. We'll deal with that later. Plus, most of the interesting things are probably up on the upper floors here anyways. This is where all of civilians would normally not be able to go. Let's see what this is. Some sort of terminals? This place had a security on it. Let's try hacking it. And manhatch come out of the walls. Well, this place has quite a bit of security. Fortunately, none of them saw us in time to deal with the fact that we have Mindhammer locked out of this terminal. Try the next one. Oh, we managed to get in. Supply room. Unlocked. Oh, here we go. Is there anything interesting? Just like tons of ammo and explosive slugs? Okay. And they fit into a 6-round shotgun? Well, I mean, maybe we take one of those with us. There's a lot of ammo here. And go ahead and start taking the explosive shells and, yeah, take a 6-round a combat shotgun. We can have that if we get in an emergency here. Gives us something as a bit of a backup. We've used the shotgun before. Aiden found it to actually be highly effective, at least against the basic zombies. Cuts through them like butter. Looks like the other supply room opened too. Bunch of books, notes, some more manhacks. Looks like a police officer was caught in here. And knives and stun guns. Ah, I think I know what this is. This was, yep, the cannabis seeds confirms it. This was the evidence locker. I mean, it's worth checking to see if there's anything here. Trench knives, for example, are lightweight and worth at least a few dollars. Nothing else too interesting, though. Maybe more manhacks. Fortunately, Mindhammer is a very easy answer for these fragile flying creatures. It's hard to miss when your imagination is your weapon. This has been more of a bust than we hoped. Looks like we got some offices up here. Some sort of waiting rooms. Locker rooms? Yeah, but nothing really in them. What is this? Some sort of gym, maybe? I mean, it's worth checking at the very least. Just basic gym equipment. Nothing interesting. Aiden was kind of hoping for some sort of training manuals. I don't know. Maybe one of the cops was a ninja. Let's head downstairs and make sure there's nothing that we're missing. Take a few out on the stairs on the way down. Downstairs, just filled with briefing rooms, more zombies, an endless string of these guys coming for us. We can take them out, but soon we're going to be running into nether attunement. In fact, we already have a little bit of it. Not the greatest news. We need to be careful. Even if we don't run out of stamina, and we don't take any hits to cause any pain, nether attunement will become a limiting factor of how long we can fight. It'll make us stronger at first, but it will quickly become a problem. Plus, we're also getting tired. Once we actually become properly tired and properly weary, we're going to have to struggle. So Aiden decides to stop and perform some grounding meditation, taking the nether attunement into control before it actually becomes worse. It's going to cost us some time and some water, but there's plenty of water around here, so. Now, with 2 levels of nether attunement, it will become a problem quickly. You gain your first level of attunement after quite a while. It takes a lot to get your first level, but after that, they start racking up fast. And you don't want to be at the point where the nether attunement makes you start having mini blackouts or sudden vomiting fits. Okay, we got it back down to at least 1. It burned an hour, but maybe that's for the best? it might be better to move around this place closer to dark. Taking a quick look around, it doesn't look like there's maybe too much more nearby, but I don't know, maybe we can find some solar panels or at least something. I mean, even screws and nails at this point would be a boon somewhere close by. Of course, we stepped outside for even a moment, so we have attracted more of the neighbors. I think they're coming over to ask if I've signed the HOA papers. We have finally hit weariness, so Aiden decides to step back, find a nice office chair, and sit down to read. We're going to go ahead and learn from one of the books that we picked up at the Forge of Wonders today. It's a spell called Life Conversion. The tin on the book says that it's something to do with being able to convert life into mana. Considering how we're going to be struggling here, that might be useful. It does teach us Animist, though, which is a tradition, relatively new school of magical thought, formed through the combination of older ways that focus on harmony and connection to the natural world. This does not mean that animists are passive, however. The natural world is a savage place. Looks like life conversion requires us to create animist runes first, and an animist rune costs a little bit of HP to make each time, but with our current cybernetic setup, that's actually a pretty good deal. Basically, instead of converting HP into mana, we'd be converting calories into mana. And with the amount of calories we have available to us right now, that's pretty good. We don't have any food, though, and we are running low on water. Fortunately, there's some plumbing nearby, but it does mean that Aiden needs to move on. He needs to actually do something here, because we can't sit here forever. We would need water, and we would need food to be able to sit here for any real length of time. Fortunately, though, we are in a city, so that means that we can just explore to find food, and exploring also, you know, does what we need to do here. So, might as well take a look around. As we step outside looking around, we do find a feral esper. We're gonna go ahead and drag it in, take a few swipes at it, and no dice. Nothing interesting on them. They actually went down really fast. Suppose that whenever it comes to psionics, being feral does not really provide any benefit. As Aiden is clearing out the local zombies, trying to just make some room to be able to move around, he does wonder for a moment if this is what it's like to be a Jedi, just using a sword and the power of your mind to wipe out targets quickly and easily. I mean, it never seemed like they ever struggled with anything, other than running into other Jedi. Oh, now that's a crowd. Okay. Let's back up. I mean, we did pick up a shotgun, right? Maybe not quite time to use it. No, that's not too many. We can just take this out with our sword. Aiden tries to fight around the building, but even the small amount of sound that we're making fighting has caused a significant rush of zombies towards us. And yeah, this is every time we step out into the daylight, this is starting to get to be a problem. I mean, it is running on 7:30 p.m. at this point with all of the resting we did earlier in order to try and get our weariness back up. But it's not quite dark enough yet. We've spent an entire day in this city now. Reaching almost the exact midpoint of summer. Now, let's go ahead and try the shotgun. We take one shot at the Shrieker, almost completely wipe it out with the first shot. Take it out with the second. We have 6 shots for this thing. Should be able to reload it relatively quickly if it comes down to that. Each bullet's only doing a couple pieces of damage, but I mean, the buckshot is pretty effective, and following up with some psionics is pretty damn good too. We do take a step back, forgetting about our Xion for a second there, but we should be able to pull it towards us. Yeah, and then pull it from underneath the zombie and drop the shotgun at the same time, because to be honest, the shotgun was not as reliable as our sword, and holy shit, that's a lot of zombies. Yeah, we're just gonna leave that behind for now. Pretty lucky that there's this underbridge over here, because that's a horde, and once again we mourn the fact that we forgot our freaking grenades somewhere. We're going to have to find those. That's a problem. But it's finally nighttime. While we were fighting and taking breaths and maintaining our stamina, we burnt a lot of time, and to be honest, we probably should have done this from the get-go. We can make a lot of progress now. As much as I personally hate recording time at nighttime in Cataclysm, because it's just so lacking of color, it is the best way to progress getting through the city. Now it's nighttime, we managed to make it a block almost immediately. Already putting new ground in front of us. We don't want to go too far into the city, but we can check out some of the buildings nearby that are more of commercial buildings, which in my experience have had a higher chance of having solar panels on top. Not necessarily guaranteed by any means, but I don't even know where to check at this point. Kind of seems like it's random almost. And another roof, no solar panels. Too dark to really see anywhere to scout out the nearby roofs either. We've moved quite a distance now and notice that there's a gas station plus apartment, a gas station plus parking garage combo. I don't know. Maybe this is something? Hard to say. The parking garage might have cars in it, and we might be able to find a full set of controls. Would be at least something. Yeah, I mean, there's a car up here that looks, as far as the Cataclysm is concerned, quite good. And look at that. Fully repaired controls. Okay. Now we just have to get them out. I think it's time for more crowbar. After a few carefully placed deconstructive surgeries, we do finally get the security system out. The reclining leather seat was just a byproduct of our careful and exacting deconstruction. We're going to have to risk turning on our flashlight. Probably going to get seen by the things down below, but that's just what we're going to have to do. It looks like we did damage the controls slightly while we were trying to remove the security system, but they're still pretty good, and we could probably repair that damage later. There we go. Controls. Pick up the nuts and bolts because we need a bunch of those as well. Honestly, we probably need more than what we have, and we got what we need. Check around, make sure that there's nothing else here, but I think this is the only thing that we really need from this car. It doesn't have an electric motor, which is something that we'd like to get for our boat, and honestly, possibly for our car too, just so we don't have to worry about diesel fuel. Aiden remembers to check the trunk, grabs some water purification tablets and some super glue, and moves on. There's not going to be any solar panels here. Looks like we can't even access the roof. Eden can't even imagine what it'd be like to get trapped in a parking garage, so we leave quickly. That's not exactly an experience he would ever want to have. There is a craft shop to the north here. I mean, there's a small chance that one of these is like some sort of antique blacksmithing shop and just straight up gives us an anvil right away. So unfortunately, our map that we have is not labeled with what kind of craft shop these are. Oh, there's also a hardware store here. Hell yes. Maybe nails? Nails would be nice. Looks like it's open. Might as well check it first. Duct tape, some thread, and a lot of paint. An electric kiln would have been useful if we didn't already have one. Ooh, nails. 700 of them. Unfortunately, Aiden doesn't notice the pile of hinges off to his left. Since we forgot the shotgun behind, we go ahead and drop the explosive rounds. And honestly, we're really running out of inventory room here, so they were probably valuable, but it is what it is. We need these nails and nuts and bolts in order for the project that we're currently working on. We also dropped some of the books we found earlier. They probably would have been useful, but we just really need space right now. Especially keeping in mind that we still haven't found solar panels, which was the whole reason to come here in the first place. It looks like this craft shop is kind of flush with undead. The neighbors seem to have liked the local craft stores quite a bit. Maybe they were out antiquing before all of this happened. So we're gonna have to be careful here. We do manage to come around back, and there's a ladder right by the fence, so this is a pretty safe place to cross. Still no solar panels. Roof's otherwise empty. What's around back here? There's a few zombies. Oh, there's a forge here. That's promising. Anything in the crate? No. Sheet metal. You'd think with the fact that there's a forge here and some acetylene torches, there might be an anvil, but it looks like there's some sort of like metal artists instead of actually being blacksmiths. They do have a working vending machine though. With the boring food we have at home, this kind of vending is actually pretty good for us. Candy. Candy's at least happiness food. Cracking up a few more crates, we hear the neighbors outside clamoring to get in, but it's closing hours. They're not allowed in. It's after night. Nothing. We could go farther in to the city, but we're already pretty deep as it is. We're honestly considering just heading back at this point. We do have a lot of stuff on us, a lot of nails and such. Maybe we find something on the way back. Plus, we are getting tired. Even at light weariness, whenever we have extreme activity, which is combat, we're going to be about 25% worse on average at doing pretty much anything. So at this point, I think we officially need to be a little bit more careful than we have been. There's a bicycle here. Of course it's destroyed. If it was working, that would have been useful. We could have put some stuff in it. Okay, maybe one more place. If we run into a lot of opposition, we'll just head back. Speak of the devil, that is a lot of opposition. Yeah, we're just gonna get out of here. Sort of glad we did, passing multiple small hordes, 2 saluted devourers, and a feral cop that spotted us and needed to be taken out. So here's one of the benefits of moving around at night. Aiden just walked up and took it out to that waifling screamer, which caused all of the zombies to attract to where she was whenever she screamed, but they weren't able to track us. So honestly, we just walked away, and it made it better for us, not worse. Heading back to the boat, we're just going to go ahead and drop off what we got with us, but I think this isn't really enough to go home with yet. We do want to rest, sure, but like we haven't really accomplished anything with this time. Not really. I mean, we have nails. We could probably finish the fence with these nails, but that's about all we've done. I mean, we also got a set of controls and some candy, so that's something, I suppose. Looking at the boat one more time to remind ourselves, we still need a drill. The controls are useless without it. There's an apartment tower nearby, and some pretty tall buildings. And there's a chance, right? Make sure we pick up some hinges as we go, as we have finally remembered that we need hinges. Realistically speaking, a power drill of some sort could literally be anywhere. Feral throws a rock at us, we throw him out the window. Casual defenestration. apartment tower nearby reminds Aiden of his home. It's been a while since we've been in one. We're a little bit different than last time, literally just blasting the door down with psionic power in order to get inside. We're going to ignore the apartments themselves because we know what is in these kinds of apartments. There could be some books, but not much else. Clearing out each floor whenever we can, we won't just head straight to the roof. I mean, last time we did find some solar panels up on our roof, so I don't know, maybe we'll luck out. And once again, no dice. We're sure we've seen solar panels just about everywhere. It's wild that we're not finding any. Butcher shop nearby. Maybe, again, corporate buildings, you know, actual businesses. Their flat roofs seem to like having solar panels and such like that. Ah, there we go. At least we have our first panel array. This is at least something. We've at least accomplished something with our journey here. Crouch down, get out the lights. It's going to attract some attention. That's fine, but there's not much we can do about that. And we're going to go ahead and take it apart. In the middle of taking it apart, though, we do get spotted by a feral human. Just one. We can handle it pretty easily. Looks like our deconstruction job didn't get interrupted too badly either. We don't have to start over. More ferals. If they're finding us, that means that there's more down below us for sure, but we have a ladder, so it's very unlikely that they destroyed our way down. As we're pulling it apart, Aiden hears a cacophonous amount of destruction below him. He is definitely pissed off the local neighborhood. But we got one solar panel out of it. That's definitely progress. Ah, giant wasps. Can we take one of these? Wow, they do not take much damage from Mind Hammer at all. Spent half our stamina and a few sword swings taking that guy down. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. A horde of wasps is actually something we will not be able to take out very easily. Far worse than zombies. Oh, what is this? Holy shit. That's 4 solar panels. When it rains, it pours? No, wrong metaphor. Rain's good in this case. Okay, so we're going to have to try and get these solar panels off, which means that we're going to have to use some lights because we're going to have to use the actual car menu to get them off. Aiden realizes that the light is definitely going to attract zombies, but so far we've been able to handle what we found. And even as we say that, a dissolute devourer comes out of the night. We try and mind hammer him and realize that that amount of damage is not going to do. We're going to need to find a wall to push him against and go back to the old methods of just grinding these guys into a wall. Even as we are now, a sword fight would not be good. But once we find a surface, we fortunately have just enough stamina to finish him off. If we get caught wide out in the open with a dissolute devourer, it would honestly be bad news. Okay, turn on the light, see what comes in. We got one straggler zombie. Not too bad. Anything else? We do wait a few minutes, but looks like there's nothing else coming in. So we are going to start pulling the panels off now. Over the course of taking off the panels, we do run into a couple more stragglers. But honestly, it went a lot better than I ever expected it would. Aiden really expected to just kind of like bring in a small horde by turning in his lights, but other than a smoker and some basic guys, it looks like no one really spotted us. Either we had already taken out the area, or they just weren't seeing us because they were so distracted by earlier things. After the initial few, honestly, we just take off the panels really fast at this point. Since these are light solar panels and not full arrays, we should just be able to pick them up and take them with us. We'll probably just have the room for them. There we go. One left on the ground, but we're leaving after this, so we can go ahead and sheath our Xion and just pick it up by hand. Worst case scenario, we still have our Psionics, and we can always drop it if we need to fight. This was a good trip. I mean, it was going to be a good trip either way, but now that we actually got solar panels at the end, we have made progress. We should be able to get our power grid recharging fast enough to be able to actually use our welder back at base And with the controls in hand, basically all we need at this point is a power drill, and most vehicles that we find missing controls at the very least, we should be able to get going now. Aiden heads home. Another quiet boat ride through the lake in the night. This is becoming a familiar place to him. Honestly, we're pretty lucky that this lake is here. It's provided a lot of safe haven for Aiden, being able to move pretty long distances without having to cross land, because, I mean, land is where most of the zombies are, and there's trees too, so you can't exactly avoid everything. All of this preparation means, though, that very soon we should feel ready to take on one of these Hub 01 missions. The one that we have our eye on is, again, the collapsed tower. The reason we've been spending all this time preparing for it is because, well, it's pretty far off to the west, and if we went there with just our bare hands and not a vehicle, there's probably not much we'd be able to take back from it. So we'd much rather go there with some sort of storage medium in order to be able to make sure that whenever we go all the way over there, we can take everything we want from the lab. After all, the Hub 01 did say that outside of the actual lab itself, we can have everything we find there. Honestly, kind of forgetting why they wanted us to go there in the first place. It's good to be home. We go ahead and grab the solar panels, and we're going to go ahead and set them all up. Expand our grid. It's going to look nice to have all of these going. I mean, that's a pretty big improvement. Unfortunately, it's nighttime, so we can't really see what the power flow of the solar panels is, but damn, it definitely is starting to come along. Our base has water collection, it has power, we have something closely resembling a farm, and we have a fence getting going, which we still don't fully know how to use properly. We don't know how to tame these dinosaurs, but it's definitely something. It's honestly starting to shape up to look like an actual base. I'd kind of like to get something going near the docks to have some sort of like actual official crafting station over there. That'd be pretty nice. We also still need a wooden frame in order to make this battery box charger to set up a place where we can recharge batteries, because we're going to need to be able to recharge car batteries in order to be able to jumpstart some of these cars. Grabbing the hinges and nails, we can very quickly finish this fence over here. And it's nice to see a project done. Aiden takes a look at this, finally adding the gates, and is satisfied. And then immediately realizes the gate's probably too small. That's kind of unfortunate. But it is something that he built with his own hands. And it'll be functional, at the very least. Maybe we go back sometime soon and replace the gate, make it wider. We're going to get dinosaurs in here. A one wide gate's not going to do it. We spent enough time out there that we also get our dehydrated meat from the racks here, and we probably don't need to do anything about food for a while. Maybe even until our farms are done. Those Aptosauruses might not be our official pets, but they kind of feel like our pets. It's kind of nice to see them. Nice to see that they're still alive. We have thousands of calories in here. Most of it's going to last seasons. Yeah, this gate is not wide enough. We didn't think about this part. I mean, we can fit through here, but there's no way dinos can fit through here. In fact, that's actually a thought. Maybe we add another gate that's like this on the back or the side that's only one wide, because dinos won't be able to fit through it, right? I guess this is a project for the morning. Aiden is finally dead tired on his feet. But it's going to be something we have to do right away. Another day of labor, but we do manage to get this fence rail back up. I mean, we're missing planks, but it's okay. We have plenty of those, and now that we know how to make planks properly, it's really not that hard to get them. With the forest nearby, we could probably outsource thousands of planks. Well, we have the concept of a wide door, but we're going to need a little bit more. So we're going to go ahead and deconstruct the door here because, to be honest, I wasn't using it, and I'm perfectly fine with that just being an open entrance. It's not like we need the door for defense, right? We actually do need the door for defense, but... And as we're working, new portal storm is coming. Maybe that's a good place to stop. The air hums like a wire stretched taut on the verge of breaking. Any moment, something is going to snap. Aiden knows what this means, and immediately we are going to search our inventory to see if we still have the NRE recorder. We do. We still have that with us. We want to stay out in the oncoming portal storm for as long as possible, so we're actually going to drop these tools. And I think I saw that we had a plank in our lifting field. We're going to pull out our sword and pull up our suit. There's a possibility as well that we want to be ready with our gas mask, but realizing that he's also quite thirsty, Aiden is going to make a quick rush over to the house and just fully prepare himself. As he's taking a drink from the big barrel, we suddenly register a buzzing in our senses. It's getting louder and our head begins to throb. Somewhere nearby, a tiny cataclysm has begun. We're going to finish consuming just because we are so thirsty. And as Aiden steps outside, we already see portals spinning and raging from the sky. We do want to check, where is the epicenter? It looks like it is off to the east. For the sake of the NRV recorder, we probably want to avoid the epicenter. It will swoop us up like a tornado and take us to another area. We can feel with our mind that reality is breaking slightly. And we're hoping that... Do we have to activate this NRE recorder? It seems like whenever we activated it, it whirs as it started printing recorded data. But we're not sure if that was only the recording of the first few moments of the Cataclysm here. Not sure. Aiden stands out in the storm, ready for anything to happen, anything to approach him. Taking a few swigs of water, and let's see what happens. Standing with his sword ready, planted in the ground, watching reality twist and turn, he hears a voice whispering from behind him. What's the rush? He ignores it. He knows better. He's seen one of these before. He knows this is not real. Well, maybe real is not the correct term. This is happening, but he does not need to worry about the voices. We are surprised, though. We're not seeing any creatures. Perhaps this is a relatively light portal storm, a weak one, as we do wait outside, our sword at the ready, our mind sharpened to a knife for anything to appear, anything to attempt to attack us. The Aptosauruses don't even seem to notice. As we're waiting, the sky suddenly grows bright, then dark. Sounds fade before roaring in our ears, and then an entire world suddenly vanishes, leaving you in silent darkness. All sound is blotted out. And as we reappeared, there is a creature nearby. A crow? That seems strange. There were no crows on the island. Ah, we are starting to hallucinate. As we stepped closer, Aiden noticed that the crow simply vanishes. And now we're also sick. Oh, that's not the greatest. We're actually going to cast wind running on ourselves in order to deal with the stamina loss of Aiden becoming quite ill. And in fact, because we have safe mode on, Aiden is going to actually sit down and meditate in the portal storm, preparing his mind for any oncoming strangeness or fights. And we immediately started overheating. Okay. I think the portal storm is messing with the weather as well, potentially. For a moment, we saw a mimic tree frog and a parasaur zombie. Okay. We are aware of the fact that we are hallucinating very badly at this point, but still, despite the fact that it's making him terribly sick and terribly nauseous, nothing has come to attack us yet. Okay. As we were meditating again, Aiden suddenly awakes to see a tiger. The tiger stumbles and sways, its jaws slack, its eyes wide and open and shining black. And as everything else that had appeared before us, we had ignored it because even the portal storm was over, but then it bit us just now. Before we do anything else, we are going to activate the NRV recorder and then pull out our blade. And by the time we actually unsheath the blade, the titer's gone. But we did get a short printout from the NRV recorder. It seems like one of the printouts is a much higher quality than the other. So perhaps we have what we're looking for now. After that, though, Aiden needs... I'm sorry, a what? A Spinosaurus Night Stalker, but it's inside the wall. Aiden watches it for a moment, slowly pulling his blade out, making sure... You know what? Mind Hammer. We hit it. It did not seem to have taken damage. Okay. We finally slash out with our blade, and it vanishes. I think we're hallucinating. Yeah, I definitely think we're hallucinating. The portal storm might be over, but our hallucinations aren't. I think Aiden's going to go inside and take a drink of water and eat some food real quick and calm his mind from that. We did complete the job that we promised to the Edzodi, however. Next time we're on the island, or on the mainland, that is, we'll turn that in. See if we can turn in both of them, to be honest. Actually, I think we're going to drop the weaker anomaly printout so that we don't accidentally turn in the wrong one. We are worried about going to the mainland while hallucinating. Unsure of whether these hallucinations are real enough to cause problems. It doesn't matter. That's if we hallucinate something and we're not sure if it's real or not, we may take a threat that is serious, not serious. So we're actually going to sit down and Aiden's just going to take some time and read a little bit about this Mojo Cycle book. We wake up ready and refreshed. Aiden had spent the nights reading about the Mojo Cycle, and we got a little bit of it done. We have a chance to cast it now, assuming we had enough mana, which is still an issue that we are struggling with. I kind of want to use my integrated welder here and just spend a little bit of time repairing some stuff to intentionally use some of our power. It'll also give us a little bit of skill in fabrication as well. Just so that we have enough power. There we go. We've exhausted our power. That's actually good for us. And whenever we get to the mainland, which is where we're heading immediately here, we will attempt to summon the Mojo Cycle. Our task today is to try and get to this car that we've been working on running. That is our biggest goal. We are going to take a bunch of... Actually, let's check exactly what we need. So we're going to go to install and then controls. So we need welding wire, nuts and bolts, vehicle controls, glare protection, bolt turning, drilling. Okay, we'll take the welding glasses here. We'll take 100 nuts and bolts. Take the vehicle controls and the welding wire. We're going to put all of these in this southern container here of the folding box to make sure that they're a little bit separated out from the other things that we have going. Basically, what we want to do is we actually want to bring everything with us that we can make the repairs on this car out in the wild, essentially. I'm not 100% sure if that's going to be possible, considering that we would normally need... We look at controls again here. We would normally need, let's see, the arc welder. We can go ahead and wield this and see if it'll tell me how much I have now. Why is it not telling me my arc welder? I have figured it out. Our arc welder got unplugged. So we're actually going to plug it back in over here. And then we will check to make sure, as we're going, that it stays plugged in this time. Now if we check the install menu here and go to controls. Okay, good. Now all we would need would be a tool of drilling 2 or more. Issue is that we would need a acetylene torch, welding kit, or an incandescent lance instead, because we're not going to be able to use our battery-based charges in order to use the arc welder while we're out by the car. And we need to see if we have another welding option here. Worst case scenario, we have a welding option back on the aircraft carrier, and we can go get it. Okay, it does look like we don't have another welding option right now, but we still need a drilling utensil, so we're not going to worry about that just yet. because I do have an idea. If we charge one of these batteries up high enough, we could just take it with us, install it onto the ground, and then plug the welder back into it. So we're going to leave everything charging here, and we are going to head back into town because we have a goal. We have a mission here. We want to get a tool of drilling so that we can repair the car, because as soon as that car is repaired, we are going to head to the fallen tower. So we're going to head back into the megacity one more time, hoping to find a area where we can get a tool with drilling. And considering the fact that this area over here is just a lot more flush with locations that we can search, we are going to head straight to that, to our old hometown. Aiden is filled with both anticipation and excitement, but also a bit of anxiety heading back. We know that these megacities are dangerous, and in our time away from them, they have only become more dangerous. And as we drive our motorboat across the lake back to the city that we grew up in, the city that we experienced the Cataclysm in the first time, and the city that we frankly fled from, we're not excited, but we need this. This is the next improvement to our life. So we're going to do it. Since we're heading to the mega city anyways, Aiden did decide to stop off at the aircraft carrier and see about finding another welding option while we're here. The battery thing is not a bad idea, to be completely honest, but there were a lot of welding tools here in this place, and if we could just find out where they were again, I think they were down here in this office, then we could possibly find something even better than the battery option. So we're just going to make a quick romp through here. Hopefully we don't have to fight anything. With some welding tools in hand, we have a propane tank and a propane torch now. We also have some jumper cables. If we ever need to repower our either our car or our cybernetics as well, we're going to go ahead and offload all of these into the vehicle. Feel pretty happy about the fact that we had stopped to do this. It means that we can leave our existing welding setup at the base without having to worry about bringing it with us. Okay, looks like everything is in the boat. We didn't drop anything into the water this time by accident. We will head out of here. Pull away from the aircraft carrier slowly. We have made this mistake in the past. And full speed onto Ire. We have our welding taken care of. At this point, all we need now is the drilling tool. Aiden pulls up to his familiar beachside location. One zombie ready to greet us, which makes us slightly worried that our friend the Warrener is not safe. However, it looks like he is still doing well out here. We do greet him, and he responds with, "Pleased to meet you. Is there any jobs that we can do?" Oh, he does have a job for us. He needs to build fences and ditches around his rabbit. He'd like to find 5 logs. Sure. I mean, there's a tree trunk right there, sir. We'll come back and do that for him in a moment. We want to focus on our job here today. So we're looking for a drill. I'm not sure exactly where we're going to be able to find a drill, but I get ideas of where we're not. So let's actually look for construction sites. There is one farther inland here. We could head for that. There's also a gardening store and a supply store right next to it. So that might be something that we aim for. At the very least, it's a good start. It is probably going to be a constant fight to get through the city to get there, just like it was last time we tried to go through one of the mega cities. But we'll try and move through buildings as much as possible to try and reduce the amount of time that we're having to fight our way through everything. As Aiden was moving through the city, we actually managed to make it several buildings over before we see a real threat. A Migo. It's across the street, but it sees us. Oh no, that's really not good. Aiden sees 3 of the dangerous, twisted alien creatures. He is going to begin to make a full sprint. He runs into the reinforced glass greenhouse closing the door behind him, hoping to goodness that these aliens have not figured out how to work doors yet. And out the other side, and I think we're going to try and hide inside of one of these houses. We need to lose track of those things. The only nice thing that we can possibly think about is the fact that the Migo are also going to fight the zombies. So if we can possibly lure the Migo into the zombies, or vice versa, there's a chance that they'll just fight each other instead of fighting us. We do see one Migo down on the street. Looks like it's already taking out a few zombies of its own. Yeah, I think we're getting far too close to that encampment we spotted in the distance. If it gets close, we're gonna fight it as Aiden starts making a run for it. We hear the sounds of zombie Migo battle behind us, and we just make a book for it. Running and leaping out one of the back windows. As soon as Aiden lands in a bush, we see just more than just a few zombies. Some sort of zombie snapper and a grappler. And our first instinct is to, yep, just crawl back in. That is not ideal. And something we're realizing is that we still forgot to grab our grenades. Those, at the very least, are easily taken down. We're more worried about the Migo behind us and what it could possibly do. We're closer now, and Aiden does actually notice that there is a manhole in the street outside. There's a possibility that if we could get to this manhole cover, we could go down into the sewers and move a few blocks in the sewers, which will reduce the amount of zombies that see us. At least most likely. Oh, that's a zombie necromancer. We're going to crush him down with Mindhammer. We tried to fight him in melee for a moment there, but he is actually quite scary. But we do finally take him down. Okay, so let's run quickly. Mindhammer this. And we will use a crowbar to try and pull up this manhole cover. Yes, head down into the sewers. However, while down here, we're definitely going to have to pull out our night eyes. And we are going to also activate our recon headgear and pull up our environmental suit. We don't want anything in here to get the best of us in a surprise. Aiden's never been into the city sewers before, but it seems like it's a pretty large sewer itself. We have plenty of room to fight. It's not as claustrophobic as he worried it might be. However, as we're going along, we do see that there appears to be hostile mutant piranha fish in here. Subarana, large mutated variant of carp. It has shimmering green scales and a mouth lined with 3 jagged rows of razor-sharp teeth. Well, that's just terrifying. Yeah, we're gonna Mindhammer that, because screw that. Take a moment to rest. The zombie snapper seems to actively be chasing us. Took a bite at us, pulled us back towards the coast as we tried to escape it, but a single force push into a Mindhammer takes it down. We have a good idea of where we are. We need to turn south at some point here. What the hell is that? A colossal slug. A mutated leopard slug as wide as a golf cart. Venom dripping from its fanged maw as it slithers around slowly, leaving a trail of glistening slime. Yeah, ooh, and it attacked us. Okay, that is a force push until it dies situation right there. Aiden held the creature up against the wall and slowly crushed it top to bottom. And we're seeing more corpses, more slugs. Definitely seems like these slugs are the enemy of everything down here. Best they be gone. Here's our turn. We should be arriving at our destination much quicker, or pretty quickly here. Oh, shit. We have a locked door in the way. Well, hopefully we should be able to lockpick this. And then we see a Zap Ratigan. The cat-sized albino mouse sparking randomly whenever anything approaches it. No. As Aiden's mind reaches out and crushes it down like a hammer. Hell no. We got to our exits in one piece. As we come out, we see chaos around us. To the southeast, signs of a battle, thin smoke, some sort of destroyed bus. See multiple pigeons. Well, that's probably the least of our concerns. A stray cat that somehow survived in this wasteland. There's a hardware store to the northwest. We're definitely going to want to check that out. But to the southwest, there is this Construction site. We already see a portable generator outside. With the number of zombies that are around here, we probably want to head to the hardware store first because it's a location that we can hide in. We do, however, see over here to the northwest a screecher. We want to be careful because if that screecher screeches, it's going to draw in everything from this local area towards us, and we're going to have to deal with a lot more than we want to. Aiden immediately makes for the hardware store. Takes down the screecher from a distance. Did it get off a scream? We don't think so, actually. It didn't manage to scream before we took it down. Very nice. We're going to just immediately climb this fence over here and try and get into the hardware store as quickly as possible. A hunter zombie trying to stop us just as we enter. And then, of course, Aiden curses his luck as this place is more or less empty. There's a few crates in the back. Maybe we can get lucky. Looks like someone already looted it. Possibly one of the bandits. Unlikely we're going to find anything here. It's completely empty. Okay, construction site nets then. We'll go ahead and head across the street, ignoring the fact that there's a dissolute devourer toward northwest, pseudo following us. We see a reciprocating saw. That's not what we want. Some solder, planks, faucet. Let's see, quicklime, rubber hose, commercial fertilizer. Okay, we are going to take that though. There is a chaotic amount of creatures nearby. A lot of them do see us, including a giant wasp queen to the south of us. I'm gonna try and ignore it just for a moment and hope that we can find some more tools at this construction site. It doesn't look like we're going to get lucky though. Yeah, it doesn't look like they brought the right tools to finish this job. Perhaps they were only just getting started. We'll go ahead and mark these locations off. And we're going to have to see if there's another location nearby here. Possibly the thrift store nearby. That's... Oh, hey, there's two hardware stores. There are hardware stores that we had actually marked earlier with Aiden in order to visit. We are going to start heading towards those. More or less just focusing on outrunning the majority of the hordes. Taking down a zombie dog as we go and running for shelter in this destroyed grocery store. There are still wasps outside. We can hear them fighting the zombies. They will help us deal with the vast majority of them, at least until they themselves get taken down. As we start to step past an abandoned storefront, we see another boomer glutton standing in that storefront ready for us. We're actually going to step in and try and deal with this because we don't want it behind us. With the gas mask and the IR glasses covering our mouth and face, it was an easy thing to deal with. I'll go ahead and take off the gas mask for now. And as hot as is it making us, we're going to leave the suit on. We're going to check these shopping carts real quick, make sure none of them are still sound. Doesn't appear so. They would have been useful to carry behind us. Okay. Aiden steps into the darkness, takes a breath, in and out. We are calm, we are ready. Apparently there's just a whole ass chemistry set here. It's not too heavy. I think we'll go ahead and take it with us because it has not really seen anything like that in our journeys through the apocalypse yet. Hardware store. Oh, good. This one actually has stuff in it. Okay. We're going to look around, see if we can find a drill. Searching the shelves, Aiden does find a little bit more commercial fertilizer, but which will help the farm at the very least, but no drill. Next location. We have another hardware store to the southwest. After that, I'm not sure where we're going to be heading next, to be completely honest. We are getting really close to our old apartment building. We may pay it a visit. Make sure we didn't leave anything behind that we have forgotten. As Aiden hits the last of the hardware stores, we see what we need, I do believe. Yes, a cordless drill. Cordless high battery-powered drill for selection of drill bits. Looks like it requires a medium battery, which I think we have some medium batteries back home, and it has 3 drilling quality. Okay, that was a little bit more harrowing than I would have wanted, but it was possible, and we got it done. I would like to maybe hit this bookstore on the way out before we leave the city. And then after we hit the bookstore, I think we are going to head out the same way we came in, taking this sewer as far north as we can, to avoid the vast majority of the horde. There's also a gas station here. There's a chance that there's something at the gas station. Ideally, we actually get some diesel fuel while we're at the gas station, I just realized, because the car that we're trying to repair is dependent on diesel, which we don't have any. As we were searching, we did actually just find a medium storage battery. Heck yes. Is that for... Oh, it's for static grid. So that's another 10,000 for our grid. We're going to go ahead and pick that up, insert it into our lifting field to take back with us. Any chance we get to find solar panels or anything such similar as that, we're going to take. Okay, the bookstore is only one building over now. Let's check it out real quick before moving on. Like, more than a good half of the buildings in this Cataclysm, in this city, it has already been looted. It is already empty, stripped of anything worthwhile. I think that's going to be all we do for today. I would like to get some of the diesel from here, but we have more convenient gas stations closer to home, and we don't have a way to transport it right now. So we're going to head back to the sewer entrance and I think head out of the city. We got what we came for, which, to be honest, is somewhat more than what I thought we were going to... It was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. I thought this was going to be an entire excursion. Is this an electric car? This is a city car. Let's check it real quick as we're going by. Make sure that it doesn't have some sort of engine in here. Let's go ahead and go down to... Go to remove, correct? We would need, still a gasoline engine. 1600 4-cylinder gasoline engine. I was just checking to make sure that this thing didn't have an electric engine. If we could find an electric engine to put onto our boats, I actually personally think that that would be ideal. I don't mind if our car runs on gasoline, but our boats, honestly, everything should run off of electricity eventually. It'll make our life just a lot easier. Apparently there's some domestic rabbits running around that the Cataclysm has not dealt with yet. Aiden wonders on some point if the Warner is to blame for that, breeding rabbits up north in order to create a new ecosystem of rabbits that exist within the Cataclysm, somehow ignored by the local zombies. We are cautious of the Migo. Yep, and there's two of them right there. Hey, they're coming inside. As soon as they come around that corner, we crush them down with force push, shoving them against the back wall. Another one comes in. Hit it once, shove it back, smash it again. Oh, two of them are down. That took a lot of force just to kill one. Okay, 3 of them are down. We were caught out in the wild with these. That might be the death of us. These Migos, we've seen them fight the zombies now. Aiden knows that in a closer fights, those things would tear us apart in moments. They are bred to be weapons from what we can tell. We have most of what we need. We're going to still be missing some gasoline, but whenever we look at where the car that we're going to be repairing is, it's a lot closer. This vehicle over here, it is a lot closer to the Oshnet city here. And there was some gas stations fairly easily it's accessed here in Oshnet. Plus, we could go and get another canister from the filling station. Aiden has a plan, and we are now very certain that we're going to be able to get this car up and running, and we can start heading towards the collapse tower that the Hubba 1 has told us about. A location that Aiden has heard in his dreams is potentially very dangerous, but the idea of a place being this dangerous brings a smile to his face. The aircraft carrier was a challenge. He almost died, in fact, in the aircraft carrier. If it weren't for quick thinking and a grenade while throwing himself to the ground, it would have been the end of his journey right then. Something about flirting with danger in the Cataclysm is bringing Aiden joy. He has remained optimistic and has enjoyed living here, living on his own and figuring things out and learning things, but he is starting to miss that sense of fear that he had on his first days. This sense of having to do almost anything to survive one more day. Now it seems like survival is guaranteed unless we get ourselves in trouble. So, Aiden plans to get himself in trouble. With a quick trip home to grab a battery for the cordless drill, Aiden is ready to repair the car, he thinks. The only thing we're going to be missing is some fuel, I think. But we should be able to deal with that afterwards by heading over towards the pump station and grabbing another one of those large canisters and bringing them in towards the city in order to grab some diesel fuel. But that'll be a pretty easy trip. We've done that before. Okay. Let's see if we forgot any particular tools. We'll go to the spot where the controls should be and type in controls. What? Why do we have... We do have a propane torch. Hold on. Let's drop this. Drop the propane torch and cordless drill and the propane tank at our feet. Welding glasses, welding goggles. Let's just go ahead and drop everything that we need on this job here so that we can bring more stuff in the future if we need it. So what are we missing? What have I not understood here? Aiden is definitely no mechanic yet, so we need welding wire, welding rods, or brazing rods. I thought we had that. Propane torch. Is there something we have to do with the propane torch to like refill it? Let's go ahead and wield the propane torch and see if we can figure it out. Propane torch has 0 charges but needs 64. Maybe we can activate the propane tank itself. Aiden fiddles with both of them, trying to figure out, well, how the hell this works in the first place. Okay, we were able to reload the propane torch from the propane tank. What does it say that we have now? Okay, so now it says that we have enough charges. We just need the welding wire, brazing wire, etc. We actually have that. I think we just forgot it at the boat. So Aiden is going to head back. As Aiden was heading back, we did actually get attacked by a giant locust, but this is an interesting time to do a quick butchery real quick and see if we can get chitin. Yeah, bug chitin. Okay, very cool. We're going to take that chitin with us and put it in the boat. See if we can make some fertilizer of our own. Although we do have a whole bunch of bags of commercial fertilizer as well to make our farm better. It is good to know where we might be able to source some ourselves. Okay, back at the coop now. Let's see if we have now everything that we need. We're going to go to the spots. Controls. Oh, wow. It's going to take an hour to add. But this is a long time coming. This is amazing as Aiden welds controls onto this vehicle. Oh, okay. The car battery is dead and it requires a diesel, but it has a 60-liter vehicle tank. And I believe the tank is empty, correct? It has enough wheels. The wheels are in good enough shape, it seems like. Yeah, wheel hub assembly is steerable. And then there's 2 more assemblies back here. Okay. The wheels are good, but the tank is empty. Oh, that feels really good to finally get this all done. Really, really good. Okay, we're going to leave everything on the ground for now. On the ground there for now. Yeah, it looks like by refilling the propane torch, we basically added the propane tank to it. And now it's a combined item. And we barely used up any of its charges, to be honest. We'll be able to use this for a lot of different things. So we are going to head to both the Adzodi to turn in our reward and to the pump station. Familiar hallways, armies of mecha, and beautiful quadrupeds and metal walls. We speak to Rubric, and a fine return, matey. He's starting to like us. Actually, we should check his opinion on us. He is in fact trusting, values our prevalence, and does not fear or anger us at all. I wanted to talk. After talking to Rupert for a little while, Aiden does realize that he unfortunately tried to turn in the reward to the wrong person. Rupert gives him a strange look whenever he looks at the NRE recorder and says, that's not for me, mate. And we feel bad. Yeah, that was definitely Hubba 1. It's been so long that we legitimately forgot who we were supposed to be turning that into. We're going to check to see if he has anything new for us, though. He has an aero evaporator CBM. Lets us basically pull in air from moisture from the surrounding air, which slowly trickles directly into the user's bloodstream. Would make us a little bit better at dealing with our water issues. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hydraulic muscles. and also a finger lighter. But hydraulic muscles, infrared vision. Oh yeah, here we go. Now we're getting into the good stuff. The good stuff. I think we're going to have to look at buying these hydraulic muscles. Allow us to increase our strength by 20 for a short period of time. That is truly impressive. The infrared vision probably isn't super required because it would drain our battery, but we have a helmet that does the same thing. We also could get more power storage, but we may want to not do that because it's going to interfere with our mana. We also see a sleep mode shutdown here, allowing us to instantaneously choose to sleep at any time, but that seems a little scary, to be honest. The Aero Evaporator and the Bionic Muscles are the thing that interests us the most. Let's see how expensive those would be. So the Aero Evaporator looks like it's going to be $70 to buy and install, and the Hydraulic Muscles will be $210 to buy and install. So we're going to go for the Hydraulic Muscles first, and we don't have any more of those amazing grenades to sell to him, but we can sell the Hub 01 coins for a decent value. We are aware of the fact that we're probably losing, not even probably, we're definitely losing some value off of them, but we really want this right now. So Operation Success, Rubik does not disappoint. We wake back up now with Hydraulic Muscles. They take 10 kilojoules per turn to keep active, so we won't be able to keep these active for long, but while activated, our muscles will be greatly enhanced, increasing our strength by 20, more than tripling our strength, which is kind of amazing. Well, it's actually going to be exactly tripling our strength. Apparently we've gotten up to 10 at some point. That is also pretty amazing. Before we leave, I do want to also see about the Aero Evaporator as well. We should be able to also afford that by once again selling him some hub coins. Now we also have a Aero Evaporator. Let's see what it does exactly. Unit draws moisture from the surrounding air, which slowly trickles directly into the bloodstream. It may fail in very dry environments, however. I think that is going to be something that we don't activate all the time, the Aero Evaporator, because we don't need it all the time, right? However, whenever we're going to be getting into situations where we're running out of water, it might be a good thing to turn on for those times. Right now, while we're on the island and while we're in the area around the island, we really don't need it. Since we're so close to the pump station now, though, we are going to grab another one of these canisters from over here, one of these large tankers from the pump station, and we're going to head into the city and grab some diesel fuel in order to fill up our car. I did just notice that there's a manhole cover right here that leads into a sewer right here. Does this sewer lead into town? It might. And if it does, that'd be pretty interesting. It takes us pretty far into town. Fascinating. Not something I'm worried about right now, though. Okay, here we go. Another 200-liter steel drum. Should be able to head into the city now and visit one of the gas stations, if we can find them again. Here we are. Visit one of the gas stations to get enough diesel fuel to run that car. In fact, it shouldn't even be an issue. It does seem like the zombie hordes have moved around in the time since Aiden has been back to this city, and they are trying their best to give us at least a little bit of a problem here. But I'm not thinking that this is going to be too hard. We're actually going to see about maybe summoning the motorcycle. It'd be kind of fun to simply use it, even if it's kind of unnecessary. I mean, why not, right? And even after one try, we cast our summon motorcycle and we pull into the world a broken motorcycle. Okay, this is actually a funny outer moment here. Apparently this spell is actually not going to work because of No Hope. No Hope adjusts the damage percentage of vehicles as they spawn. So summon motorcycle, instead of summoning a fully repaired vehicle, actually summons a broken one. As Aiden pulls this motorcycle, this Inferno vehicle into the world, the corruption, the nature of the malediction seems to almost find humor in making him realize this is not going to be an answer. He cannot simply sidestep repairing a car. It came out broken. Honestly, useless. Well, that answers that. It also means that there's really no reason for us to keep this fuel saving going. We're going to go ahead and turn the fuel saving back on to 50% so that because we don't really have a reason to get up to 1,000 mana anymore. We'll also maybe, now that we know that's not going to really be an issue, we'll probably go ahead and buy some more CBM storage at some point so that we can use our integrated tools a little bit more. I do want to see how bad the joint torsion racket affects us. We're going to turn that on, and it looks like it does slow us down a little bit. So it slows down our total speed by 4, which is not the worst thing in the world, to be honest. It doesn't seem to produce a lot of energy, though. It's hard to say exactly how much it's producing. Apparently, it also slowly generates power whenever we move, period. So we actually can probably just leave this off, because it does slow us down, and getting slowed down is very dangerous in the apocalypse. We can just leave it on, and it should generate power just by us moving. So between this and the trickle charger, we should have a decent amount of passive power generation. In fact, we're even going to turn on the aero evaporator just for a moment to let it start filling up our water on its own. And it looks like we have found a small horde on the way towards the gas stations. It's possibly not the worst of hordes, but there is a screecher here. We want to deal with that one right away. Oh, multiple screechers. Okay, we're going to get out of here because as soon as the second screecher goes off, Aiden knows that we have a small problem on our hands. We are used to understanding what happens whenever we screech. Oh, and as we step into one of the buildings, we realize that we weren't actually fully prepared. We didn't have environmental suit on as toxic gas and lightning shoots out towards us. We step back, pull our gas mask on, pull our suit back on. We didn't take too much damage from the lightning, but the toxic gas is making us weaker. Since we are over encumbered right now, we are actually going to turn the hydraulic muscles on for a moment and just absolutely destroy that zombie. Turn the muscles back off, and we are going to step back into the darkness. Take a breath through our rebreather and just try and get control of ourselves again. Poison is working its way through his system. Okay, looks like the gas is faded. Whatever was causing the gas must not be too close by. Let's see if we can continue on to that gas station. That was pretty dangerous, to be honest. I would say needlessly reckless. As strong as Aiden is, it is easy to forget sometimes that this apocalypse can still be a threat to us. Oh, hey. There's a gun store here. Maybe there's something here that's going to be interesting for us. We'll take a quick look around. As we're moving through the gun store, we do actually see a new type of zombie. They are continuing to evolve. A skeletal brute, distorted outgrowths of calcified bone plates cover this zombie's rotten skin. Joints and cracks around his body ooze with black goo. We are not tired yet, so we are going to reach out and mind hammer it, and it smashes us to the floor. We need to actually back up here. This is starting to be a problem, but fortunately there was a gas zombie in there, so it actually covered our retreat. We're already in a decent amount of pain, though, from this encounter. Looks like they did a work on this place back here, but despite that, I'm not really seeing anything much in this gun store that is worth our time. There is a gunsmith repair kit that would have been something to jump for joy for on an earlier day. It took us a while to find one of those, but we don't need it anymore. Aiden has gotten his pain down, so we need to get farther into the city now. Should be a relatively simple matter, Aiden thinks, to cross the rest of this area. What are those? Giant dragonfly naiads. A predatory, aquatic dragonfly larva Normally barely a centimeter long and feeding on small fish, has grown to the size of a catfish. Underneath its sharp mandibles, you can see its folded lower jaw has changed into something resembling a barbed spear. Well, that's terrifying. Also, there's a fish in this lake over here. And we'll take the time to kill this fish real quick. And we'll probably butcher it as well. Because that sounds like really good meat to Aiden. Is that butchering anyways? Yes. We'll do a quick butchery. Oh, shit. Okay. I guess we need to kill these naiads. We'll go ahead and murder both of them. Fillet of fish and scrap fish. There we go. Very nice. We're going to wait to take a breath, get our stamina back, and keep moving. Not far now to the gas station. I think this is the back of one of the gas stations. Yeah, Aiden's going to go ahead and peek in here, take our time, make sure we're not getting caught by anything. In order to be able to actually pull gas from these and fill up our 200-liter drum here, we're going to need to make sure that this area is relatively emptied out. It looks like the green ones are the diesel pumps. We'll go ahead and crush down these flesh raptors. Yeah, that's what I thought. As soon as we started pumping, some of these zombies got in a little bit too close. I think we need to back up and gain some stamina so that if anything else attacks us, we're ready to take it. Keep spilling the diesel. There we go. We have how much? Why won't it tell us how much diesel we have? 12,000 diesel. Okay. How much do we have left in our lifting field? 138 pounds left. So we should be able to get more. It looks like there's not more diesel here, though. So we'll have to move on to the next area. Check our item search every once in a while, as Aiden keeps a keen eye out for denarii on the ground. Even if we don't use them at the Forge of Wonders, denarii are incredibly valuable trade goods either way. I'm wondering, though, why walking is currently a moderate activity. Is it because we're over encumbering? Yeah, I think Aiden is just being worn down, weared down by the sheer amount of cargo on him right now. Okay, here's the other gas station. Remainder of our massacre that we had last time we're here. Okay, there is one diesel pump here. Exactly what we need. What the hell is that? Oh, spilled gasoline. In the distance, there's a gasoline zombie as well. Does not see us yet. This is probably for the best. If that thing were to get close to us, I think it's going to explode. We have 107 pounds left. And the diesel pump is now out of order. Is there one of those things nearby that is like the extra gas? It does not appear so. We are, as usual, quite hot as well. Maybe we'll activate the aero evaporator again. See if it'll fill us up. I think it automatically turned off earlier whenever we were no longer thirsty. Which is... if that's true, that's actually quite nice. Ooh, what are you? Zombie soldier. We can go ahead and mind hammer him mid-fight to knock him down. Increase our chance of surviving that fight without taking any damage. Plus, we'll want to mix in mind hammers quite frequently in order to make sure that we're consistently improving our skill of mind hammer. We're also going to be taking all of these hinges that we find. Aiden has plans to make even more improvements in the future to his base, and the hinges will help dramatically with that. We are going to take a moment to play a game on the handheld, at least until the battery dies, just to get our focus up a little bit. Oops, did not mean to try and eat a scrap of raw meat. Okay, we have some gas. I mean, it is... one thing I just noticed is it is daytime, so trying to take out this military compound up here, it might be a good time for it. There might be something useful to find here. And worst case scenario, we probably want to take out this mil-spec spotlight here. Yeah. Can we just damage it? Oh, we can damage it. Hell yes. Okay, we just took it out. It also dropped a high-quality lens. That seems like a relatively rare component. Maybe we'll just take it with us. A broken riot control turret. Much less threatening now that it's laid limp on the ground. Could be gutted for parts. What is this? An active backup generator. Can we take this down? Hold on. We do have a option to disassemble it. We're going to cast Wind Running on ourselves here because we're low on stamina. We have a couple scary zombies coming in. Okay, maybe more than a couple. Maybe we need to back up for a second. I don't want them to destroy that generator. We're going to go ahead and turn off that, and activate our adrenaline pump real quick. Make sure that we have enough stamina to do what we need here. We just recently cleared out this gas station. I think we're going back up to it. Use the cover of darkness here to take out what we need. Oh, you know what? I think I know why. Yeah, we're still wearing our gas mask. That's why we're having such a hard time with stamina. We'll go ahead and take that off anytime we don't need it on, because it's covering our mouth. And while Aiden's mouth is covered in such a way. Okay, we need you to move off of that generator. Oh, did we actually manage to take down the generator? I just noticed that as we force-handed, it actually did move. Backup generator. Needs to be plugged in, fueled up, then turned on. That's really useful. Okay, we're going to mark this because this could be amazing, but with what we have right now in our... But having this 200-liter item in our lifting field right now means that there's no way we could pick this up. Potentially, we could bring a car over here once we got our car running as well in order to pick it up as well. But it is nice to be able to take out that mil-spec light because it was revealing us at night. It looks like that's all the diesel we're going to get. I really hope it's enough. I really just hope it's enough. I don't really know how much that's going to account for as far as like how far that's going to take the car. It's hard to judge how many liters of diesel you need in order to do any particular task. Gasoline seems to be way more common than diesel as well. So we'll probably want to find a gasoline engine to replace on that coupe at some point. Honestly, we'll just want to do a lot of repairs and such on that car. Not only repairs, but upgrades as well. Okay. We're about out of the city now. We'll make the journey back to the coupe. While we were journeying back, Aiden noticed that this bandit is still in the woods here. I think that might be a decent time to try and figure out if we can take this guy out real quick. We will approach from the trees. We do hear him shouting off in the distance right now. I don't see him yet, though. Our enhanced hearing is picking him up from a good distance. Okay, he's right over there. We're being a Flanagan. Somehow they spotted us before we spotted them. Okay, they just shot at us. They probably have limited ammo, though. And getting them to waste their shots whenever they're this far out and unlikely to hit us. Hit by a projectile, but they deal no damage. What are they shooting at us? That's a good question. Fits around combat shotgun. I do think that this might be a good time to activate momentum alteration and cast wind running on ourselves as well. Oh, he did actually manage to hit us there. I think we'll back up a little bit more. They've stopped firing. You are screwed now, bro. And he's down. Aiden stares at the corpse of the bandit. He has a momentary pause as he watches it. And he realizes that wasn't a zombie. That was a person. But we tried to talk to them. We tried to talk them down. They didn't give us a choice, right? We didn't have another choice there, right? We crush down their corpse. We take what we can from them. The Hubba one is close by. We'll just go ahead and sell what they had. He feels a little guilt at doing that. But a lot less than he thought he would, to be honest. Just as the night is beginning to fall, we do finally come up on the coupe. We're going to go ahead and refill it. We could refill it with antiseptic. That's funny. I don't imagine that would help the engine run, though. We have diesel. We're going to climb in, close the door, rapid On the first attempt, Aiden noticed that the diesel engine is just clicking. Oh, we actually turned it on. No, we didn't. Just more clicking. Failed to start. Failed to start. Why is it failing to start? Oh, I know why. Hold on. It's because the battery is dead, right? Yeah. Okay, hold on. Can we... I have a crazy idea. Can we use the jumper cables in order to store the steel drum in here? Real quick. I have a crazy idea. Can we use the jumper cables to use our bionic energy in order to jump this car? Also, can we store the steel drum in there? No. It's slightly over the max capacity. What about this one? 200? No, the steel drum, beside being a 200-liter drum, is actually 210 liters. It's probably because of the metal of the sides. Well, we won't be able to install that. Or sorry, we won't be able to store that inside there. That's unfortunate. We will go ahead and haul all of our tools here and put our tools into the trunk because we're planning on, hell, we can bring this metal with us too. Man, we can bring so much with us now. That's nice. That is so nice. We just need to refill this battery. So we'll turn our evaporator. You know what? We can just leave this evaporator on. It should be able to help us deal with just like the basics of this. We'll go ahead and remove the car battery. Well, I'm gonna leave the drum here, I think, and we'll take the battery with us. Do the usual move of installing it into our lifting field here. While we're here, we're going to go ahead and head over to the Hubba 1. I also wanted to check this engine real quick. What is this? This is a V6 engine. This is a powerful 6-cylinder combustion engine. Can I drag this? It is a little heavy, but yes, I can drag it. I wonder if we can use our new strength power and the tools nearby here in order to, turn on our hydraulic muscles, turn off everything that's not useful right now. And can we install this engine instead? There's a diesel engine there. V6 engine. Oh, so it actually takes gasoline instead. It does look like though we have everything we need in order to install this. With strength 20 from our bionic, we actually can lift it ourselves and install it into the vehicle. Our cybernetic strength 20, instead of being just for combat, is actually incredibly useful for this as well. So why can't we remove... That's interesting. We can't remove the existing V6 engine. Oh, because I was trying to repair. There we go. We have to remove the car alternator first, but we have an 80% chance to damage it. If we had a bit of solder and a hammer, we actually could repair the alternator as well. Yeah. With the propane torch, we only need steel and a hammer, which if we keep a hammer in the trunk, we can, make repairs to this on the fly. We would only need steel and a hammer in order to do this, and we can keep the propane torch in the car as well. Huh. We're really starting to make progress on getting this going. I assume this this V6 engine is way too heavy. Yeah. Actually, it only has 191 liters. Hold on. If we reorganize this car real quick, we might be able to fit everything into the trunk here. Yeah, we just put the engine into the trunk. Okay, so we can carry this with us for the time being. Very nice. We're still not going to be able to store the 200-liter tank in there, but the 200-liter tank is actually kind of bigger than we need it to be anyways, so that's kind of fine that we can't store it in there. Go ahead and put away our Xion, make sure that people know that we are not here to fight. And here we go. I have some Portal Storm recordings. Excellent. Please drop the printouts in the intercom's tray. We'll issue a reward based on the quality of your recordings. We give a short intercom, and he gives us a single Hubba 1 coin. Excellent. This should be enough to work with. Here's your agreed upon reward. The tray slides shut and quickly reopens with your payment. Given your performance and our constant need for new data, you are free to keep the recorder for future use. We are willing to pay for any future data you'll be able to record. Oh, cool. So this will actually be a consistent source of data for us. Very nice. We'll go ahead and sell the shotgun to them. Do we have anything else that we want to sell? I'm not sure. I kind of doubt it. That we have anything that they care about. We always convert denarii to their money, but that's not super worth it. They do want military ID cards, but that's about it for now. Is there anything that they have that we want? They do have ID cards. If we're going to a lab, we may want to actually buy all of their ID cards. I've recently been warned that these are expendable, so we actually do want to have quite a few of these. Is there any pieces of the modular armor that is still prototype? We have a prototype mantle. They do not currently sell a mantle, unfortunately, but we have the helmet, skirt, greaves, and vambrances, and the helmet. So we don't need any of that right now. So since we don't need any of that, actually I'm gonna buy all their solder as well, because we could use that right now, to be honest. We're going to go ahead and take all of that with us. Do you have any new contracts? You do not. It looks like our aerator is not doing a good job of keeping us actually like fully filled with water. So we will take a little bit of a drink here. Okay, so the last thing we need to do in order to get this car up and running is we need to go back to the base and either get a battery or charge this battery. I'm really not too scared of walking around with our ultra bright flashlight on, and it is a lot nicer to have the vision of the flashlight than to have the dark vision. It's just more quality, I feel like. Okay, we don't have a battery here by any chance, do we? The plutonium fuel battery is for power tools. The medium battery is not a car battery either. Yeah, these are all power tool batteries. The storage batteries for power grid. Yeah, okay. So none of that is what we want. Okay, this car battery, we need to figure out how to charge it. To be honest, I'm not super sure of how we do that. We are going to go back and grab one of our storage batteries, though, that we had over here. Add it to the grid. Oh, it does look like we can place a car battery and add that to the grid real quick. Yeah, there we go. Can we take it down right away and kind of like cheat here? Yes, we can. Okay. So we added... So this is actually how batteries work in real life anyways, to some degree, as Aiden actually plugs the battery in order to balance the power between all batteries included. Now, that means that this car battery actually balanced out with the others and got filled. So we can take this back to the car and get it going again. That is actually kind of amazing. I don't know why the canteen always fails to fill the first time. With a full belly and a now slightly charged battery, we are going to head back out to see if we can get this car working. Okay, time to reinstall the car battery. Easily done. Now that that's not in our inventory there, we're going to pick up the steel drum and put it back into our lifting field, just because we want to keep it. Coop's engine starts up. Oh, hell yes. Okay. I did just notice that there's a bunch of parts on the ground back there. We're gonna go get those. Pretty much every type of part is going to be useful. So we'll go ahead and bring these over here and put them in the car real quick. Oh, it's so nice to actually have a car. It is so nice to actually have a car. Now, we'll have to be careful with this thing. It's not armored. It's not going to be able to go into a fight of any kind. As Aiden practiced for the first time in the apocalypse, a job of parking. We did it in one. Oh, so nice. Look at that. He steps outside, checks the yellow lines, and oh yeah, right between them. Now, we're not going to have to worry about traffic by any means, but we are going to have to worry about obstacles in the road. Okay. This is really nice. This is really, really nice. There's a person back here? Aiden's sort of psionic senses do pick up that there's someone back here. We're gonna come check this out super fast. What is this? We see a man back here. Ray Tran. Who are you? Okay, we'll put away our weapon because he doesn't seem immediately hostile. And standing a few feet away, just close enough that he sees us, but not so close that we feel like threatened, We speak to him. Carrie Tran. He seems wild, confused. Oh God. Can't believe it happened. Aiden holds out his hands, calming the man. What's the matter? My mom. She was killed. But then she just got back up? She's one of those things now. Can you put her out of her misery for me? Aiden nods calmly. I'll do it. Thank you. She would have wanted it this way. Not a problem. Kill the zombie mom. Where is it? Is it in the city? Oh man, you managed to get so far. Ah, you poor thing. Aiden kind of takes some amount of pity in this guy. He will go and kill that zombie mom, but he imagines that this guy was hiding out in the shelter over here. He thought he had only seen bandits last time he visited, but it was a quick check. Yeah, thugs. This one has a hatchet, and the other one has a knife spear. These are his recent experiences with the other bandits. Aiden takes a deep breath, in and out, and prepares himself for combat. As soon as he comes down, this thug hits him with a hatchet. He smashes him with the mind hammer, knocking him to the ground, stabbing downwards into the man, repeatedly, shoving him against the back wall. As quick as the fight started, it's over. Cranberry wanted some gold after all. He's wearing a gold ring. We'll go ahead and take that. Oh, he has a chainmail vest on? Hell yes. Okay, we'll take that too. Crush him down. Someone has a gun. Fires. Glock pistol. Caltech P3. Aiden's going to back up. Press on his bleeding wound. We're going to close that door. And I think we're going to come back with a grenade. And we're going to come back with a grenade. We need to find our grenades anyways. We'll deal with that guy's mom later. She's not going anywhere. We'll go ahead and get in our new car. Oh man, so excited for this. Back up nice and cleanly. Maybe not the best at driving yet. Yeah, we don't want to run into something with the first day of our car. Here, go ahead and speed up, and we'll take our car. I think it might be a good idea. I don't know if the car is damaged if we take it off-road here. I think it should be fine. Let's take it off-road a little bit. Yeah, it looks like it's fine just going across the grass. So we can take it to kind of like directly south of where we... Oh, we probably want to avoid rocks, though. Oh, it can back up really fast. We'll have to keep that in mind. Yeah, probably don't want to run into any rocks, per se. I think the auto drive will more or less take care of that for us, though. Yeah, it'll stop if it doesn't find any paths for it. As Aiden kind of just, you know, drives across the field here. Trying to get the car close enough to our boat that we're not too much of an issue. It might be a good idea to leave it on the road, to be honest. As well. Oh, it has a space heater, a cooler, stereo, dome lights. Oh, man. That's so nice. So nice to finally have a vehicle. And we could upgrade this thing to the wazoo, add armor to it, all kinds of things. I think we'll go ahead and leave it here. And go ahead and turn it off. Oops. There we go. While we're here, we'll go ahead and put the welding wire that we picked up in here, the solder. Make sure that we leave these behind because it helps us repair the car. And we'll keep the chainmail vest. Who knows? It might come in handy. Might sell it at some point. Actually, you know what? While we're here, we're just going to go ahead and sell it. We'll sell it to the Exodi because they're very likely to have... They're going to pretty much always have things that we want to buy from them. They are constantly inventing new CBMs for us. Well, not for us, but we are probably their best customer. So, $10 for the chainmail vest? It's something. It is literally something. I do think that we're going to buy one more power storage CBM. Now that we know we don't really need a bunch of mana, it would be nice to have more power for our welding gear. There we go. Now we have 550 kilojoules of total power. That will be very nice. Metabolic interchange only brings us up to 50%, and then the joint torsion racket and the trickle charger will bring us up to 100%. No need, at least for now, to go beyond that. Aiden now has a car and a boat ready to go. There is nothing holding us back now from making the long journey. Aiden now has a car and a boat. There is nothing holding us back now from making the long journey to the collapsed tower. It will be an odyssey indeed, and we don't know what we're going to face when we arrive. But Aiden is excited for this journey, excited for an opportunity, another opportunity to face the dangers of the Cataclysm. But that's where we're going to have to end it here. I hope you guys have enjoyed Aiden's journey so far. I plan on doing more still. I have plans yet, and I would like to see Aiden have a very complete time in the Cataclysm. Once again, I will call upon my viewers, if you have any suggestions of things you would like to see Aiden do in the future and tasks you would like to see him complete, challenges we can face with this powerful psionic and bionic nerd, please get in the comments and let me know. But with that, that is going to be the end of this episode and the end of this season. I hope you have enjoyed, and if you have, feel free to leave a like on the video. Don't forget to subscribe for more Cataclysm and hard video games, and I will see you next time. Goodbye.